the gravy, please.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, another edition, and we thank you for being with us. Intern Lord of the Jacket is here, switching for us, and has things rolling on the TV side. He'll do a little multitasking today, as he's the only intern today. Everybody else has gotten their degree in common sense, and we've done exit interviews with him, and he is the last one standing and close to getting his degree in common sense. And so we'll talk to him more about that, and we thank him for being here today. All right, well, we got a lot to discuss, a lot to jump into. The wacky world, news of the day, our stories, which could be wacky worlds. We'll break it all down. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 1 hour from now. But right now, it's the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy, and over to my left, it's Greg Burgess. And to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey now.
Boys, how are y'all?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. You did ask me how I was, and instead of me answering, I asked you how you were, and I don't like when people do that, and I do that
that's
a ton.
okay.
I always do that. That is a pet peeve of mine, and I do it.
Really?
Instead of going, hey, I'm good, thank you, how are you? I just go, how are you? I never answer how I am.
You just already have that built-in response.
I do.
Yeah, I've told you about built-in responses that don't fit the question, and because you just don't think it's muscle memory. You bump into somebody at the grocery store, and they ask you a question, and your response is not anything they've asked.
You want it back?
It's just, hey, man, I'm good, how are you? But their question might have been something totally different,
I do
Hey,
something.
man, what you been up to? Hey, man, I'm good, how are you? Well, that's not what I asked.
I do something, too, that
you don't realize it till you walk off. You're like, dang.
I'd like to have that back.
Yeah.
I do something, too, that I got to get out of the habit of doing. I say, hey, man, too much.
Hey, man.
And I know people's names.
Hey, man.
That's not an excuse.
Right.
So, perfect example, yesterday, Coach Robbie Fields, I hope he doesn't mind me
saying
Coach. This. Robbie Fields is a women's golf coach at
Mm-hmm.
Jacksonville. And he loves the show, by the way. I don't want to embarrass him, but there's times I walk out of my office and he's listening to the show.
Mm-hmm.
He's a huge fan.
Thanks, Coach.
He loves Greg. And, he loves everybody. He loves the show. And so he was leaving yesterday, and we'd had some good chats yesterday. We had some really good chats about programs and culture and those type things, and appreciated his time and all that. And he left, and he was like, "Hey, Helms, I'll see you tomorrow." And I was like, "Hey, man, see you tomorrow." And I thought you could have said,
Hey, man.
It was one of those things like,
What's up, man?
I was like, it would make you think I don't know who he is, but I do.
Right.
I know.
So you went there.
Yeah, exactly. And then I'm in this uncomfortable world now where I don't know whether I should call some of you by your first name or call you Coach.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because there's a respect there.
I think you can do both.
And that's what I've been doing. But anyway, that was just an example because I say "hey man" too much. Now, usually when I say
gonna
it,
pay attention. See
here's what I do. Usually,
Thanks, man.
You know why I'm usually saying it?
No, man.
Because I don't know your name.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
but I get in these habits.
Hey, guy.
And I know these people, but I still say, "Hey, man."
I'll do Bud some. Bud or Buddy. Hey, Bud.
That's
Hey,
another
man.
one.
Hey, buddy,
That's
how you
another
doing,
one.
man?
What's up, Top
Hey.
Cat?
How's your mom and them?
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
So
All that good
when I
stuff.
said it to Robbie yesterday for Coach Fields, I knew who his name was. I just for some reason I have a habit of going, "Hey, man."
Well, there you go.
I'm trying to get out of it. That's all I'm saying. I'm working on it,
That's all you're saying.
and that's all I can do is work on it.
right.
You can't do
That's all you
any
can
more
do,
than that,
buddy.
Man.
And, first step is just admitting it.
Have y'all ever had?
Hey, man.
Hey, like that.
I like that.
I'm not going to ask y'all that. That would have been a disaster for the next 2 minutes, and I was trying to go to break, so I'll just leave it. I'll leave it alone.
Well, tonight on NBC, 7 p.m. Central Hall of Fame game, preseason at Canton, Ohio, Jets and Browns. I know that's
I won't
kind of
watch any of
meaningless. The only thing that you can get halfway interested in is
It's the start of football.
is a lot of rookies out there trying to make squads, and it's just like you said, it's football. That's the printer, buddy. He's got beagle ears this morning. Did you hear him?
Yeah, I was like, what is that?
I'll give you. I did hear something too, and it took me a second. But that's tonight, and I thought it might be on some weird, hey, how can I
streaming.
find the game or whatever? No, it's on NBC, 7 p.m. Central. So that's there for you if you care anything about it at all.
It'll be one of those things where if I walk in and it's on and I want to just kind of check out the atmosphere, see what's going on. I might.
I'm not anti, but I'm not going to seek it out either.
Yeah, it's not on my must see.
I trip and fall, and there it is. Hey,
Yeah.
look
You
at
know,
Look what I fell right into.
yeah. Some people have, I know most have gone to streaming.
Hey, man, you want to watch this game with me?
that. Hey, dude.
Yeah, yeah. Some people have the DirecTV or the ATT Uverse or whatever. I did see where, and I'm still one of those where I gotta, and I've been looking at YouTube TV and others, but right now I still have Uverse because when we moved, we had DirecTV. And they didn't offer it there. I don't know. It was something with the developers, and sometimes the developers make deals with different companies where they'll run fiber to all the houses, and it's just that service. And so anyway, it was pretty much the same thing, close to it anyway. But I don't know what happened, but they had a falling out with the NFL Network, and it hasn't been available. And I saw where they're announcing, hey, it's coming back. And I want to say today or in a week or two, it's supposed to be available again. Because I would always, a lot of the times Amazon Prime or somebody like that would also carry the game. But there were a few times where it was solely on the NFL Network, and you just lost out. You couldn't see it. But that'll be there for us. Of course, that's something Terry's been on me about. Hey, let's do, we're because you'll get in these 12-month promotions, and then all of a sudden they creep your price up.
The what was that NFL pass you had?
Ticket.
NFL
ticket.
NFL
They
Sunday.
re-up it
yeah.
for you.
Sunday ticket.
Yeah, and she's like, "What's this $200-something charge?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
That's a lot.
And I'd forgotten to call.
You better
and
watch a
cancel
lot of
it.
football.
Yeah, I know. Can't do that. But they have the
NFL
pass now.
Sunday ticket.
Yeah, where the NFL Network and stuff, they offer things but it's weird because what I saw having that app just to keep up with scores and stuff like that is that you have to watch it exclusively on your tablet or your smartphone.
Yeah, I don't like all that.
It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
But anyway, NFL cranks up tonight if that's something you care about.
You're
I know a
all
lot of
fired
you
up.
still
You love the
don't watch.
Browns.
So you're saying the NFL,
but it's on NBC.
you're saying the NFL Network, though, now is being carried under the umbrella of the Direct Stream, Direct TV, AT&T
Uverse.
umbrella.
Yeah. So
Uverse.
if you still have,
Well,
So I'm Direct TV. I stream through Direct TV.
Yeah.
I have
yeah.
DirecTV. And
Yeah.
it's on that.
Uverse it has not been on.
Okay. See, I don't think it's been
know
on
why.
mine. I don't think I've had it.
Yeah, but I saw the only reason I saw is I flipped over to the MLB network and was watching a game for a second, and then I hit guide to go somewhere else, and I saw NFL Network and then NFL Red Zone right beside it, and I went, well, that's interesting. So I clicked over on it, and it just had a reader message on there saying, hey, coming,
I'm seeing it
September
here.
or whatever, August.
There's a story out from July 16th, and it's got the same logo that's hit. This is cordcutternews.com, by the way.
boy.
Didn't know there were cord cutter news.
Okay.
They got their
But
own
that's
publication.
saying it too. See, I haven't had it either. So
Yeah.
this is huge.
Yeah, and a lot of people. And so you got the DirecTV streaming
Yes.
version
Yeah.
of it, which is similar to like a YouTube TV or
Correct.
whatever.
I've got the same company you have. I'm just streaming instead of the.
Yeah, and I need to do that. I mean, I'm just an old school channel flipper.
Me too.
But
I need to break down.
I
and
do
all
too.
that.
I do too. And it's
I know how my remote works, and I know where everything.
I
is,
tell you how you can figure all this out.
But I pay too much.
yeah.
Cordcuttersnews.com.
That's what
Okay.
you research.
That's where
There we
I just
go.
got that.
Greg's headed there now. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. They say you are what you eat, so why not be a tomato ricotta flatbread or a chicken cutlet with creamy cheesy zucchini or maybe a vegan curried chickpea lettuce wrap? At the very least, be well and eat well too with wholesome and delicious seasonal recipes delivered to your door from HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Join today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Before you take off, protect your home with Simply Safe's new 24/7 Live Guard protection. If an intruder breaks in, Simply Safe monitoring agents can see, speak to, and deter, warning them that police are on the way. Right now, you can get 20% off any Simply Safe system when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, we're rolling back 22 minutes past the hour. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG. So yesterday, Greg, I don't know if you remember or not, on one of our mini trips to the bathroom, which is an ongoing battle with each individual here on the show, because I know we need to drink more water. And take in the fluids, but that means you have to go to the restroom more.
Sure.
And that means we have to hike across the building. In one of our many trips to and from the bathroom, I had told you in passing that it was yard day, and I knew I needed to. I had got to get on the yard. And look, I had a conversation with myself, buddy. You downsize. It's a much smaller yard.
Yeah.
Let's not complain. Let's get it done.
Just think, hey, at least it ain't like it used to be.
Right.
Oh.
And it just the way it fell with what we had around dinner time, and then by the time I got home, for some silly reason, I had to do it around midday, which was the hottest part of the day. And hey, she was a hot one. Good night alive. It was hot outside.
Yeah.
But finally got finished, came in, showered up, sat down, and Helmsy, I thought, you know what? I'm going to try to catch this Linus show that Helmsy talked about on Paramount Plus.
Good stuff.
And for some reason, I don't know why, I brought Terry in because it's tough watching shows with her. We just watch at a different pace where I can go, hey, I've got 20 minutes. I'm going to watch a little bit of the show, and then I can come back to it. She's got to go, no, I want to sit down and watch a full episode. And sometimes time might not allow that.
So you go watch 10, 15 minutes?
I got to tell you, I'm with Terry on this one.
I'm kind of with Terry on this. You're weird.
10, 15 minutes. No, it's just, I don't have, sometimes I don't have an hour to sit down.
Speedy, I'm not going.
And 10, 15 minutes is probably a little short. It may be a little bit longer.
I don't think you're weird because of it.
Yeah. I just watch.
Hey,
I'm going to watch a little bit of it. I got about 15, 20 minutes. I'm going to watch a little bit of it.
Why would you do
Because it's an episode. You can go right back where you left off.
Yeah, but
my God, it's not erased from time.
Yeah, but
it's right there.
It's unfulfilling.
Yeah, now that's not my.
Is it unfulfilling or not?
It's not my.
Oh, this is pretty cool. God, I wish I could watch the rest of it.
It's
but
not
I can't
my.
because some reason I started watching.
It's not my preference, but I can do that. It's not like something I do every time where I turn it off at 15 minutes and go, I'm out.
That's some weird little fetish.
No, it's a weird fetish. That's where you went. So anyway, we just watch at a different pace. I can knock something out real quick, and she's gonna.
Well,
hey,
you're watching 15-minute.
We look up a month later, and we're still on episode 3.
Yeah,
you know,
I
it's
watched
like
15
good night.
minutes of it last night, and tonight I'm gonna pick about 8 minutes.
Yeah, I knew you.
By the
I
weekend,
knew.
I'll have this.
I don't
Now, I
blame.
can't remember what I saw before, but
I don't blame you for exaggerating here. Go ahead and go with it.
Is this
that's not the case? Actually,
I want to finish the episode.
Well,
I
like I said,
too.
it's not what I prefer, and it's not every time. I'm just saying I can do that if
I'll
I need
defend you
to.
for a minute. It's almost like the way people read books. They pick it up and read it when they can.
That's
they put it right back
completely
down.
different thing.
I'm
Completely
trying to be
different.
kind
But
here,
no,
Greg.
That's
Greg,
completely
every
different.
time I sit
nobody
down,
reads a whole book when they sit down.
Well, Greg, every time I
Unless it's a kid's
Well, that's
book.
my point.
Bad
He's
example.
treating-
think of an
I'm
episode as
saying
a
he
chapter,
treats
Greg.
it like a book.
Yeah, like
No.
that's
I
that's
gotta
his
read the whole
analogy, not
chapter.
mine. But you know, to your point, Helmsy, it's not what I do every time, Greg. I know you're exaggerating like I do that every time. I'm just saying
you're
I'm just saying I can, and
You're doing
she
yourself
can.
wrong.
Can
She
I ask
can
you
and she
this?
can.
Can I get to the bottom of it? In the 12 minutes you watched it, did you enjoy it?
Well, I was trying to get to what I was saying, but I was interrupted. But what I was going to say is I was talking with Terry, and she said, hey, I think I'm in on this.
Yeah.
I like it because I played the trailer.
Okay.
And so we had something coming up, so I couldn't even start it because I know how she watches shows.
Okay.
That was the whole point
So
of
you
me
watched
saying
the
that.
intro and then you had to turn it
So
off.
we watched the trailer, and then
Okay, that's who's in it.
we watched the trailer, and she's like, "Oh, that's the Guardians of the Galaxy
Yep.
girl."
It's
And I
her.
was
She
like,
also
"Yeah,
was
that's her."
Avatar.
Yeah, and she, oh, that's the Jack Ryan guy. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. You know, there's a lot of really good actor and actresses in it, and then so anyway, that's our goal is to try to catch an episode tonight.
Oh, yeah.
But it looks good.
episode or
It
10
looks
minutes?
good. It looks good, Greg. I don't do that every time, buddy. I knew you were going to do that. I knew you were going to do that.
Let's say I got 10 minutes. I'll start this. Oh, okay.
Well, and I don't blame you. I'd probably be doing the same thing. I would.
I just think it's weird.
I'm just saying I have the ability to watch some of it
You do that
if
on
I have
movies
to.
too?
No, what are you talking
Do
about?
you watch just part of a movie? No, it's a
No.
2-hour movie.
No.
I got an
No, if I
hour.
watch a movie-
I'm going to watch an hour of it and then watch the other hour later. You do that?
No.
What's this- why not?
Because it's.
Well, you do this other.
Well, I can. I have the ability to do it if life gets in the way and we have to stop. Because I know where I have a thumb and I can work the remote and go back to it if I need to.
You
Y'all are
gotta
not giving me enough on he treats this like people read books.
That's not. No, he doesn't.
Well, he does because he puts it down and comes back
I
to
know
it.
he does, but there's a
That-
book and that's two different
I
things.
get
It's
that.
acceptable,
Greg,
for somebody
I
to do a book
completely
that way.
understand
Just
it's
let him-
different.
just
What
let
I'm
him have
saying
You
fun.
got a
is that's the way he
400-page book.
treats it.
It's going to be tough to read the whole thing.
You gave me reading a 400-page book now, which I don't blame you. But
Well, I hope
the
you get
whole
to watch it
point was
tonight.
is that I was just going to let you know, hey, I'm all in, but we had to pull back and had other things going on, and I couldn't watch any of it.
You know what bothers me about that? It's Linus, like Lion.
Yeah.
See, I always think about Linus like on Peanuts when you say it. The little kid.
It's not.
I know.
That's
But
where
I wish it was called something else.
Yeah.
Well, that's stupid.
No, I wish it was called something else. Every time you say Linus, I picture a cartoon.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
the trailer's well done.
Yeah, the whole thing's well
You
done.
got the trailer in, then you had to leave.
Now, I will
That's
give
it.
you a heads
I
up.
didn't watch anything
I'm
else
going to
of
give
it.
you a heads up on this.
We
There's
did
some,
finish Hijack.
If torturing bothers you, you may want to fast forward through some of that.
This
It's
is
not like
this is a
it's
CIA
just-
operative. Hey, I'm going in as an undercover. And what I saw from this is that like some of the biggest terrorists in the world or whatever, their goal is they create friendships with the wife or the family and get close to them that way. Is that kind of
the agent? The
agent, and that's kind of the initiative and the goal to get in, and then
so they can figure out where they are
and then take out the leader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
See, Greg, I did watch.
But
the entire trailer,
Amanda
figured
came
out
in.
one
I
out.
was watching it, and there was a torture scene. There's no other way to say it, and she was like, I can't watch this, and just because she's sensitive to things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Yeah, Lisa's the same way.
Yeah. So just to clarify real quick, let's say that it's 4:30, and we're going somewhere at about 5:10. But I'm just kind of okay. I'm done. I can sit down if the episode's 48 minutes long and go, hey, I got 30 minutes. I'm gonna watch some of it.
But that's got to be
stop it.
unfulfilling.
Well, no, I mean it's just I have the ability to do that. Terry can't. It's like no, unless we can sit down and watch a full episode, let's not even start it.
I agree with Terry.
But again, that's not what I do every time. Now you're gonna by the end of the day, that's you're gonna have that's the only way I ever watch anything.
I mean, you
but
seem
that's
excited
not
about
that's
it.
not the case.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba. Let's face it, prices are up, our bank accounts are down. we're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show sponsored by our friends at Cook's Pest Control. They were just out the other day doing some mosquito spray, which I love. Love the folks at Cook's Pest Control in Centricon. And they bring us this portion of the show, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Look, with the warmer weather, and we just talked about how hot it was yesterday, and it is hot. If you live in the southeast especially, it is really hot, which means the ants, the spiders, fleas, ticks, rodents, termites, all the things we don't like, nesting wasps, Helmsy, roaches, other bugs and critters, here they come. And that's why you need Cook's Pest Control for your defense. They can handle all of your problems. Contact them at cookspest.com today for a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or small business. There's no obligation. And what we love about Cook's Pest Control in Centricon is that they offer new construction, home services. That they offer that too. So if you are a developer or you're in the construction world, go ahead, talk to Cook's Pest Control about taking care of your business as well. cookspest.com, that's where you go. Get a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home and small business with no obligation. It's cookspest.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Now, I'm a little bit mad with the show because we've had this story and sat on it for about 24 hours.
Yeah.
And yesterday, we just didn't get to it. There's other things that we were discussing. But
it's back on the front page again today.
Yeah. We have the World University Games that have taken place in China. And there's outrage because of a Somali runner and how horrible the performance was.
Yeah, it was
and
hilarious.
When I say horrible, it looks like they went and grabbed somebody out of the stands because they were one lane short and said, "Hey, would you run this?"
Yeah, because when they walk up to get in the starting blocks, just how she physically looks compared to the others is funny.
Right.
But when they fire the pistol,
guys,
they put it this way.
I have not seen it
The
yet.
winners crossed in about 10 seconds. She crossed in 21.8 seconds.
Yeah.
And this is a Somalian.
She gets so far behind you can't even see her in the picture.
It's the women's 100-meter race at the World University Games in China. It happened Monday. And this 20-year-old Somali woman ran the 100-meter heat in 21.81 seconds. She finished dead last. so far back she wasn't even in the frame of the video from the side.
And she's kin to one of the people who are, I guess, get to pick the athletes or is at least involved in it in Somalia. And obviously they're screaming nepotism, which I guess so. Because, guys, this is a pretty elite level.
Oh, are you watching it now?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it.
So
just watch her when she walks up to the starting blocks and look at her and look at everybody else.
Brazil's Silva finished the race in 10 seconds, and this Somali runner finished in 21.81 seconds.
21.81.
So what the cameras for the event had to pan back to see if she was still running. Because it really looked like she was
that
walking.
View right there may be the best one. They're walking up to the
right.
Look how athletic everybody looked except her.
So now they're saying the Minister of Youth and Sports should step down because it's disheartening to witness such an incompetent government. They say, how could they select an untrained girl to represent Somali in the running? It's truly shocking and reflects poorly on the country's.
Well, she comes flying out of them blocks, don't she?
Well,
oh my goodness!
Yeah,
I love it.
Oh my goodness!
She even slows down at the end.
Oh yeah, she can't even make the distance.
What in the world? And this is not a joke. This is real.
No.
It's over. Race is over, and all of a sudden they pan back, and here she comes.
Yeah, she pan down.
Look, still running.
Barely. So am I seeing the Minister of Youth and Sports suspension of the chairwoman of the Somali Athletics Federation? Am I seeing that that somebody's in trouble now?
I think
they should be if they're
embarrassed
not.
About, everybody's calling for this person.
Well, they
to
should
be removed.
guys. This is unacceptable.
Yeah, that's obvious.
Yeah.
I mean, that's. I mean, what are you thinking? Just I'm curious. Obviously, you deal with this type of this competition and who gets to go. It ain't like this is something new. You knew what was going to happen. I mean, you knew it when she walked up in the blocks, but I'm sure she had ran before, and they had to know, well, she's nowhere near the level everybody else is. Guys, I'm not talking about
this is like if one of us went out there and ran.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm being serious.
I think I could have ran better.
I want to say I could probably clock in a better time.
Yeah.
So, so it looks like, according to the Ministry of Youth and Sports of Somalia, do you know they have a Twitter account? There has been a suspension of the chairwoman. There has been an investigation, and as a result, they say this young lady that ran has been identified as a non-sports person nor a runner. And the chairwoman of the Somali...
It ain't like she's even a bad runner. She's not even a runner.
And the chairwoman of the Somali Athletics Federation has engaged in acts of abuse of power, nepotism, and defaming the name of the nation in international arena.
I got to ask why.
So
I have to go to this person and go, so it isn't like she thought she was a runner, but, hey, she just went up to snuff. She wasn't even an athlete and then decided this is what she wanted to do, and they sent her to this competition to represent their country. That is hilarious.
Guys.
When they walk up to the blocks, that view, and she's standing between the two, I mean, came out of the blocks, just stood up, and it looked like she was walking almost.
Wow.
Unreal.
Wow, this is something.
That's funny.
And we're going to beg the guys to show this today and get their perspective on it.
Look at them stepping up. First of all, everybody else has got them running shorts on.
Right.
She's got on some knee shorts.
Yeah, look like we're going to do something else besides
She
run.
looks like she's trying to survive some football game at a Packers stadium when it's cold.
Yeah.
That's the way she's dressed compared to everybody else.
She's got layers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get this at all.
Everybody else has got tight clothes so they can cut through the wind. And good night. Boom, ready to come out of the blocks, y'all. Goodness gracious.
Looks
and
like
this one girl that would be considered the last place finisher if you don't count her. She got beat really bad too, but she's thinking, well, at least I'm not dead last.
So, so this is the niece of the Athletic Federation director.
Yeah.
And that's how we got to this point.
You just go
and
to
so that's why they say there's
aunt,
corruption and all that.
You go to your aunt or aunt, whatever you want to call them.
Sure.
And you go, hey, I kind of want to run in that race. Could you think you could get me in on it? Well, do you run? Well, no. I mean, look at me. Obviously, I don't. Well, and you know what? The aunt said, okay, we'll do that.
Right.
She didn't think anybody's going to notice.
I hate to break it to everybody, but this is the way America acts these days.
You're right.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, it really is.
You're right.
You know, well, there's
let them do it. Who
'cause
cares
their
if
heart's
they've
into
earned it or
They're
they're
not a
good
runner.
enough to do it?
Yeah, they're
Let's
not a
just let them
runner.
do it. And when it's over, give them a trophy.
right.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
We
do the same thing here.
You're right.
You know, there's a
that's really
there's a
dumbing it
saying in youth sports and all through sports, really, having parrot goggles on.
Yeah.
Where you see your
Yeah, but-
your son or daughter in a different light and go, well, yeah, but you know, but they messed up or they're not great, but I see them as they're wonderful. Does the aunt see the niece
no,
this way?
There's no way. If she was kinda, I mean, she shows no running ability at all.
She doesn't.
That's a great point, but I don't even think that's in play here.
I don't know.
If it is, how did she end up in the position she's in?
I don't know.
Because
Good
I got
night.
news for you. That's so bad, even a parent couldn't lie to herself and go, well, no, she's pretty good. I don't know why the coach won't let her play. You know how many times you heard that?
Yeah.
Nobody's that delusional. Nobody. I don't think.
All right, so
I think it's almost like a joke.
See, I thought it was. When I was watching it, I thought
like an
this is
internet
that y'all have
person.
been duped here.
how does this person walk to the start line and get ready to go, knowing what's about to happen?
I know. Or did they think, hey, I can hang with these people? No,
No.
Do they not own a stopwatch?
Think about this.
I mean, did she never ran it and been timed before?
People are
Let's
pretty
say I run
delusional.
it, and you time me, and I'm coming in at a 21.8, and I go, hey, last time, what was the top three? Oh, they were about 10 seconds. Ooh, I guess I'm out of my league. Maybe I don't need to do
Right.
this.
You know one thing that's not on camera? Probably the 1 hour to 45 minutes of warm up for each runner that, you know, they're going through their routine and get.
She was probably
Was she
sitting
sitting
down
down
on
in a chair and
She
just got
probably
up?
She
Hey,
probably was sitting
everybody
in
else is lathered up in sweat because they're ready to
Fold
go.
out chairs.
She just gets up.
I'm waiting on the rain.
Puts her Coca-Cola down and gets ready to go. Good night.
Of course, I love it. I can't quit watching.
I know.
Golly, that is good.
Gosh almighty. Somebody with a good one. She looked 6 months pregnant running.
She did. By the way.
That's
She really
not.
did.
That
She
was
may
from-
be.
That was from an emailer. Well, it could be. You're
I
right.
mean, she may be.
Heck, who knows?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Boot Barn is committed to supporting those who uphold the Western way of life. Denim plays a major role as a robust material that holds strong in a rugged environment. Since 1947, the Wrangler Authentic Western jeans have brought long-lasting denim to all who embrace the cowboy lifestyle. Boot Barn is proud to support this bold legacy, one that's just as iconic now as it was then. Wrangler at Boot Barn.
The biannual blowout is just a week away, and we've got a lot of work to do.
Keenan's Rug Emporium is rolling out a Labor Day bonanza.
Have that flat weave shipment coming in.
He needs 10 new sales associates as the crowds loom large.
Someone run a stock check on all the Moroccan 8x10s?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200. $50.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
You think there's no time to cook this summer? Think again and think HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers everything you need to whip up delicious meals right to your door, complete with pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof step-by-step instructions. They take care of the meal planning so you can spend more time having fun and less time stressing about dinner. With 40 options to choose from every week, you'll always find recipes that suit your lifestyle and your schedule, including fast and fresh recipes ready in just 15 minutes or less. And summer entertaining is a cinch with mouth-watering selections from HelloFresh Market, like a crowd-pleasing backyard bratwurst bar or tangy key lime pies. You can even skip an extra grocery store trip and choose from over 100 sides, snacks, and more delivered with your order. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Let's face it, prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate, or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 10 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. We've got a number of questions from the audience that we're going to have to get through. QFTAs, questions from the audience, and the stack has been growing, and so we want to run through some of those. There's some other stories that we're dying to get to, but we'll save that for the main show. Some great headlines out there today.
Speedy wants to talk about that runner because he only watched like 2 seconds of it. He's going to watch the rest later.
I need to watch the rest of it. I didn't have time.
You didn't have time. You had to move on.
All right, so go ahead, Helms.
You ain't
what
gonna believe the
You know, hey, when I get to it, man.
Have either one of you gotten rid of something because you thought it was haunted?
Yes. Well, let me say this. I don't know if I've really zeroed in on one, but a lot of this old furniture Lisa likes to get and redo, especially if there's a mirror involved.
I was going to say I won't let Terry buy a mirror because she loves antique shows.
Oh, Lisa does too, and
she
they like
loves
her and her
antique.
sister redo them and sell them. But I mean, a lot of it, some of it looks a little creepy.
I'm high pitching.
Just saying.
Did you ever deliver newspapers as a kid?
No.
Know anybody that did?
No. See,
No.
we
Did you
never
ever
had,
want to do that?
Well, here's the thing.
I would like to throw one.
We've never had, when I was growing up, the guy on the bicycle delivering papers. It was always a grown up in the car.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you like on TV, you see the kid on the. I don't think that was offered from where we lived. You had to be an adult. I don't think they.
I would like to sling one though.
I
See
wouldn't
how
mind
accurate I
having
could be.
one. There was something. What was it? You could sell grit newspapers. It was this company, and you'd go to door to door and sell their papers.
Mm-hmm.
I never did that
Yeah.
either.
You didn't do that. You just sold Budweiser, didn't you?
I did actually.
This is an interesting question. Do you wish that every towel, like bath towel, was the size of a beach towel.
No,
No,
the beach
I can
towel
get too
bothers
big.
me.
It can get
Really?
too big,
Not-
yeah.
Unless I'm at the beach.
Mhm.
I don't like to dry off out of the shower with a beach towel.
Yeah, because
Really?
I'm stepping on it. And
Yeah,
everything.
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
It's not functional.
Don't like it. Just give me
Beach-
normal
now, if I'm
size.
See, I
Swimming in the
thought I
pool?
would have gone the other way.
If I'm swimming in the pool
like a
or at the
big
beach,
towel.
then I want the big towel.
Right, yeah.
But if I'm getting out of the
Okay.
shower, I don't want to deal with the beach.
Nobody
Okay.
wants that.
Because we got one that's in the towel cabinet all the
Yeah.
time, and I just work around it.
I do too. Isn't that crazy?
Well, how about that?
That gummit.
Look at me.
Parents married on the
Uncle
same
Bill.
day?
I know. We're just so alike.
I
I
really,
watch partial stuff.
You do. Prefer it.
I really
love
wish we could try this one out, like right now.
All
All right.
But I don't think
See,
we
we
can.
even said all right.
Do you think you could put your pants on only using one hand?
Do you want me to take mine off and try it?
Do you have shorts or anything on it?
I just got underwear.
Well, I do too, but I would actually.
Did you think he had a pair of shorts on under his pants?
Well, I didn't know. I mean,
who does that?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, you got,
I didn't
you
think
got another
he'd-
pair of jeans
I
on
didn't
there?
think he would want to do it with
but,
underwear.
I don't know what's wrong with both of y'all.
We
Y'all
are
just
on.
doing weird
Hey,
stuff.
Greg, we are on camera.
Greg,
I mean, I didn't know if he.
Greg, why are you standing
Yeah, but my
up?
point is, there was no shot he actually had shorts on under his pants.
Well, I know. I
And by the way,
guess.
I'm not doing
I'm trying
weird
to see if
stuff
I can
this
take
morning.
my pants off.
Well, I have thought about
Put them on, not take them
Well,
off.
I got to take them off to put them on.
Sometimes I do act like
I'm going through it. I think I could.
I
do
think I could pull
it.
this
Now,
off
would
too.
it be? It'd take a minute.
Do I have a is my
the
is
butt-
my good
hey.
arm? Is my arm?
You can use whichever-
Is it? But is it normal
Do you have
length?
to button?
Because I mean, you got to get
Well,
around.
we're not shorting
well,
your
I
arm.
didn't know.
Hey,
I
do you
didn't
have
know
to,
what
you
you
get-
had.
Do you have to
Hear
button?
what he just asked.
What he said?
He just asked if his arm was regular length.
Yeah, all right. Because I didn't know what you had. If you got like, you know, what I'm saying, I didn't know if one went down to the elbow. You know, because you got to reach around.
You can use one full arm.
Hey, well, you know what you got. I'm just going to tell you because it's amazing.
Let me see.
These folks can.
I think
hey,
I could do it.
these
I think
folks
I
with
could
one
too.
arm, man, the way they use their toes is
Oh, it's amazing.
unbelievable.
Yeah, it's amazing.
You can only use one.
Listen, I got beat up by a guy.
I
with
know.
no
Arm.
legs.
He
Don't
didn't
tell
have
me
any. Yeah,
nothing.
he just
One
his
hand.
pinchers.
He, like,
One hand's
killed
all
me.
you can use.
Yeah.
You can't-
Sometimes I
I can
do
do it.
act.
I think I can do it, too.
Take a
Sometimes
minute.
I'm amazed at how my dad can move around and not see. Sometimes I'll
that's-
act like I'm blind. See if I can.
Did you just say you act as if you were blind to see how your dad feels?
I do. Because it's
I gotta know. Do you close your eyes or you actually physically cover them so you
no,
won't cheat?
no. It's in the mornings when.
Look.
See, now he's making fun of the blind. Buddy, somebody that used to be legally blind and you've been cured.
Yeah, you.
I mean,
Benny
Time
Hinn
out.
cured.
Listen.
Yeah.
That was not making fun. That was what you do.
No, well, here's the deal. Sometimes I'll get out of the shower. Sometimes I'll get out of the shower and I'll enter the room where it's pitch black. From
say, okay, I'm gonna say hi.
And you know how you come out of a lit room into a dark room and you can't see?
Yeah.
And I'll make my way from there into my closet and I'm like, so
How long
this
does
is
this go
Dad.
on? This
About
go on a good
15
while?
seconds.
How do you do? I mean,
I think I'm pretty good because he uses his feet to know where things are. So like we have a what they call an area rug, I guess that's under the couch. So he would go to that rug and know, okay, I can walk down the side of that rug, or I can.
How about that?
You know. Yeah. So anyway.
Hey, I just noticed something. What the heck happened to your thumb?
Right here, I got it. Hammer came down on
that
it.
hurts.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
You hammering?
hurts.
You hammering? You missed.
Yeah.
I've done that.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I just a few bad.
Hey,
things.
you got it good.
I would have too. You did.
I did.
A minute ago,
Hey,
I thought you had
nothing
something
hurts
on.
any worse
No,
than that. I don't think anything
Hey,
does.
hey, that's awful. That hurts.
Wondering if I'm going to lose my thumbnail.
You might. Look, was it heartbeat?
I thought my heart was in my thumb.
Yeah.
I look over there and I'm like, what in the world?
Yeah,
That's a
crazy.
good one.
Yeah, takes a while. I've been here for about a week or so.
I hate to
Golly.
do that. I've done it so many times.
Yeah, that was tough. So when I say I act like, I'm just saying I wonder if I could make it, you know, through the room and stuff. But it's not like I go walking through the house. But it's
just
amazing how because I see him
If
work.
you just get the opportunity where you feel like it's dark and you can
Yeah, I'm like, oh, here, I'm gonna make it, and it's a challenge. I'm gonna go. So let's see if I can get
now
through
you got
this.
me wanting to try it.
Yeah, do it.
Have you ever been to or hosted a costume party?
I've been to one.
Yeah, I've been to a number. Haven't hosted.
Really? So y'all are people that go to costume
No,
I
parties?
was
just do
young.
young.
I was young.
Yeah, young.
I've never.
Nothing as an adult.
I've only.
I don't
been-
like dressing up. As
I
an
don't.
adult.
I've
either.
actually been to 2.
Mm-hmm.
As an adult.
Yeah.
All right, let me
There's one
rephrase that.
time I
didn't have
dressed up
kids
like
yet.
a cowboy for Terry, but that was it.
Post 30, have you been to a costume party?
No, it's probably my 20s.
I haven't either.
I wore a robe one time, messed my hair up, went to somebody sleeping.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Somebody just woke up. That's kind of unique.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll dress up in camo and walk around the house just because I know Terry likes that.
That's different dress up,
Oh,
buddy.
okay. I mean, she'd like that if I'm coming in from hunting.
Yeah.
Why do you have all your hunting gear on? I'm just walking around.
I was testing it, getting it ready.
What about pool parties? Where you at on pool parties?
Have I ever been to a pool party?
Well, I know. I mean, I have never hosted one because that requires a pool. But
Yeah, I've been to.
It's been. I can honestly say I don't know the last pool party I've been to.
A lot of times when your kids play Little League ball, they would have.
Oh,
one.
that yes. Since they have left that age, I haven't been to.
And an
any.
adult pool party, I don't know if I've ever been to one. of them.
No. That's a different thing.
Yeah.
I don't really want to go there.
Cannonball.
Have y'all? Speaking of pools, this is actually came in from. Have you ever snuck into a hotel pool?
Oh yeah, not staying there.
Yeah.
No.
Have you ever snuck in? All right, let me
I think
rephrase
I
it.
may have.
Have you ever snuck into a hotel and got a cup of coffee?
No, but I would like.
Sat
to.
in the lobby.
I would like to, because I think you can pull that off.
I did that.
Have
once.
you ever
Did you get
gone
the continental
to?
breakfast?
I did that once. I didn't get the breakfast; just got the coffee, and I used a chair.
Well, ain't nothing wrong with that.
I have something to admit. I did one time. Has to do with the hotel. I did walk in one, act like I was staying there to use the bathroom one time.
Well, yeah, I can say that. Did you pretend you were blind, or did you? Just...
Right, I asked them to turn the lights off and let me get there. But you should act like you know what you're doing.
When he was done,
Yeah, that's the whole key. Act like you're supposed to be.
Yeah, right. Don't walk around scared.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest,
Now, undoubtedly, she was not very good on teaching the first commandment, heal.
Yeah, that.
This
heel. Did they say what kind of dog did the damage?
Well, they said they
Multiple
found two
it
Doberman
had more-
pinchers inside the residence, but they don't believe they're the ones that that did that killed her.
Guys, I'm reading the story. I'm reading the story just as it says. She taught. It says it right here. Obedience classes.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Apparently, these were students that had just enrolled.
And they did a
one that failed.
Rick,
This one gets an F.
How about this? An F to you 2, 3, 4. That you get an F in obedience class, you've killed the trainer.
They said they found her doing a welfare check after she failed to show up for 2 appointments for training. So somebody said, "Hey, she's not showing up. What's up?"
But why did they think the Dobermans didn't do it? I wonder.
They said they were inside
They had an
the
alibi.
house, I guess.
No, they did. They had a schnauzer that vouched for them.
Rick,
I can tell you they were no part of it.
Somebody died.
Rick.
No, somebody's down.
But you know what?
But guys, I'm sorry.
It is ironic.
I'm sorry. Certainly, we shouldn't laugh about it. But I will just say that it's ironic that someone who teaches dogs to obey was killed by dogs.
It is.
That were there in the class. I mean, that there's some horrible irony.
You know
there.
what though, Rick? She was doing what she loved.
That's like one of us choking on a hot dog, isn't it?
It really is.
Oh no,
Yeah,
that's
that can't
like the
happen.
story we had years ago. The lady that was doing a seminar on pedestrian safety.
Pedestrian safety
and was
hit
killed
by a bus.
Was killed crossing the street.
Yeah.
But I will say this again.
Going to make copies of something.
I'm going to make this point again, and it's been made a lot over the last 25 years. Those of you that heard it a lot, you can just say this is like hearing a song that I love, even though it was out a long time ago. We will say about this woman, and rightfully so, she loved dogs and she was doing what she loved, and it went south.
Yeah.
We say this about mountain climbers, skydivers. We don't ever say it about fat people. We don't when they die of a heart attack, they never say, well, he or she died doing what she loved, eating. I mean no one everybody gets on
slip
them.
off a mountain and everybody
They talk
oh,
about how-
it's a majestic way to go.
You take some
some rock climber or something.
A runner,
base jumper.
He did all that. He died doing what he loved.
Just like this, attacked and killed by dogs. That's what she loved.
That's what she does.
Attacked by chimpanzees. She loved working with chimps. And she died. Zoo people, every time they're killed, they died doing what they love.
Have a heart attack with a pizza in your hand. There's no sympathy.
Clogged arteries. Everybody makes fun of you.
Yeah,
you
sure.
know. Hey, I tell you what.
Tubbs got what he had coming.
How about this? Let me tell you what. He lived his life the way he wanted to. It killed him, but he died doing what he loved. No one ever says that.
Do what he loved. That's for sure.
Yes, you get some runner dropped who has gotten themselves looking like they're from a third world country because they run so doggone much, and then it finally kills them. They say, "Well, he ran himself to death, that he loved it."
Yeah.
Fat people never get that.
No.
Never. I mean,
Rick,
what's the first thing they discuss at the funeral? I tell you, if L.A. would have laid off,
He took care of himself.
He
a little
took care of
better.
himself.
Yeah.
Better this wouldn't have happened. Couldn't you say that about a runner who runs himself to death?
If he'd have just run to get the pizza, he'd have made it.
Couldn't you say that about a mountain climber? I tell you how they couldn't. They wouldn't have fallen if they wouldn't have been climbing up. Can they not? Have they not climbed enough?
And I'll be honest with you, if you poll them, it's really not a good statement because they love climbing mountains, probably falling off of mountains they didn't love that much.
Greg, I'm going to bet that's right.
I'm just saying you make that
So
statement.
they really didn't die doing what they love.
No,
That's what they love.
They love climbing. They didn't like falling. They love training lines, not being eaten by one.
You know what, Greg?
Two different things.
Greg, you've changed that whole deal.
Yeah.
You know what mountain climbers like? To get to the peak, not fall off of it.
Yeah, the part of falling off they didn't love.
Yeah, animal trainers did not. No, the part of what they loved is not being bitten by the animals.
No.
Or torn apart by the animals.
Base jumpers love floating down in a parachute, not falling like a rock.
Big ones love eating, but they don't love dying of a heart attack.
Right. So if we'd all be consistent, though.
Yeah.
This is one of those things I'd like to hear from Nopi on.
No, yeah, come on.
I mean, being serious.
Nopi's got other problems.
What would
Yeah,
Nopi
but it's
think about a trainer?
If he's going to chime in on anything, this would be a good thing for him
that
to
is a
chime
good
in on.
point. That is a good point.
Yeah, that and Speedy's already said we need to hear from Dickie on the Crimson Cruise.
Yeah, it cranks up on Valentine's Day.
There's a Crimson Cruise where Alabama fans get to cruise with their favorite Alabama players from Crimson Tide history.
They got to have more than one boat to get out to meet that demand. One boat is not going to do it.
And the boat doesn't leave till what? High tide.
Okay.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, with big
Oh,
rock
boy.
singers,
Oh,
we
baby.
got golden fingers, and we're loved everywhere.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. We got a lot to uncover again today. We certainly want to chat with you. But first, we start this hour with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. From the No Name Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. Thank you for being with us as we go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've already given you a kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler now joins us for the YouTube experience. Lord of the Jacket, still earning his degree in common sense. Taking your phone calls today. And Rick and Bubba University at 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number I've already given you. We'll unpack the stories of the day, but first we're missing somebody. The silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of Rick and Bubba, your two fat buddies on the radio, and your media connection to the real world.
That's right. That's important. Everybody.
It's too high to get over. It's too low to get under. Stuck in the middle.
You just want to be starting something.
Yeah, Michael had it going on right there.
Whew.
That was getting too weird.
Yeah. Doggone it. You know, it's...
It hurt to see him slide off the hill, didn't it?
Well, as we said, sometimes...
A lot of us kind of grew up with Michael.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in the same age group, and
Look,
you know, watching him grow up and becoming a fan, and then seeing how weird he got, and weirder and weirder.
Well, look, there were two things that we have really had to struggle with, and how about this? It's been a burden going forward because of these. Your Michael Jackson, us growing up, and you know him being the greatest entertainer we'd ever seen, and then him going weird, and then Bill Cosby. It's like I didn't want to live in a world where Michael Jackson turns out to be possibly some kind of child predator, and Bill Cosby is a sexual deviant. I just didn't want that to be true.
And in a strange twist, Eddie Murphy's a stay-at-home dad.
Isn't that a weird one? Isn't that something? You just never know. But you know, the biggest problem you find with the Mikes of the world, and with so many before him throughout time, really, is one of the most dangerous things that human beings can ever be given is exactly what they want.
Oh, boy, boy. And I think, too, and something that I think every human has to guard on, no matter what you do, the most addictive drug on the planet is applause. Mm-hmm. And I think it's much more addictive even than some of these drugs that we have out today.
Well, it also gives you apparently a false sense that you live by different rules.
Right.
And that is and you saw it. I was watching a documentary just the other and I thought about you, and you're absolutely right when you say that, because it's a true human flaw. It was an interview, and I tell you it was, Greg. It was Kip Winger.
Great Kip Winger.
Kip Winger, and he
what
said,
a great name.
and he talked about all the bad things that came with being a rock star, and he said, but if there was one part of it that I loved and would and wish I could have had more of it, was that little window in there, and it's to your point, where you're playing packed arenas and stadiums.
Yeah.
And the crowd's going wild.
Yeah.
He said, if I could have had more of that,
yeah.
And he said, now that I still want.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of it I don't want. You know, but now that that was worth everything I went through.
Yep.
And And I thought about that. Yeah, I know why. Because that's the drug.
It is.
You
It's
know?
very addictive.
That
very
is the drug.
Addictive.
Bubba,
If you don't think so, we have the electronic version of it today called likes.
Yeah, that is it.
That's true.
Well, you remember when we watched The Social Dilemma, which was that documentary that brought so much clarity to this fake world versus the real world. And when you go to the poor son of a guns that came up with this stuff, they're like, well, they underestimated that. See, they we just thought it'd be something. That we could find a way to monetize this technology. We didn't know it would ruin people's life, and they become obsessed with how many likes they get.
Yeah,
that really was never our intention. But they forgot that human flaw.
Yep, and it is a human flaw, and you got to guard against it.
Yep,
nothing wrong with applause, but you got to guard against it.
Well, the key is
because everybody wants the stamp of approval of fellow people.
Yeah, where it becomes problematic. If you've heard this before. For those of us that have been redeemed, we're now focused on the applause of an audience of one, or
should be,
Yeah, that was the struggle that I was getting to, and that's what should be. But here's the thing: it's one thing for the encouragement to be coming because you're doing the right thing. Where human beings fall into problem is when the applause is so important. I'll do anything to get it. Even though what I would have to do to get an applause is actually going against the audience of one.
Right.
But I'll do it because it'll get me the world's applause. And that's where it all comes apart. And then what does the world say? That wasn't enough applause, was it?
Yeah, how about a little more?
Yeah.
How about a little more?
And the flesh says that. How much more applause you want? The flesh says, well, just more.
It's the default of dopamine.
Right. How many more arenas you want to play? More. It's ruining your life, don't you? That's all right. I like that applause.
Add one more venue.
Right. Add one more. You know what the flesh says when you say how much do you want? The flesh always says more of everything and you know what the flesh says? And oh, by the way, you're only going to feel good about this for a short period of time, and you're going to be begging for it again. You'll never be satisfied with it.
The memory the next morning is never as good as the show the next night.
Nope. Yep. 15 minutes past the hour. 866 is the number. 866 We Be Big. We'll get to those today. A lot of updates today as well when the show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Beauty and we sing about truth at $10,000. Five copies for my mother.
Well, Katy Perry, one of the latest celebrities to get caught in their own traps, this involving her racist shoes.
Rick, there's nothing more satisfying to me than when you have a left-wing liberal that is hung up in political correctness, like it's a net.
It's happening a lot.
Yeah, it sure is.
You know why? It's everywhere.
Well,
Yes.
that's why we for years and years said this is a slippery slope. It's going to get out of control. You can't say nothing. You can't think for yourself because the thought police is going to be out there. And now they're armed with social media, which they can energize their followers almost immediately, who apparently that's all they do is sit around and look at social media, none of them go to work. And I don't know how our employment numbers are as good as they are, honestly. I wonder sometimes. So Katy Perry is caught up. According to a spokesperson for her, in order to be respectful and sensitive, the team is in the process of pulling the shoes. According to someone close to Katy Perry, they told that to TMZ. The shoes were previously being marketed at Walmart and other stores. Now, the shoe, it's a shoe without a heel in it. It's kind of a slip-on. It's a black shoe. You see it there, and it has a face on it. I thought she was probably just trying to be creative with it. But Rick,
just putting a face on a shoe is what they're doing.
Where it goes south here is that the shoe has blue eyes, and thus it is on a black face. So that is being interpreted as a black face shoe.
Of course, I know y'all said it earlier in the kickoff hour, but a lot of you may not have heard that. But I agree. No, what they did was put eyes, a nose, and some lips on a pair of black shoes.
That's right.
And we offer shoes in different colors. And
Yeah.
we always have a black line of shoes. Like we said, black and white are not always tied to skin tone. There are actually colors in the color scheme that people deal with. So they can be used and not have any racial meaning at all, right?
Yeah, there's accounting terms that deal with color. It has
Exactly.
nothing to do with skin color.
But when people like Katy Perry and all these cave, she should have just come out and said, these are shoes with eyes on them. It has nothing to do with the color. If you don't like them, don't buy them.
Yeah, but that's I
Are
get.
they going to keep the honky shoe out there? They got a honky version too. Did you see it?
Yeah, it's a tan one.
Have y'all seen the honky one?
It is.
Yeah.
They got one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
But does it stay?
does only the black shoe go?
Because I mean, I don't know. I bet.
Now keep in mind, this is the same woman who said she has a dartboard with President Trump on it in her house for stress relief.
Yeah, well, see, that doesn't get her any coverage on this. Now, Rick, this just follows up 2 weeks where blackface has been in the news. We've had the governor in Virginia, fashion brands Gucci and Prada.
All really conservative people.
As well as the classic movie Mary Poppins, all have been targeted recently.
Mary Poppins.
They even tried to get Mary Poppins.
For allegedly using offensive blackface imagery.
Guys, that's not. Now, I will say this. The pictures from the Virginia, you got a guy in blackface and another guy dressed like the Klan. Yeah, that's racist. That's I give you that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean everything.
No.
Well, again, we've talked about it. When are we coming down on Kimmel and them for their little deal they did when he was doing some
seen
basketball player that he was supposed to be? I don't think it's offensive, but if we're going to be that way, why do they get a pass?
If I again, and I know this is what got Megyn Kelly fired, but by having the audacity to ask the question, can we clarify that if you are pretending to be someone who is African American and you're not doing it as disrespect, you're doing it as a tribute, or you're just dressing as that movie star,
Rick,
that singer?
No, not
Rick.
allowed.
I know you
It's
can't
not
anymore.
Yeah, but why
It's not
get
allowed.
she got
Intense-
fired for bringing it up?
Yeah, intent's out the window. It's what I think you're doing. If what matters is what I think.
The ugly sweater, was it Gucci that had the ugly sweater last week?
They had
that
eyes
came up
on it.
over your face. It was, like we said, the most offensive thing. It was $900. We've pulled those. Again, come out and go, I'm sorry.
But again,
it's just an ugly sweater. It's nothing
I'm
racial.
just trying to figure out what society I'm living in. But African American people can pretend to be other races, and that's fine.
I guess so.
Oh yeah. You remember the two comedians that dressed up like white fraternity or sorority girls?
White
What was it?
chicks.
White chicks.
It was Wayans Brothers. Funny movie.
Yeah.
Well, coming to America.
Eddie Murphy.
Do you remember Eddie Murphy not only in the movie, but when he did the skit on Saturday Night Live about living as a white man?
Yeah.
Which was hilarious.
Well, that's hilarious.
He had to
Bubba,
practice
we had a sense of
greeting
humor.
cards. Remember that?
See,
so he
that's
could get the
funny.
language down.
But isn't that bad?
Isn't that great?
Wasn't that bad when we had a sense of humor?
We had a sense of humor, and we thought
What about
stereotypes were
mimes?
funny, and we didn't.
Can
But
I tell you
now-
something? When Eddie Murphy made his skin and himself look like a white person to show. That's right, baby. Changing the landscape of radio forever. Thanks for being with us, not only on radio, but on YouTube, on our TuneIn app, podcast archives, YouTube archives. It's all there. All right. There's no reason to be without the show anymore. You can get it anywhere, anytime, any place.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
It's a new day. Has Trump been indicted again for something else? Do you
Probably
know?
so. Something's happened. Yeah, you were telling me, and we'll update that coming up when we gather the information. I'm sure it has. So yesterday's Bible study is archived. Speaking of archives, you can go get that. First 6 verses of the Revelation 17. So if you want to see that, that's available on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. So on that note, it was so funny. I had an interesting conversation with my wife this morning. So, and I can't say the person's name right, so just know that. But so today we were in our daily Bible reading together. We were finishing as part of the layout. It's one of those plans, and they're really good. You read something from the Old Testament, you read something from the New Testament, you read a psalm, and you read a proverb every day. And there's a certain amount of verses in each one of those categories you read. So in the New Testament part today, we were finishing Romans 16. Now, if you've done your background work on the book of Romans, the scholars and the theologians, they're almost 100% in agreement that it is the most powerful book of the Bible. Now, that's certainly debatable, but I'm talking about it's held in very high regard.
Right.
Many people will say, and today we noticed at the end, it looks like Paul's even saying this, that if even though Paul had an encounter with Jesus after the resurrection, versus the others, that this would be Paul's gospel.
Right.
You know,
and it really sums up Christian living.
Oh yeah,
as far as putting it all together.
Of course, Romans 1 right now is just see the United States of America 2023. but anyway, so he's wrapping up, and when they wrap up these letters, and those of you that may not be familiar with this, a lot of the New Testament, they're letters, from Paul, a lot of them, and then of course Luke that's doing the history of the new church in Acts, and then of course his gospel. But these many times John, same thing. The churches would read these letters, and they come from John, they come from Paul, and so this letter was to the church in Rome, in Romans, and so it is held in very high regard. And you hear people all the time, if you only had one book of the Bible, you were on an island, which one would it be? Romans, and it really is a powerful book of the Bible. And so incredibly written by God through Paul. Well, at the end, and there's been much debate about this. Those of you that may or may not know this too, the history of this, when Paul had his encounter with Jesus, he was the lead zealot persecuting the church, and I mean imprisoning people, killing people. He'd gotten a new license, that it was approved by, the government, which it was a theocracy, the Pharisees.
He had the letter.
He had the letter
with
to
a
go,
stamp on
to go grab anybody he wanted to and bring them in.
Mm-hmm.
So then he has an encounter with Jesus, and this same zeal that he had against the church, Jesus now puts him to work for the church. And one of the things that he's told by Ananias is all the things that he must suffer for Christ. So, which I know is not a popular message in some circles, but anyway, that was said, and he did have a lot of difficulty. And one of them is because of this encounter, he was blinded, that his eyesight never fully got back. He always struggled seeing. And so that's one theory, and some people even said that might have been the thorn in his flesh that he was asking to be removed. I'm not sure I believe that, but it's possible. And so he would dictate these letters, and he would let you know if he was writing it with his own hand. And there's places where he tells you, I'm writing this with my own hand. Yeah. But most of the time he was dictating this, and at the end, usually the person who's writing it, their name is acknowledged. Mm-hmm. So at the end of Romans, and the guy's name is like Tetrus or something like that. I, Tetrus, who am writing this, give you greetings as well. So I said, well, that's a big deal. And Cher said, what are you talking about? I said, wow, can you imagine you being that guy?
Yeah.
And she goes, what do you mean? And I said, I mean, here's the guy that dictated the book of Romans. And she goes, he's just writing what Paul said. He didn't write it. I said, no, I know that. She goes, Rick, he's just a secretary. And I said, well, it's a little different to be Earl's secretary at State Farm, okay, and be the person who was writing what the Apostle Paul was saying from God, and it turns out to be the book of Romans. Tell me you'll give me that. Yeah, it might be a secretary, but it's a big-time responsibility.
It is.
Would you agree?
And they didn't
That's a little different
they
than
didn't
being
have
Gail
erasers.
over at Earl's office, who's listening to your claim.
No word processor.
Right.
No erasers.
Yeah.
I mean, they had to get it right
Yeah,
time.
Don't you think?
What if you got all the way through and you misspelled
Right,
something?
I know. Well, listen, don't you think? And of course, I immediately went to the Brian Regan bit, and she goes, "I cannot believe we're having this conversation." I said, "I don't think you're giving this guy the props. I mean, that's a pretty high honor." And so anyway, I said, "All right, let's picture this: we're sitting around at dinner, we're friends, and you know how you do." You remember that time, Greg, when Spider-Man Handsome wanted you to know he'd been to Iceland, he'd ask you if you've ever been to Iceland.
Yeah.
You know,
Hey, you ever been to Iceland?
Hey, you ever been to Iceland? So I said, can you imagine being at dinner and everybody's talking, everybody's telling their stories, and all she said, ever read the Book of Romans?
You know, I jotted that down.
Yeah, and everybody
from
said,
Paul,
you might recognize my name right there in 16 at the end.
Right.
I give a little greeting to everybody. Yeah, you're in the Book of Romans. Yeah. Huh? So you get your ID out, Tetris. So yeah, Paul was talking to me. I wrote it.
I'm the one.
Yeah. Wasn't that how you bring it up? Ever read the Book of Romans? So I thought that was a pretty big deal. I know it's not the same thing as being the Apostle Paul who's actually saying what God is saying. I got that, but I still think if you're the one he's saying it to, and you're writing it down, and you get in the Romans 16 and get a shout out,
that's pretty big.
I got to tell you, I think that's pretty big.
It is.
And
did she finally give you that? Finally?
She does this thing with me where she will realize that if she continues, that over here in like an archer, with his quiver. In my quiver, I have many more one-liners. So if she continues to go down this road, I'm just going to keep firing.
Okay.
So what she usually does is kind of what I would call the closest thing to a surrender that Sherry can muster.
Yeah.
She will literally look, and here she was, like picture holding the Bible.
Is the word clown in it?
Because we still needed to read our psalm and our proverb.
Okay.
And and we don't have a lot of time because I need to get to work. So she basically took the Bible like this and looked at me and went. And rolled her eyes and just went back down and said, all right, Psalms 26.
Just moving on.
Yeah, right.
How's she doing getting up early? I mean, there's a physical toll to it. Okay?
She has a whole new appreciation.
Yeah.
I bet.
And there have been the rarest of days where, because what I do, and y'all know me, and those who don't know, Sherry has, back in January, made the commitment that we're going to read through the Bible this year together. And so we're going to do it before I go to work every day. So she's there. If y'all know how I do this. So this is her morning. I get up first. Okay. I go take my shower. I get myself ready. I go do my field of greens, and do all that. And then I come back. Okay. And of course now I'm stretching my back out. I come back and now she's got to get up. And so she's in there, and you just see a heap of cover, and you just see that beautiful blonde hair just so nestled in that little pillow. And this is what she gets. What's the story, morning glory?
That's her alarm clock.
Yeah, and she's like, huh? I said, time to read the Bible, baby. I said, let's get on our feet there, precious.
Let's go.
You still need to do your shake. Already done it. It's time. I didn't hear the blender. I was trying to be quiet for a little sweetie pie. I said, I don't want to wake up morning glory too quick. And she's just like, will you please just go back in there? I'll be in there. And then she gets up and she'll go over there, and it's right to that coffee pot. She got to get that coffee pot going.
Yeah,
but
sure.
she's told me, she said, I'll tell you what, it is absolutely true, and you'll agree. She goes, I see now. She goes, you went longer than I expected. She goes, but I see now, staying up late is just out.
Yes,
I mean, she said that they're
it's
just
murder row,
and
man.
She's more of the school of you. She needs 8.
Oh,
she's got to have 8.
have it.
She doesn't. She can't function on 6.
Okay,
so she's got to have the 8. So it's.
I'm so happy when I wake up and my CPAP machine will print. It has It stays up for about 30 seconds. Your details.
Yeah.
When I see 7 hours on there, I'm like, oh, thank you.
Yeah. What's the story, morning glory?
I won't be bumping into the microphone today because I can't see.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
White people are treated differently. That was hilarious.
Yes.
Okay, it was hilarious.
And he played the old Jewish man in Coming to America.
Yeah, Coming to America, which, by the way,
Rocky Marciano.
News just broke. I saw it just a second ago pop up. He has agreed to doing Coming to America, the sequel.
Yeah.
So
Didn't he get sued for ripping that screenplay off? Didn't he have to pay somebody that claimed they had written it?
I don't know.
Yes.
But he was also dressed as Richard Simmons in the one of the clumps.
Yeah.
There's nothing offensive.
Think of it.
Even
he was dressed as Richard. But again, it's funny. Who cares?
But
Greg, I think you were smarter over here.
I think I was.
But how about this? But to the point, the answer is yes. We can no longer put black color on your skin at all or on your shoes.
Rick, according to Adidas, you can't even have white shoes.
Yeah, for Black History Month, flip it. It wasn't black enough.
Right.
We tried to have a Black History Month shoe from Adidas, and they got mad because it had too much white on it, and it was made out of cotton.
So the Black History
That's
shoe,
true. It's not made up story.
The Black History shoe was not black enough, but then if you do a black shoe, it's too black.
Yeah, try to keep up with it.
Well, that's political correctness. You never know.
But
it's
again,
a moving target.
I can't live my life afraid of hue, H-U-E. I can't.
Exactly.
I mean,
but
I'm
again,
just.
Adidas should go, look, this is the shoe. This is it. There's no bad intent here. Buy it or don't buy it. I mean, don't cave in.
Well, you said it, Greg. I remember, of course, it got you in a lot of trouble. When you were younger. I remember this so vividly. When you told our mother when she got very upset about your hair and you wouldn't get a haircut, and you said, I'll never forget it. I didn't even know where I was standing because it was such a bad scene.
Oh, boy.
When you said to our parents, if this is the biggest problem this family has to face, let's drop to our knees right now and thank God above that our biggest obstacle today is Greg's hair.
Yeah, that didn't go over well.
No.
Yeah, I bet that did.
Hey, and you paid a price for it?
Well, they proved to me that it was an obstacle.
Yeah, it was.
And it was bigger than I thought it was.
But
You had to-
I
you
thought
had
I had a
to
good point, but
explain
evidently I didn't. But what I'm saying is, what
Doesn't apply.
Let me tell you, let me tell you why this is not good for the things that still need to be done for African American people. No one's going to take the real problem serious. Because we're getting to the point now, like you said earlier, I guess all the real problems have been solved.
Yeah.
If all we got now is eradicate Katy Perry's black shoes, then we need to be celebrating today.
Absolutely.
And see, that's the
We're
problem.
down to blackface and fixing all the evil of blackface. Then we've come a long way.
We have. 15 minutes past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. And our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information about the Rick and Bubba Show. Shop the Rick and Bubba store today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So they have found, or they now have ownership of a letter on God and the Constitution written by George Washington. It is up for sale, spending decades in a private collection. The letter to Richard Peters, Speaker of the Pennsylvania House, signed September 7th, 1788. Picture having this.
Mm-hmm.
And praises God. Uh-oh. Praises God for the ratification of the U.S. Constitution. And it was written a week after Washington told Alexander Hamilton that he would likely accept calls to assume the presidency. The letter came at a time when the Constitution was under attack. Some states wanted to hold a second convention that they may have to undermine the Constitution. And then now here's the problem. If you start trying to read what George Washington actually wrote, he's so much more educated than anybody else in our time.
It's kind of hard to read. The way it's written because he's actually writing in English.
But he's talking about God's providence over our country, and he is praising God for giving influence.
Wait, read it like he wrote it. Can you read it?
Well, I'll try.
Read it. Go back up just a little bit.
You want me to go in the story? Okay.
Yeah, back up about right there. Hold.
Bubba, you're gonna
right
make
there.
me. You know how
I
difficult
want you to
this
read
is?
that. And see what
Well,
that
let me
is.
go back. Hold on. Let me go back.
You know I can't read it. So
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
Oh, here we go. Is this him?
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
It would seem from the public.
No, we'll keep going.
That's not him.
No, that's not what we're talking about.
Okay, there's another one.
It's the
That was him, but that's not what he's wanting.
yeah yeah. Keep going.
Oh, now he's using the term "I know not" instead of
Formidable.
"I don't
Yeah
know."
yeah. Okay, right there is where you start.
But the providence which has hitherto smiled on the honest endeavors of the well-meaning part of the people of this country. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Everybody, it looks good. Everybody looks good at the beginning. Get on your mark. Everybody go. Like you shot from a gun. Well, that's a hard part, son. Everybody say it. At the starting line. So, Bubba, this next story, this is your world. I'm not updated on this. What's happening?
It's not my world. I just think it's a very interesting story today. A cache of more than 800 Civil War era gold coins.
How about that?
Have been recently unearthed in a Kentucky cornfield. A treasure worth millions. Experts are calling one of the greatest finds of the 21st century. It's hard to put into context because there are so few instances of coins of this nature with this level of rarity being found in the ground in the United States, according to a spokesman from the NGC. This is the group that certifies these things. They're a third-party grading service, and they're in Sarasota, Florida. They're calling it the Great Kentucky Hoard. currently valued
Boy, be careful with
at
that.
more than $2 million.
title.
They're saying it's like hitting the lottery.
So, did we have a listener tied to this that maybe he's going to cut us in?
You know, I usually don't get involved in lottery stuff. I'm kind of cheering for that guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Come on. We're pretty big in Kentucky. Come on. Tell me one of our people got it.
Okay.
Throw Rick and Bubba some coins.
Help
a brother out.
The finder of the coins and the exact location of the apparent buried treasure is still a mystery as for now. Those aware are honoring the request to keep names of the people and where the coins was found anonymous at this point. Due to the value of the discovery, the security, and the risk of others who desire to treasure hunt themselves, you could see that would be a problem.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you see these stories. Nothing like that ever happens to me.
Never.
You know, I mean, and I'm
Never.
not talking about $2 million.
Never.
I mean, like if I reach down to pick a dime up on the street, I usually lose my balance and fall. You know what I mean? I can't even get a lousy 10 cents. You know.
Well, it's just like I was talking with. So I've got a couple of friends that they're in the real estate business, and so we're still probably a year away before we start getting ready to sell our house and move to the farm and maybe even more. But so it's not like it's happening right now. And so I was checking in. I said, hey, let's talk about the market. And they all said this. They said, well, here's the good news. Even though interest rates are going up, and it's certainly not as hot as it was, there's still a supply and demand issue. There's more people that want houses than houses are for sale.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. And they said, so you're still going to do real well. I said, no. I won't. Let me assure you. let me assure you I won't. Whatever is happening right now, when I get ready to put the sign in my yard, it'll tank. I promise you. And I said, so
it's like when I buy a stock. I think I personally killed AOL Time Warner.
Right. Sherry came in the other day. She goes, you know what that house up the street from us so far? I said, poor baby. Poor sweetheart. Thank you for telling me that. Of course, that won't happen for us, and you need to know that.
No.
Whatever those people benefited from will ruin.
Yeah.
I said, and I'm sorry you've married me, but I if you want to see something tank, just put me on it.
Yeah. Oh, we've all met the guy that was like cutting his yard, and somebody walked up to him and said, "Hey, man,
never happened.
I like your house. I'll give you
Oh,
cash
yeah,
offer."
I hear those
for it."
all
It's
the
like,
time.
What?
These cash offer people never happen.
And then they make an offer you can't refuse.
Yeah. I could live in Warrior, and the cult wouldn't even buy my house.
I had.
We want all of them, but we don't want them.
I couldn't even get the cult to walk up with a roll of money.
I had a guy who knows a guy firsthand who literally had somebody knock at his door and offer him
I know
twice the value of his house not too long ago.
Those things really happen. Those people do that to mess with.
I'm with you.
I think this happened in this case.
And the guy's always in overalls and he thinks he didn't have any money. Why is that always like
pulls
that?
out cash.
Let me tell you
those things really happen. Or is this just a mysterious overall guy?
Little person living in the attic. Is that?
The thing about this coin find in Kentucky, I think a lot of people, the old joke. I mean, old folks that lost money in the Depression or whatever. A lot of them didn't trust banks, and they would bury money in their yards and the fruit jars. We've all heard.
I know
about
some
that.
people still do that.
But I think too, especially pre and Civil War days when armies were marching on towns and burning everything, a lot of people buried stuff in the ground, and a lot of it probably has never been found. I always wanted to be one of these guys that go out with a metal detector, and I've got one, but I just never got good enough at it. I mean, all I did was find rusty nails and
Absolutely.
stuff.
Yeah,
that's about all I've got.
Never...
Hey, look, I got a can of rusty nails. I have not found anything that's remotely as valuable as what this thing cost me.
I couldn't even pay for the metal detector what I found. But I have a friend that travels all over the country and does these kind of things. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Rick, so you're saying Gary hadn't been plowing a new green field and said, "Hey, you ain't gonna believe what I found out here."
No. What would happen to me? This is how it would work for me. Okay, I would find something, and it would be on the watch of a skeleton. I would dig up the skeleton, look at the watch, and be arrested for the murder.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about, like your house. It'd be my luck that I would be metal detecting. I would find something, and I think, oh, good, there's a treasure here, which will make it more valuable. It ended up being Indian pottery, and they would declare the whole land. They couldn't sell it.
That's exactly what would happen.
Like, what?
Yeah, you had to build a monument, and that's all you.
I don't know what it is. I just, it's the reason why I think what God tries to tell me, Rick, do what you know and stick with what you do. When you try to venture out and think you can have some big windfall, doing something other than what you've been gifted to do, it ain't ever going to work out.
Now,
just keep grinding at what you do. You've done okay.
Aside from
quit trying to have something that's just going to fall from the sky. It ain't going to happen with you.
Aside from this never happening. I would like to see some of the coins.
I would too.
And I would like to know who owned them and who buried them and why they did it. I think that would be interesting.
I'm more interested in found treasure than y'all think I am.
Oh, yeah. When I see one of these things where they found a ship and it's loaded down with booty.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You just wanted to say that.
No, that's what they always
That's what you wanted to say.
Greg, you've been waiting this whole segment to say it.
I think you're confusing that with the hip-hop video for Fantastic Boy.
Rick, I remember how excited you got about the Atosha that time.
I was very excited about the Atosha.
Hidden treasure, I'm all
Well,
about.
think about it, what you just said. It's not just the treasure. It's, hey, how did all this happen? Where did it come from? Who had it?
Yeah.
Here's the deal on
I
this.
like that history stuff.
And I think some of these governments are killing the treasure hunters because they come in and claim it.
Oh, yeah.
Then they're the ones that went out and risked their lives to find it out in the ocean.
I got to tell you, I always stop if National Treasures is on. The movie.
Oh, yeah.
I love
Let me
both
tell you
of
what would happen. I could go and do all the training so I could deep dive. Okay. I could be best in class. Okay. I could get a ship, put it together, get all of it together, get it all financed. I could go out and find the ship. I could find it. And everybody crying on the boat for how wonderful it is. Do you realize how much value is down there? We're all excited. I would be eaten by a shark.
As you're reaching for the coin.
I'd be reaching for the first pile of gold, and I would be eaten by a shark. That's how it would work for me.
Now, in this story, because I'll admit I wasn't paying attention. Am I repeating? What made them know to look here? Did they accidentally find it?
Well, they don't say.
Or was this somebody had a map? Or I'm plowing corn, and all of a sudden I go, look at this.
Yeah, the ground kind of turns over as you plow it anyway. So, things come to the top. I mean, every now and then you find weird stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's weird.
That's always part of the fun of plowing green fields because you never know what's going to, come up.
Listen,
that's a great time to go look at arrowheads and all that.
Perfect example. We plowed the first time I ever bought bought the hunting land that we've had now for a few years that was connected to the original 80 acres that we bought 15 years ago. We start plowing. I said, yeah, baby. Hey, look at all this stuff. You know what we found out? It was a dump. All we were doing was pulling up trash that people been going back in those woods and throwing their trash away.
Greenfield, though, was really green.
Now I will tell you this. It did turn out to be great soil because all that stuff had become what's it called when it all goes away? Deteriorate. I couldn't think of the word.
Breakdown. Whatever.
That's not a tough word, Rick. People use it all the time. Yeah. I would never find this. I'm glad some people can because it's interesting. But
I wish they would not tell who they are, not tell what the location is. Now I'm really pulling that it's close to the Cumberland, Lake Cumberland, where some friends of mine live. Good luck to them. Yeah. But I wish they would just tell the story of how they found it.
Yeah.
Stay anonymous, but I'd like to know more.
Yeah, I want to know how you.
This would be me.
Anybody know in Kentucky?
And I also have what I call the almost there. The mayonnaise. Okay, I have a lot of my whole life's full of these. If I go hunt somebody's land that says you ain't gonna believe the deer we're seeing. When I go there, nothing will move. We'll see nothing, and know what they'll say. Mayonnaise moving yesterday. Okay, I mayonnaise fish. Man, we're catching lunkers. You need to get down here. Man, I'm here. I left work and immediately came here. And I don't know why they're not buying today. Mayonnaise killing it yesterday. So that's the way. So I could find this, and somebody says, you know what? We've looked at the paperwork. If you'd have found this, like say 2 years ago, it'd be worth $20 million. Okay, well, how about now? Well, things have changed and currency and all this. You got about $300 in here.
Yeah, about a good $300.
But if you'd if you'd have found this 2 years ago,
Rick, my luck, I could plow up a treasure chest with gold blocks, think I had made it. They would roll in and go, "Oh, this is Nazi gold that was stolen." What's your last name and where are you from? And I'm like, oh no, not that.
Yeah, I just don't.
This.
Yeah, I know some people get this kind of stuff. I just don't think I'm ever going to have that kind of stuff. And you don't want me around because I'll ruin it. 14 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wow.
Hitherto.
I'm
going to start using that.
I took a stab at it. I don't know if it's right.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, you're right.
But anyway, the bottom line is that
right there, Rick. Read the rest of it.
But he is saying that that the Constitution came and was written with the guiding influence of God.
Will not, I trust.
But I'm going to say that again. He's praising the ratification of the Constitution, saying that that God inspired and helped write the Constitution.
So let's just measure this against
freedom from
current
religion?
interpretation. That does not sound like he is separating church from state because it ain't in there. It ain't in there.
You're talking about the fact that they held services in all the government buildings that were Christian services, and you can look in the Library of Congress of all the comments they made on what denomination the pastor was that day.
I know. It's just the whole thing.
Now, you didn't have to go.
It's been taken out of context.
You didn't have to go.
It was taken out of context. It was in a letter, and it was to protect churches from the government, not the other way around.
Right.
But anyway.
But there you go.
We've beat that dead horse.
As a matter of fact, when the mayor of Houston tried to tell the pastors what they couldn't preach about homosexuality, see, that's what they were really trying to stop.
Right.
Was that
exactly
not that the church would influence the government, that the government would not influence the church and change theology and rewrite the Bible. But anyway, like all tyrannical governments do when they take over. But anyway, so this letter, let's talk about it. Priced at $140,000. So you can get it. It's up for your bidding. They said that the artifacts have attracted plenty of attention in recent history. How about this? A lock of the founding fathers' hair, for example, was recently sold at auction for $35,000. Whose hair was it?
And say it,
How
Craig.
you gonna prove that?
Now, was
There
that
it is.
wig they were wearing, or was that the real hair?
Powdered wig.
They throw a wig on it.
Let me tell you something, Greg. Every time we say something, we can literally go 3, 2, 1. I didn't know that.
If I'm paying $35,000 for somebody's hair, you better let me know.
They say that we're.
I'm gonna unhook that microphone so he has to move back.
You remember
over.
remember last year? You remember yesterday, and we all knew it was going to happen. They say that monarch butterflies have reduced by as many as 30,000. 3, 2. Who counts butterflies?
Who counted those?
How do we know?
Well,
It's a good point, though.
I think it's a great point, Rick.
It is. Yeah, it sure
We
is.
should all ask that point.
I want to meet the guy that counted them, and I want somebody to check and see if he's good at it.
So we now have a letter written by George Washington. By the way, if you study the faith of George Washington, I mean, you guys, I don't know how to break it down. Do you realize at one time you couldn't even be considered? You couldn't even be considered to be on the Supreme Court if it was not proven that you were a devout follower of Jesus.
No.
You couldn't even be considered because they didn't want anybody. They certainly didn't force that on you, but they thought that would be something that they'd love to find in somebody.
Nobody wants an established denomination
that everybody has
or
to be.
established religion, Rick.
No,
that's
of
what
course not.
that part of the reason they left England.
No, never.
But we've taken it to such an extreme the other way. It is ridiculous.
Thumbs down on theocracy, but it was not thumbs down on church and freedom and influence and principles. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. If you want to come in and chat with us, you can. Other stories still to come today. Did you see where Chris Pratt and Ellen may be going at it a little bit here?
This is Ellen Page, though, right? Not Ellen.
Correct. It's not DeGeneres. It's
Who is Ellen Page?
She's one of them actresses you've seen her, but you didn't know who it was.
Okay. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm not as interested in the It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. All right, so Lord of the Jacket's taking phone calls. Is there anybody in our audience that's ever found anything that was worth anything?
Yeah, have you ever had anything like that happen? Not from millions, but just anything that you found good.
Now, I got to tell you, though, I don't want anything that's not worth at least a kind of a wow. I want to be able to do that. Wow.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be millions, but I don't want it to be
I've
like
seen it.
Maybe you didn't even sell it. You just kept it.
Yeah. I've heard the people that they bought a house and then they were remodeling, so they knocked down a wall, and behind the wall was some treasure.
Never happened to me.
You know,
bag of money.
Yeah,
I would buy the house. I'd hear something behind the wall, be termites.
You know, there was we had a story not too long ago about somebody that was remodeling a house. I want to say around Chicago. It was one of the suburbs, and they had dug through the floor and down and found something that was valuable. You remember that? Yeah. I mean, it was crazy.
Never happened to me.
Nope.
I got $20 at Sonic one time. The drive-through.
You got 20?
I was sitting at a table and I look over, and somebody evidently they dropped their change and there was a 20 on the ground.
You just went ahead and took it.
Well, they were gone, and they didn't come back.
What do you
do? Finders keepers. How could you find them? Yeah, that would never happen to me either.
That's the most lucky I've ever gotten.
If a $20 bill was laying on the ground, this is how with this kind of stuff with money that comes out of nowhere and treasures. If $20 were on the ground, I would pick it up. I would be cuffed because I'd find out it was a counterfeit ring. And then I'd have to explain that I wasn't part of it. I didn't know. All right, so here's Jack and Coleman. All right, Jack, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, Rick, I was the one that recommended that you get somebody to detect your property and get on the podcast and talk about it. And I've been metal detecting for about a year and a half.
I would have known that if you'd never even said it. I can tell by your tone that you're a metal detector guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Studying old maps and getting out in the woods. Well, I ended up breaking my foot, and I found pennies and dimes of from the 70s and stuff, and I broke my foot and took a job at a car wash, and the boss said to sit down and take a break. I looked down underneath the chair on polished concrete floor, and there's a silver mercury dime from 1940 inside the car wash office.
Did you go ahead and shut her down?
So wait a minute. So let me be sure I got this. You went out metal detecting through all kind of terrain.
What's the broke
ended
foot?
Up breaking your foot. You go to work in an office, and the best discovery you ever found was under your chair?
Yes.
That's it. That's fantastic.
Did it fall out of your pocket, or how did it get there?
Well, there's change. They take the carpets out and the seats, and I picked up about 3 Dixie cups full of change all over his little parking lot on crutches. And he tells me to go in the office and sit down. And I'm sitting there taking a break, and I look over. From about 20 feet, I recognize the back of a mercury dime, and I wheeled over there and flipped it over. 1940 mercury dime.
One more question. Since you've been out metal detecting,
What's that
do you run into a lot of old wells and things, or have you ever almost fallen into one?
Not wells, but I did find an old shack, and I found a lot of old gardening tools. That's wrought iron. I found some pieces of old wagon from back in the wagon days. I found shell casings. My oldest one is from 1872.
Wow.
Interesting and stuff. A lot of shotgun holes from the early 20s.
Rick, would you like an old wagon wheel?
I would.
To put like nail on the side of a barn?
I absolutely would.
Cool.
I absolutely would.
Or maybe by your mailbox. Or
I'm going to put that over there with buckskin suit.
Yeah, put it on there.
Yeah, I would like an old wagon wheel. And I want it to look cool.
Now, what kind of dime did he say that was?
A mercury
dime from
What's
the 40s.
That mean?
I have no idea.
Yeah, so it's worth now. It's worth 25 cents.
If it's made out of mercury, I hope he was careful when he picked it
up.
Well,
the part about the story that is ironic is that he's been through all that out there, broke his foot, and he gets in a car wash and sits down and finds something that's more valuable than anything else he found out there.
That's like spending all weekend deer hunting. I pull up at the house and there's deer all in the front yard. And you're like, why have I spent all weekend hunting right here?
You talking my wife sent me the biggest buck that I've ever seen in the wild that was running behind the Indian crest while I was out in the woods seeing nothing. Let's go to.
How much are they worth now? Do you say?
Does this say Santa?
Santa. Oh, you go into that.
Well, Santa, go ahead.
Hey guys, I've talked to you before.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
so
Is your
I have found.
Is your name Santa?
Yeah.
Okay. I love it.
Chris Kringle.
Last name Claus. Anyways, so I have found all kinds of cool stuff. There's a place in Florida down near Gainesville, probably 45 minutes away, called Ichituckney Springs. I would go there as a kid. I went there, but then I've gone with church groups, youth groups, all that, and I know now to swim it. So I take mask and snorkel and all that, and I'll swim it, keep them safe, nobody getting in trouble, no youth running off like they shouldn't. So I find stuff. You're swimming along, you're looking. I found Mercedes keys, clearly labeled Mercedes.
Yeah.
I found diamond rings. Coolest thing I ever found, though, was a unopened bottle of Pepsi. Now, you remember, it's spring water, so it's 68 degrees, nice and cool.
Right.
You're swimming along, you see a bottle of Pepsi. I did what you'd have to do. I pulled it up, popped the top, rolled over, and drank it.
And?
Got
It was
diarrhea.
awesome.
Got diarrhea.
Yeah.
Was it a glass bottle or a plastic bottle?
Let's go to Mitch in Hoover. Mitch, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I was working for a good common friend of ours, and I'll just say I was in Orange Beach, and I moved out to a piece of property called Blackwater, and come to find out the naval bases in Pensacola years ago used that to come dump their scraps from their meals. And I guess they just kind of figured it didn't matter if they dumped the silverware, all of their plates, all that. Anyway, it was all over the property. So I started finding silver forks, knives that were very heavily embossed, I guess you would say, with anchors. Probably would have been something like Admiral's, silverware that they used. But I found it, and there was some that just had U.S. Navy on it. But I found a load of that kind of silverware, and I've got it to this day. That was pretty cool.
Have you ever tried to get
all kind of things.
You ever try to get it valued? Is it real silver? Is it worth anything?
Oh, yeah, it was real silver, and it was back from probably in the 40s. But I never have done that. But one day I may do it.
Yeah, I think
it'd be good just to know how much it's worth. Yeah. Even if you don't get rid of it.
Especially if Biden gets elected again. Top of the hour. By the way, what if somebody found that poll where it said Kamala Harris is doing a good job? I wonder if anybody's ever found it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pratt story. Now that I realize it's not Ellen,
Yeah.
who hosts the show. Because
Ellen
I really
Page.
don't care if somebody's upset with me. I don't even know who it is.
Some B actress.
Yeah, but it is one of the
my desk.
It ain't near as good as that guy on the wall.
There she
outfit.
is.
Yeah. Have you?
No,
I have seen her in some movies.
okay.
That owns me.
Yeah, Bubba's loving the guy who dressed up as the wall.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
I mean, what a great costume!
Yeah.
And did you notice the detail where his mouth is? It's actually bars you can see through.
That's a lot of work.
It was.
Yeah. So anyway, what happened was, and this is the thing, and I was actually talking with the guys who were here from Canada because they were telling me about what it's like to try to pastor a church in Canada, and I told them, I said, here, some of the things that are taking place, I said, it's not as far along as you guys are. I said, but Christians and the tenets of the Bible, biblical truths, there's an attempt, and it's still continuing to deem that as hate speech. And if they can ever get it deemed as hate speech, then they can
get
go
it
out,
outlawed.
they can go out and say, well, this has to be outlawed because the Bible says everybody can't do whatever they want to do, and people who believe that, they're going to have that point of view about people, and it's going to be hateful.
That's where we're headed.
We're already there. It's just they haven't quite pulled it off yet. But the
different pockets.
you know what I'm talking about? It's like they're throwing up 3-pointers. None of them have gone in yet.
No,
but they're still throwing them. So what happens is Chris Pratt undoubtedly, who we've had people send us stuff where he tries to use his platform to talk about his faith a little bit, and he's in it's a work in progress and has the same struggles that we do when you're trying to be in secular entertainment and walk that line of the world but not in the world. Sometimes you get it right, sometimes you mess up. But anyway, he was undoubtedly talking in an interview about him taking a 21-day fast.
It's part of his church.
It's part of his church and all that. Well, then this actress, Ellen Page, put out on Twitter. Of course, she wouldn't just talk to Chris face to face.
Sure.
Yeah. The way we do it now is if I have something I don't like about you, I put it out on Twitter or on my Facebook page or something like that. I don't speak to you directly. speaking to people directly also will get you the information you're looking for quicker. Can I just give everybody a heads up on that?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, what do you think? I wonder what they meant by that. Here's an idea. Ask us. But anyway, so so Chris Pratt says that she's out claiming that that he belongs to a church which hates a certain group of people and is anti-LGBTQ. And he said nothing could be further from the truth. He said the church I go to has open doors to anyone who wants to come in, which, again, this goes into the confusion of what the Bible says about those who have already decided to follow Jesus and are members of the church, their behavior. There's no rejection of anyone who has never made that decision, who wants to come in and hear and then decide whether they accept Jesus as for who he says he is or not. And so he's saying to say that about my church is incorrect. Now, if you want to say that the Bible that I believe in has a standard for that God has established for himself and for those who follow him for marriage and gender, well, that may be one thing. But going out claiming that the church goes out there and hates people because of the way they're living and bans them, he says is absolutely not true. So, and he goes on to talk about all the things that are there.
I tried to find the interview with Chris on Colbert, and I found when he asked about the Daniel fast here.
Okay. You've taken it beyond just lifting weights and and lean meats to something called the Daniel fast.
Yes.
What is the Daniel fast?
This is something I did just in this year. I just came off it a couple days ago. It's a 21-day fast. That's kind of, a lot of people are doing it. I did it through my church. It's based on Daniel.
The book of Daniel?
The book of Daniel.
The prophet?
The prophet Daniel, from the book of, from the Old Testament, the book of Daniel. He was a guy who, only ate fruits and vegetables and grains and didn't have any leavened breads and didn't have any animal products. And so I was inspired by my pastor. We do it. It's kind of like our Lent, give something up. And so for 21 days, I had no meat, no sugar, no alcohol. And it was actually amazing. It was really cool. Yeah, thank you. If you know how much I drink, you know that 21 days.
Is any part of the component being thrown into a lion's den? Because that's one of the few things I know about Daniel is that, you throw me in with some lions and fight them, I'll get in shape real quick.
Sick cardio. Yeah, lion fighting is sick cardio.
Yeah, what I would have said to Stephen Colbert right there, and I said, no, Stephen, you're now the lion's den.
Yeah, I'm currently there.
I'm actually in the lion's den by being on your show.
Yes.
That's right.
And talking about my faith, because y'all going to attack me like Ellen Page has.
Yes.
The version of going in the lion's den now, the reason why Daniel was thrown in the lion's den is because he would not reject God when it became law to reject God. Mm-hmm. And he wouldn't do it. That's how he got thrown into the lion's den. And then I would say, kind of like me coming on this show, I can talk about whatever I want to, but now that I'm talking about my faith, I won't be ripped to shreds, so I am in the lion's den. So thank you, Stephen, for bringing that up. Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
Great. And I don't want to, get into technicality of it, but I don't think he had to fight the lions.
No, the lions' mouths were closed, so there was no need for cardio there.
I think they sit down and was quiet.
The Lord God Almighty turned the lions into pillows.
Yeah.
And that was it. Of course, not so good for the people that tried to trick him being thrown in there after the king found out about that.
Yeah. Maybe that angel blocking them left.
Have you ever thought about that in the scripture? It says they started tearing them apart before they even hit the floor.
Oh, I know.
So I guess they jumped up in the air and started tearing them apart as they were falling down in there.
For a bunch, it was pretty docile.
By the way, the king can be mad, too. He didn't just throw them in there. He threw their wives and children in there, too, for some reason. Boy, king will get a point across, won't he? That's why it's not good to have them.
Yep. Get a little out of control.
That seemed a little like, hey, why don't we just throw the guys in there who did it? No, their whole family. The sins of a husband and a father do affect the wife and children. Yep. Just ask those that went falling down into the lion's den with daddy and hubby. Top of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up. If you're leaving us, have a big day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour. No Name Studio, bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. As you heard, the gang is all here. Tonight, Philadelphia, Mississippi. Rich Wingo. Hello, Philadelphia. Wingo's coming. He'll be there tonight talking to the Neshoba Baptist Association. They're all plugged into the men's discipleship strategy. They're heading into 40-week curriculum number 3 for their 3rd year. This is their kickoff. Wingo will be there tonight at the Baptist Center, and they'll have delicious catfish and hush puppies and a great meal. And you'll be there hearing from Wingo and then plugging into our next curriculum. So enjoy that tonight in Philadelphia, Mississippi. Austin, Texas, tomorrow night. I'll be there speaking at City Reach Church. I got a picture last night. They're getting all the small group leaders trained and ready to go. They'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy with our first 40-week curriculum, The Pursuit. So, and I'll be there bringing that message and plugging those men into those small groups tomorrow in Austin, Texas for their men's kickoff, and they've got a lot planned and games and great food and all this kind of stuff. And then on Sunday night, Starkville, Mississippi, 96.1, Scott Gorosky at First Baptist Church, Starkville, Mississippi. They're already in the strategy. This is their next gathering, then back into the small group. So go see Gorosky Sunday night. Bubba, as we open up this hour, I didn't know this. You and Greg seem to be in the know, and I think Helmsy obviously and Speedy. That I didn't know that Patrick Mahomes has a brother that is always causing problems.
Yeah, he's a bit of a handle.
It's minor stuff like putting stuff on social media and stuff like that.
Really?
He's not like a criminal. This time I haven't seen this one.
Let's see.
Up to this
He
point.
seems to do it at very inconvenient times for Mahomes, too.
Yeah.
Like, hey, right before the Super Bowl, we're doing something
Oh, really?
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Nah, right when there really didn't need to be any distractions.
Correct.
Isn't he kind of out there, too, a little bit?
Oh, yeah.
Is he? I don't know. I don't know anything about
The
him.
story you have, though, it's some more serious accusations towards him.
So there's a restaurant and lounge, I'd underline lounge. In Overland Park, Kansas, and it was at the center of the legal case against the brother of Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes. It's now available for lease to Bubba's was. The restaurant's social media pages posted for lease. The ad was posted days after announcing the restaurant was closed until further notice. Jackson Mahomes was arrested and charged with 3 counts of aggravated sexual battery.
Oh, that is a little worse.
And 1 count of misdemeanor battery in May after allegedly shoving a waiter and forcibly kissing the female owner of the restaurant. So there you go. And they're basically saying we can't stay open after all of this. We're at the center of this controversy. It's hard to own a company and go through everything we've gone through, so we are closed. We were close to making it, but then this whole thing happened. And what she's saying is restaurant people have been through enough through the pandemic and everything. We really didn't need Patrick Mahomes' brother to come in here and bring this on us. This was kind of the straw that broke our back.
Yeah.
So there you go. And so basically there's a business saying we were hanging on by a thread.
And that did it.
And Jackson Mahomes ruined it for us.
Now
So
his now this is all allegedly, reportedly, and
Of course.
his lawyer says he did nothing wrong.
There you go.
He said their investigation revealed that there was no evidence to all this.
Correct. So we'll see. But that is the, look out. If you look through time, let's look right now. We're looking at our current president. His brothers and his son. It's one of those things that it's an old saying, but it really is true. Your friends you can pick.
Your family you're born
your
with.
spouse you can pick.
Yep.
But your family.
Yep.
When all of a sudden they spank that bottom, you start crying. You've inherited them.
Yep.
You didn't have you. And if you go to marry someone, you marry into their family. Their family comes to the table.
Well, think just from a president standpoint. You've got, of course, Joe Biden's brother's a handle now. Bill Clinton had a handle with his brother Roger.
Billy.
You remember that?
What about Billy?
Billy was Jimmy Carter's
Yeah,
brother.
what about old Billy?
He was a handle. So
Billy
there's a long history of, hey, my brother's a handle.
Yeah. You talking to me about that?
Well,
yeah, right. Yes,
Roger is single.
I didn't think I needed to point
Right.
that out. I
noted-
thought it was a given.
I noticed you uncontrollably looked over here, and I was waiting to see the look so our eyes could connect. Welcome to the team, Greg.
Yeah, okay.
It's been great. You know, it's been fantastic.
Sure it has.
You haven't shut any restaurants down?
No,
That's good.
not yet.
But back to that, don't you know that is such a absolute bip?
Yes. My brother is the highest paid guy in the history of team sports. I just do what I want to do.
Well, and here's the thing, though. The brother should say, because I am the highest paid person in team sports, what do you need?
Yeah.
Why won't that should be what?
Hey, it goes back to what this one said when we opened the show.
Yep. Gotta have the
applause. My brother's
I'm a
has the
pseudo
applause.
celebrity.
I gotta have the applause.
I'm a celebrity vicariously through my brother.
Lady Gaga wrote a song about it.
I'll be an influencer.
And then there's that person that just can't ever get out of their own way.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter if they got money or no money. They just can't get out of their own way.
He's starved for attention.
Yep.
Period.
Yeah, and like y'all said, it is so true that and we've all been there. And at one time, I was that person. And it really was my attitude. People do not get their act together until they desire to do so. And what we try to do is make somebody desire something that they just don't desire.
Right.
And so you have to be real careful. Now, when these people that are say, hey, I need help, and you know, there's some things you have to get around that people struggle with, like addictions and things like that. But I'm talking about the first attitude must be, I'm all in to change. You know, that's which also gets into redemption. Nobody can be redeemed until they're willing to repent.
Mm-hmm.
And so, as Jesus made very, very clear, repent or perish. Hey, what are we supposed to do, Peter? Repent.
Mm-hmm.
So until somebody's ready for that, however you define that in your own belief system, even if it's just trying to help out the crazy brother that can't get his act together, or sister, or cousin, or whatever, or just person. If they don't have, you can't make someone desire to change. And until they have it, I hate to say this, there ain't a whole lot you can do other than just go tell Jesus on them.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully he can do something that nobody else can do, because he can.
Yep.
But I've learned that sometimes I don't know why we're like that. I don't know why, even especially all of us that are people of faith, I don't know why we think that somehow we're not doing what we should be doing when we just decide to pray for somebody. That actually is probably the most important thing we could do.
Yeah.
Right. There's more power in that than any 5-step program you come up with and says, today I've laid out the plan that you need. Because you know what, they can take that piece of legal pad and you can hand it to them and say, I've mapped out what you need to do. You know what they can do?
Just run right over it.
Mm-hmm. Or the famous, you gave me 5, I'll do 2 of them.
Yeah.
I'll do all 5.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Yes, no, yes, no, no.
I wish I could remember the preacher that I heard the story. He had a son that was acting like an idiot, and he talked about that, and he said he was completely exhausted by it, and he preaches multiple services on a Sunday, so it was a very big church, and he said I told him things he needed to do, and he never would do them, and he said I had just given up, and he said when I knew he wanted to make a change, I'm literally laying on the couch in my office, exhausted from preaching that day, which was my normal Sunday routine, and he walks through the door. And I said, okay, what's up? He said, I stopped the relationship with that woman. I sold that car. And he looked at me and said, and I'm here to ask you what's next. And he said, well, now we can get started.
Yeah.
Now what's the next thing I need to do, Dad? Meaning I'm ready to do it.
Yeah.
And until they are, be careful not wasting time. 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You'd like to see us improve a little bit.
Rick,
in 25
don't tell
years.
everything you know. Don't tell everything you know.
But Bubba, this is violating the.
So we're the Billy Ray Cyrus of radio.
A lot of people wouldn't like this, but I think a lot of people would be surprised we all do like this.
Well,
song.
I actually do not mind this song for some reason. I can't explain it.
It was a phenomenon.
But
Remember
I also
we had
did.
T-shirts
But I'm going to
and
put this under the same guise of me playing the Amazing Rhythm Aces a minute ago. I like that song.
Right.
But so I wouldn't have played that as bad music. I hate.
That's right.
But our conversation spawned a listen to that.
Correct.
And now hating Achy Breaky has spawned listening to swinging.
Right.
Right?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
You're clear.
In our neighborhood, her name is Charlotte Johnson, and she's really looking.
This is nothing but Russell Brandon to me.
Out there today, if that song doesn't take off,
we do not.
So that's ever another reason it shouldn't have took off.
Thank you, Greg.
There it is.
Well said.
And up until the Hannah Montana, I mean, that was okay. That was good. But after that is where it derailed.
Right.
But serious business. See, we're really, Miley Cyrus has her dad, an achy breaky heart, to thank for the start of her career.
Yep. Yep. Okay.
How about that? Let that sit in.
Yeah. Well, you see,
Settle that thought.
Well, see that you know what that goes back to? Sin matters. All right, so I mean, you just keep paying for it over and over again.
Yep.
All right, so
we got
something that would never ever happen to anybody on the show. If we ever get a head injury, it's just going to be a head injury. Nothing good will ever come from it. We'll go backward.
Oh yeah.
This is not one of those stories where somebody gets a head injury and they have a phenomenon called acquired savant syndrome.
Right.
The head injury has now made this guy a savant when it comes to his incredible skills on the piano that he never had before the head injury.
Wow.
Here's the story.
Courtesy of CBS.
To believe, but doctors confirm that a Colorado man is one of only a very few people in the world who have had something like this happen. Our Rick Sounger tells us how an accident revealed a deeply hidden talent, what the man calls his beautiful disaster.
The music is in his mind. His fingers do the rest. What Derek Amato has is a gift that came in the most unexpected way. It happened 12 years ago in a swimming pool accident.
I miscalculated diving towards the shallow end, and I struck the bottom of the shallow end on this side of my head and damaged the back end.
After recovering, he was at a friend's house and walked over to a keyboard, and suddenly, without having played before, his hands were all over it.
It's not a Bill Clinton story.
It's called acquired savant syndrome. The trauma to the head unlocked something unique inside Derek Amato's brain. Here at Classic Pianos, he explained to us that black and white squares appear in his mind.
I just follow what the blocks tell me to do, and I don't think I catch them all, but, you know, I do my best to take as many of those notes as I can and put them into playing.
So this is original music.
Cannot comprehend on paper.
Reading music seems very confusing for me. I've tried to learn a couple different times.
Can he read
He
music?
is well aware he has been given a precious gift. Rick Salinger covering Colorado First.
So he's saying that he didn't know how to play. He still doesn't know how to read music. But after the accident, he saw a keyboard, went over and started messing with it, and realized he could play now and
But
play
are all
well.
these original songs?
It
that
sounds
are
like
just
he says,
his?
I just follow the white keys and the black keys as they come into my mind, and I
How's
just
that?
and I play.
That's just very strange because, you know, playing the piano would be, you know, a talent you have to be trained for.
Right.
I don't see how you can just do that. Or is he playing bad and we just don't realize it because we don't know music?
The word savant refers to those people who, like, you'll have a little kid walk up and sit down and start playing classical music without ever having a lesson.
Right.
And I guess this is the same type thing.
Rick and Bubba Show, release the Kraken. Lord of the Jacket is on the phones. Here comes the phone truck. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time, roaring in. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, we do have lines available for you. Comments, questions, in 30-second increments, meaning the shout-outs will receive a buzzer. Shameless plug, a buzzer. Baby prediction request. buzzer. That's not what the phone troll is designed for. This is quick hits. Here we go. I got something. Let's go. Also, if you're somebody that seems to kind of go the long way home, I'd learn how to get from point A to point B rather quickly. Let's get right to the meat of the reason of your call. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get started. We'll go to Jeff in Athens, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Jeff, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, I just wanted to tell you about the oldest coin I've dug. It's a silver 1782 Spanish real.
Now, where did you find that at?
It's Pulaski, Tennessee.
Pulaski, Tennessee, and you found it where? Like location on a battlefield, or what? Where'd you find it?
Oh, no. Well, I guess it was a resting area for Civil War soldiers because I dug several bullets there. But it was only probably a half inch in the ground.
Interesting. Ron, Indiana. Ronnie, 30 seconds, go.
God bless you, boys. Keep your faith up. Just wanted to bring up again about term limits. A couple weeks ago, I heard that there was some party down there in Washington, D.C. was talking about they had to have term limits for the Supreme Court. I'll give them that, but I want term limits across the board. That's the only thing going to save us, my friends. Okay. God bless you guys.
Thank you.
I love you.
Can we call him term limit Ron?
It's got to be.
Because every time he calls, he wants to get everybody on term limits again. I think he has now earned the name, don't you think? Term limit Ron?
You know, I would not be I think term limits are a great idea, especially for the elected officials. Now, when it comes to the judges, I don't know how long you would make it. You know, we could work on that, but
maybe an age limit.
Yeah, definitely. That.
Yeah. Did y'all see that?
I don't see how. I still don't understand for the life of me how we make pilots retire at a certain age, but we let people who run the government at the highest levels just continue on. I've never understood.
I mean, the other day when they were telling her, just say I. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Well, Bubba and I both saw it. Did y'all see the Babylon Bee thing about that? Family can't decide whether the granddaddy should bring in hospice or have him run for Senate.
That is a good one, Bob.
Golly, that's good.
And the picture was precious.
Ryan in Springville. Ryan, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Biggins.
Hey,
buddy.
Big.
Hey, Joe, I just sent y'all information. Telluride will be in Trussville this weekend. I know that's an old Birmingham rock band.
Yeah, I don't.
Are they back in?
Yeah, Derryberry doesn't. I know it. There's been a few times in the past they've talked him into playing special stuff and whatever, but he's not with them anymore. So it's Telluride without Derryberry, right?
But you know, again, they'll be in Trussville tomorrow night.
I'm afraid that's a shout out. Or was him just trying to get information to us? Okay.
Yeah, he's not benefiting from it.
Right, that's true. Let's go to
unless he's the road manager now. I didn't know.
Jasper, Alabama. Amanda, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, good morning, guys. Have you guys seen the Allstate commercial with the Mayhem and the two guys playing basketball?
Yes, the brothers.
Yes, absolutely.
I laugh every time I see that because it reminds me of the stories that you guys have told of you and Greg growing up.
Absolutely.
And so it tickles me.
We lived that commercial. Greg, Greg and I have
doubt.
absolutely lived that exact commercial.
Sure. Showing yourself and break something?
Oh, yeah. And me trash talking you, getting you stirred.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think I read that is his real life brother.
And you're making stuff.
No, I think it is. And that
Really?
guy who plays that has had all kind of health problems.
How about that? I didn't know that.
I mean, it was. If you can look it up, I mean, he's had some things that you go, "How's the guy?"
I
still
saw him
living?
in a movie recently, and I went, "Hey, that's Mayhem."
That's funny.
Colby in Helena, Alabama. ZZK. Colby, go.
Hey guys, good morning. I just was wondering on y'all's opinion on soccer. I woke up this morning to watch my local news, and I wake up to a match that has been going on for 109 minutes and counting.
Yeah.
Well, they
so
add time to it.
about like maybe the rules, and what do you guys think about that?
Well, I hate it because I hate soccer.
But that adding time thing is weird.
Yeah, it is weird. Yeah. So you know how sometimes you try to warn people and they won't listen?
Mm-hmm.
So we have a couple in our Sunday school class. And you know, there is the dilemma. I had it. I know how some people handle it one way, some people handle it another when it comes to travel ball, about missing church and your kids playing on Sunday morning. And, you know, some people just say, we're not going to be on a team that does that, and the coach understands that, so don't pick our kid if that's going to be a problem. Some people say, well, we do it, but we do it in moderation. Hey, we do a devotion while we're there, all the different stuff.
Right.
So anyway, we had this couple. Now, I had to tell them they shouldn't be surprised, and they came up to me and they said, "Hey, we're kind of struggling with this." And I said, "Well, I know it is a struggle." They said, "Our kid actually plays soccer," and I said, "I'm sorry." And then I pulled back. And I said, "No, tell me more." Yeah, and they said the soccer team is not just going to possibly play on Sunday mornings; they're going to practice on Sunday mornings.
Really?
And I said, "You see how evil this sport is?" I said, "If that doesn't tell you the darkness, I don't know what will."
It's right there in front of you.
I said, "You think soccer respects the Lord's Day?" I mean, I said, "It's just another day to soccer."
Yeah.
And they were like, "Wow, we didn't realize that we'd be asked to practice on Sunday morning."
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Women's World Cup is going on right now. I'm
Right.
sure you guys are following it.
Mhm.
Jamaica knocked Brazil out of the competition, which is crazy. It's never happened. And guess how they did it? With a riveting game of 0-0.
Oh boy,
That's true.
Was it you, Helms, that looked up and said that they were using the tie like they'd accomplished something?
Yeah.
And we were like, "You don't."
The way they
accomplish-
used the headline
you
with the
don't
American
you
team,
don't
US
accomplish
team.
anything with a tie.
Yeah, I know you get points, and
Yeah.
depending
And
on
it's a-
score
yeah,
and
I
what
guess
you
as
do.
opposed to a
And they're-
loss is how they're looking.
It is, and they do get
Delivers
points
from
for
this
it.
evil.
Yeah.
But
I know.
it's it just is something they could change that would help the sport.
Yes.
I mean, if we're trying to move it in listen, I'm trying to be open minded about it with these international athletes that I have to coach, and they love
Understood.
most of the athletes that I coach.
Know
that
the
was their
room.
second sport.
Know the room.
You know what I mean?
Know the room.
So I'm trying to be aware of that,
Of course.
and sensitive to that, and learn their game. But there are things that you could change immediately
Oh,
that
yeah.
would get a lot of people in your direction, and you're just unwilling to do it.
We've begged.
Not telling us how much time you're about to put on the clock
Yeah.
at the end. That's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah, we're begging. Give us soccer.
Yeah.
We'll make it better.
Yeah.
Give it to us. We'll make it
Yeah.
better.
Don't they have a version, the indoor, where it's like hockey that don't go out of bounds? There's a wall.
I don't know.
And it
Yes,
just
Greg.
bounces back. It's not.
Yeah.
I guess it's probably the purists probably hate it.
Probably. I don't know.
Ethan in Prattville, I-92. Ethan, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, man, I just want to give two things real quick. Number one, I'm hosting an open mic comedy show tonight in Prattville, Alabama, downtown
I'm
Prattville.
sorry. That's a shameless plug. I'm so sorry. I mean, that's as clear a shameless plug as there is.
was.
Yeah, it really was.
Doggone it.
You really need to phrase it different and just announce that one's going on.
Right.
And then that you might be there.
Right.
Yeah, I may
Or
happen to
invite
be
Speedy
there.
Yeah.
Ask us if we're going.
Right. Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, y'all might want to make a well, the Telluride
Hey,
guy did. The Telluride guy tried to sell
Right.
everybody
Yeah.
that this is something he wanted us to
Yeah.
know.
I'm going tonight. Any chance y'all going?
Of course, you could have just emailed.
He
But
did.
yeah, right,
Ryan
yeah,
did email and followed up with a
Right.
call.
Okay. Okay.
Yep, there it is.
I love it when
Hello.
people call and tell us they just sent us an email like we've had time to read it.
Yeah, right.
What's funny is I was reading his email and then he called.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just give us a few minutes.
Right.
We'll get to it.
That sounds like my wife when she calls me and I'm walking that way and she goes and she'll call real quick. I said, "Baby, I'm on my way."
I know.
Yeah, at the bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When you have
I just don't
savants,
see
they're
how the brain can do that though when it hasn't been trained for it.
I know.
Well, that's the reason why they call it the phenomenon.
Right.
And it's a
But it's still
Right.
happening. So how does it happen?
I
That's
don't-
the thing.
I don't
If
want
it happened all the
I'm
time,
going- I'm
there
going
wouldn't be a news
science on
story.
this,
Yeah.
yeah.
If it happened all the time,
I
there
got a
would be news.
question.
Yeah.
I don't want anyone to have a head injury.
No.
But let's say that you had to have a head injury and you got to get this. What would you want? What talent would you want?
I want to be brilliant.
Can I have two or just one?
Two, fine.
I would like to be able to play the piano and the guitar incredibly and speak 4 languages.
Okay. I'd like to count cards like Rain Man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that come in handy.
Yeah.
That's my favorite. I love that when you count.
And I don't want to play these instruments, by the way, mildly.
Now, you want to be like?
I want people to say, "I'd like to put him up against the vest."
Yeah, this guy's as good as it gets.
I'd like to do math in my head, like you'd have to do on a calculator
like
and
that.
just be able to
That's
say
pretty
it.
good. Right.
I like that.
Right.
Although you can make money with yours, Greg.
That's right. That's right. And it almost kind of be the same thing.
I would just annoy people with mine.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
.0 deal. $35 minutes now past the hour.
Really looking good. I had to go and see him.
You gotta let that roll.
I knew you were going to say
Gotta-
that. I
gotta
did.
say it.
When I was queuing it up, I said, I know how this is about to go. Sherry Burgess despises this song.
Boy, it was a phenomenon.
Which, of course,
Blew
that,
up.
she doesn't like when people do their voice this exaggerated. It drives her crazy. So I go through the house singing exaggerated country all the time. And she hates it.
We were swinging.
That bass swinging. Yep.
Little girl, she's as pretty as an angel when they sing.
Or an alien.
I can't believe I'm out here on the front porch in this swing, just a swinging.
So there you go.
Got a bit of a different meaning today than it did back then.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah. I got my pineapple sitting right there upside down.
Guys, this is so weird. This happens so much on the 2019 replay. When's the last time y'all played swinging on the show?
2019.
2019 on the 2019 replay that I'm playing during the breaks on YouTube.
Not true.
Y'all
No,
just played
not
swangin'.
true.
I had to turn it down.
Not
and
true.
turn up something else
Get
because
up and
swangin'
leave.
was
Not
on the
true.
replay.
Liar.
How does this happen? This
And
happens
and we'll
all
never
the
get our
time.
silver button because of this kind of crap. Huh?
It's
No
just-
silver button for you.
That stuff happens all the time. It's
Should
so
we,
weird.
Should we just start to make our own silver button?
Everybody's
Wang out.
Remember they had T-shirts. They had. I mean, it just blew up.
All right, so quick update.
Well, let me do this commercial first.
Okay.
MyPillow.com/Bubba. Look, if
That's what we're updating.
Right, that's right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, no, well, and I tried to get into it before we got to running, but I couldn't get it. But anyway, so but this is when we kind of weave it into the content. Maybe swinging. But anyway, MyPillow.com/Bubba. Listen to this right now. If you want to go to MyPillow.com/Bubba, that immediately gets you to some of the savings that are going on right now. My coffee is 50% off, and they'll even send you a Go Anywhere pillow for free when you buy the coffee. 6-piece luxury towel sets in all sorts of colors are $29.88. All season slippers, $25. Giza bed sheets, Greg, those are the one you love.
Giza.
They rival the same level of comfort and quality you'd expect at a luxury hotel. So they got those $29.98. You trying to get one last beach trip in? I can't believe some of you had kids that are school age. Y'all going back to school next week.
Good grief.
Some this
Today.
week. Some this week. That's too early. Teachers, but they go for the kids, don't they?
Summer kids show up today where I'm from.
Really, summer beach blankets and beach towels 60% off. So go there, and also don't forget the 20th anniversary for the limited edition My Pillow is just $19.98 now, and you get a $50 savings on that. So the classic is only $19.98. Go right now to MyPillow.com/Bubba. All these show specials are there, and you can also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, updating us, you talked about the Mayhem guy going to the break.
I just thought this was interesting. Dean Winters is his name, and he's been in several shows. He was Tina Fey's boyfriend in 30 Rock, so he's had a sure enough acting career.
Mm-hmm.
The brother in the Allstate commercial is his brother, Scott Williams Winters. They're real life brothers.
Yep.
Now you talking about Mayhem. Okay, so this guy went to the doctor back in 2009 with a bad fever. While in the doctor's office, he collapsed and had to be rushed via ambulance to a local hospital. En route, he technically died, went into cardiac arrest as his heart stopped beating for over 2 minutes. After medics revived him, he spent 3 weeks in the ICU, and then it just continued. During his recovery time, he contacted a bacterial infection and suffered multiple operations and gangrene, which ended in the amputation of 2 toes and half a thumb.
Mayhem doesn't have toes?
He's missing
What's he,
2
Deion Sanders?
and part of a thumb.
He's got 4 fingers and half a thumb.
And it's going on. There's some other things. There's some other things too. So he's really, he really is living the Mayhem life.
Oh, absolutely he is.
Thought that was funny.
So the other thing that we were going to talk about,
ironic.
Yeah, let's say gangrene's not funny.
Quit
laughing at
it. But the guy,
you make fun of leper next.
Greg, with the fact that you're playing Mayhem and your life's been Mayhem.
Yeah, that is.
The other thing we were asking going into the break is that Kevin Derryberry, somebody called him and it was Hambone, he tried to work in shameless plug, but the Kevin Derryberry, he's not with Tell You Right anymore. This is the band that he was in for the longest, and I know they never reached the level of say Journey, okay, or Foreigner,
right.
But there's been a trend set that when you have a singer that people know in your band and they're not in the band anymore,
Yeah, Kevin sang a lot of other stuff.
that you go and get a sound alike. So
That's right.
is it possible that Tell
And
You
now
Right?
you get them off the internet.
Yeah,
Normally.
and so
YouTube.
is it possible that Tell You Right has found a Kevin Derryberry sound alike?
That's why they're back.
Rick Carter still plays with them, right?
I think so.
saying,
Yeah.
but-
I don't know the current lineup, but I know Rick's there.
I'm like you. Do you?
I see Rick once a year at the pro-am because they're set up playing on one of the holes.
Is that his bluegrass band Rolling in the Hay?
Yeah,
I don't know what it is.
it is. I think so.
Okay.
They're singing though; it's good. They do a good job.
But they, you're right. Maybe
Because Kevin sang,
his
he was
voice
the lead
was
singer.
a signature sound.
It was
on
the
their,
signature
their better hits
of their originals for sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, do they have a sing-alike?
Do you walk up to somebody if you're looking for the Kevin Derryberry sing-alike? Do you walk up to somebody and said, "Hey, do you love Jesus?" and just see how they react?
Yeah.
And like on the very first, and if he's, I just did.
Why you asking me a question like that? You know I do.
Then I was thinking, could you sing Birmingham Tonight real quick? Right after you said that.
All right, so I'm sitting here. They've got Joe Breckenridge, Roger Bailey, Rick Carter, and Robert Churchill.
No, he's the original.
Yeah, Robert's original. So, I, but do you go?
Rick,
but there's Kev when
That's crazy, man.
That's when they.
See, I didn't know him then, so hearing those stories is crazy.
Wow. Right then, he and the lead singer for Rat were rocking the same hair. Yeah, and so there's Robert on the.
What is it, Greg?
You're seeing something on the left, our right.
What?
And there's Rick Carter. There's Rick Carter in the middle.
That can't be that. I don't know what
they did have a lineup change at one point. Yeah, are you? Yeah.
This didn't look right.
Yeah, but anyway, I did they go as far? I mean, like, does just somebody else sing Birmingham Tonight? And I don't know if they even still do some of the other originals. I don't know. There's a light on in the window.
There's a big one.
Mm-hmm. And if it's all right, I mean, did they get somebody to? Should I go?
Why don't you try it?
I could do an impression. Yeah. So I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. And also, Bubba, speaking of mayhem, I understand we have an update from the. Is it the Shiver family?
Rick, this thing just continues.
Mm-hmm.
This
Shiver, Shiver.
This is the allegedly reported murder for hire, run through the Bahamas and all that. We had a report early yesterday that bail had been denied, and then we got a report late in the show yesterday that they actually got bail but had to stay in the Bahamas. That is the wife and the alleged lover and the hitman. Okay, that's the way the news people are describing it. And then today, because we got this report yesterday, we couldn't verify it, that the husband is the one that actually put up the money to get him out of jail.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Are you telling me the very guy they were all trying to kill has freed everybody who wanted to kill him?
Rick, yes. This is going to make quite a movie of the week.
I can't even
every day a new page is written in it.
I'm all about forgiveness. I'm all about people repenting and seeking forgiveness first, and more importantly from God. And then I'm not going to hold this bitterness for the rest of my life as instructed by Christ, and they can be forgiven. But I'm telling you, on earth, if three people were in cahoots to try to kill me, I'm not posting bail. I mean, they're out, and they're all mad at you. They're out and angry. As a matter of fact, it's been proven they were so angry they wanted to kill you.
Yeah.
I thought what you're supposed to do when people try to kill you, you're supposed to be reassured by the fact that they're incarcerated.
Right. They can't get
right. Isn't that the goal?
They've been pinned off.
Isn't that the goal? Yeah. And they go, well, we're not going to set them free unless you do. And then you do?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's their own business. He can do what he wants, but now, I just find that to be a little bit. I'm not sure that would be my move.
Now, the wife, speaking through her attorney, is denying the affair part of this, and saying
that's not her biggest problem.
She was mentally and physically abused. Which we knew that was.
So she's not denying. I wanted to assassinate.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. They're denying all of it.
Are they all of it? Okay.
Sometimes you got to be the bigger person, and bail out your wife after she plotted to kill you.
Yeah, that's gonna require some new supernatural help there. But it is available to me, so maybe.
Yeah.
Well,
but just the danger, just the
Rick,
I almost feel like if I prayed to God about it, He'd go, "Well, don't let them out; they'll kill you."
Well, forgive them, yes, but don't allow them the ability to continue to do what they were plotting.
Forgiveness,
to do.
yes.
I mean, don't buy them a box of bullets.
Right. Earthly repercussions, that's on you.
Yeah.
You brought that on yourself. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to hold it against you. But I'm not going to post bail.
Right.
I think I can still forgive without posting bail.
I would say that is an extreme measure, really extreme.
Right. I mean, well, we'll come back. 866 We Be Big if you want to chime. More to cover on the Rick and Bubba show today. We sure are thankful that you're here. A new Rick and Bubba University coming out this weekend. We'll tell you a little bit about that before the day is done. We record that today. The archive from yesterday's Bible study now available.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes, sir. Need to breathe. Get it started, baby.
Need to breathe.
By the water. I had somebody tell me, say, hey, every now and then, just like the old days when you play in bed music, give us a little love on who it is.
Yeah, everybody likes to know
so
that.
I will do that today. I need to ask you some clarification a little bit. Obviously, starting there, you guys said yesterday I played some bed music by Crowded House. It was terrible, and I punished myself the rest of the show playing the worst songs that I could think of.
Correct. Putting on the Ritz pretty much
Yeah.
took the prize, I believe.
But then
I do. I think that was the low water mark.
No doubt.
But here today, what we do for a living is called a talk show. It's not a music show.
That's right.
Right.
So we don't play entire songs unless like them we just want to sing them.
Yeah.
Okay. And that does happen. So are you asking me today, because these are actually two different things? Do I now today play what I consider to be just strictly selfish out of my playlist, the best songs or the best bed music? Because that's two different
It's
things.
two different things. You're right.
Well,
Now, sometimes a great song is also good bed music, but sometimes a good song is a good song, but it's not good bed music.
And Rick, for people
That's up to you, though.
and for people who are not in our industry, maybe we need to clarify exactly what bed music is.
Bed music is
It
the
may
music
mean different things to different people.
coming out. Yeah, I'm not. We'll do that tomorrow on Valentine's Day. The other kind of bed music.
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about when I say bed music is it lays down a bed of music that brings us out of the breaks or out of the top of the hour, and then I'll talk over it and I'll get you set up and we get ready to go for the
It's
next.
up under you. Yeah.
For the next. So see, there's great riffs that make great bed music that may not be a great overall song.
Yeah.
But it's got some great bed music.
I would say we do bed music every day. I say today, throw that out. I want to hear Rick's greatest songs.
Done.
I want Rick's greatest hits
Done.
from the mind of Rick.
Yeah. Well, we just got started. That's
Okay.
one of them.
And
There you go.
And do we have,
How about this? I absolutely adore that song we just.
that's a great
Oh,
song.
yeah.
And Rick, speaking of music,
It's right there in that pocket.
I didn't know this. Last year we did the Drop the Mic tour, and Jason Crabb had just released his album.
Yes.
He won a Grammy.
Did Jason Crabb win a Grammy?
Yes. Is that his second? But he won the Grammy
Oh,
the other night.
boy, Crabb.
You remember
that?
the
Jason Crabb.
unexpected record that he played when
Yeah.
we went on the Drop the Mic tour and all that?
Yeah.
Jason got him a Grammy. So
Well,
I'm
A lot of
Congratulations.
people got crab bit there. huh?
They sure did.
How about
Got a hold of it. So we'll unpack. Wheel of Meat hasn't spun. That could happen going forward on the program. So we'll see what happens there. We've got stories to break down for you. We've got your phone calls for you today. Later today on the podcast, the YouTube channel, and our social media platforms, as is norm on most Wednesdays if we're working, and that is the Wednesday Bible study. That'll be out again today, finishing strong, Steve Farrar, part 4. So look for that, how you normally grab it. It usually is posted about 2 p.m. Central Time for those of you around the country. So all that's some normal Wednesday stuff, but we'll jump right in and see. I got to tell you something funny that happened to me last night, and I want to apologize to a handful of moms.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just, hey, I knew it was on me, and I tried to help correct it, but then I got to the point where I realized I couldn't correct it, so I just vaporized it. And that's what people don't think much of me right now. They were like, hey, appreciate that, big guy. Yeah, we'll talk about it when we get back. So anyway, I'm scanning along, and because last night it was one of those times my wife had a project she was working on. I got home, had ended the day, and one son had something he was what was he doing? I can't even remember. But anyway, so I said, I'm being banned to the TV room, which is good. Daddy gets a little time alone. I said, I'm watching something, by golly. I don't know if I got a little documentary. I love documentaries. But anyway, so I go over and I see at the bottom of the screen, here's some new movies been put up. I love when the new movies come up. New things you have access to.
Mm-hmm.
And I look, and it says,
recently added,
the man who killed Hitler and then Bigfoot.
Mm-hmm.
What?
And I said, what in the world? And then I see Sam Elliott's face on it.
Nothing to see.
And I'm like, what? And so I go, well, I got to watch
The man who killed Hitler.
Then Bigfoot.
And that's the title.
So
that's what we went with.
I had to click on the trailer.
Oh, yes, Rick.
And again,
I love when it says watch trailer.
Let me be clear. I'm not endorsing this movie because all I saw was the trailer. But what I gathered from the trailer is that Sam Elliott, at some time during the war, killed Hitler, and like Hitler didn't really commit suicide, he killed him or had something to do with that, okay? And now, since they say he killed Hitler, and this has been haunting him, they now want him to kill Bigfoot because Bigfoot is the reason human beings are dying, because this Bigfoot thing that's been all of our legend is diseased, and human beings are catching a disease and dying because of the disease-ridden Bigfoot, and he's supposed to go kill it.
Rick, does Sam Elliott need money?
Hey, here we go. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Working through the stories out in front of us today and chatting with you. Thanks for being with us. Philadelphia, Mississippi tonight. Wingo there at the Neshoba Baptist Center. And they'll be doing their kickoff with their association catfish for the men. Delicious. You'll love it. Wingo with the message. And then men plugging into small groups in all the churches in the association that are ready to go into the third 40-week curriculum for their next run. So that'll be going on tonight in Philadelphia, Mississippi. You're welcome to be there. Also, coming up tomorrow night, Austin, Texas, City Reach Church. I'll be there Sunday. Goroski First Baptist Church, Starkville, Mississippi. He'll be there. And if you want to find out how your church can be participating in the same men's discipleship strategy, just go to themanchurch.com. So we have this story. Bubba, let me first of all say that I have always been a fan of a zoo. I like a zoo. I'm not going to be
You're a big zoo family.
I'm not going to be guilted about zoos. We bring these beautiful animals. The zoos serve a purpose because, honestly, it makes people care about the animals that are still in the wild. They're great PR organizations. I'm certainly not one of these weird animal fanatics, but I enjoy a zoo, and I like a good zoo. I love if they really are committed to great exhibits. I don't want people to be dressed up as animals. I want real animals and those kind of things. And my family and I have some incredibly wonderful memories of our kids growing up going to our zoo. Okay, and we loved it.
And some not so great memories. Zoo Light Safari.
Correct.
It's closed.
That's right. And so
that's a great best of during Christmas.
You have wins and losses. As a matter of fact, Big Love actually worked there as a volunteer for a summer or two. So anyway, we are concerned though. We love our zoo. Our zoo has come a long way. Our zoo had a heyday, then it had a kind of an embarrassing run. And then its current state is actually quite good, and it has really come a long way. And they want to keep growing, Bubba. But this next move.
Now, Rick, are you going to go here with this?
Well, look, I'm all about a cougar exhibit. At first,
Cougar crossing.
Yeah, I had to explain to our intern that this is not going to be an exhibit of older women dressed in inappropriate outfits, whistling at young men as they walk by.
Right.
Yeah, no, this is the animal cougar. I would like to have a cougar exhibit. I think that would be great. But what we're about to do to get it is concerning me.
According to published reports in various media here in town, they say about a dozen unmarked graves of people buried in an old cemetery that partly overlaps the grounds of the Birmingham Zoo would be dug up and relocated to clear the way for the new cougar exhibit under a proposal submitted by the zoo. Zoo officials have applied for a permit from the Alabama Historical Commission and presented a plan to relocate graves on the property, according to the president and CEO of the Birmingham Zoo. He said, "We want to treat these people with the respect and dignity they deserve, and we wanted to know what the process is."
Oh, that's important.
Long before there was a Birmingham Zoo or Birmingham Botanical Garden.
Love the gardens, too.
The property was known as the Red Mountain Cemetery and Southside Cemetery. It was grounds for more than 4,700 people.
Hello.
Many of the people were buried in unmarked graves between 1888 and 1905.
Wow. How many we got to move?
I think they said about, here it is, about 12 to 15 graves are believed to rest within the footprint of the zoo's newest planned exhibit.
It's going to be a haunted exhibit.
Too bad.
Yeah, but boy, you getting them old graves?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of hands. You did see Poltergeist, right?
No. I'm saying the amount, the quantity.
Understood.
I'm not talking about the other part of it. No, I wouldn't go there.
You still got to.
But you're right.
But I mean, when I hear 12 or 15, I'm like,
especially when there's like 4,000.
We can knock that out in an afternoon.
You get one rogue ghost, so you got problems.
Yeah. No, that's a separate. That's a separate discussion.
Yeah, it only takes.
I'm just saying, if Greg and I and Gary, we could have this done in a day.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll move them graves if they give me a green light. Now, I don't get over and walk on people's old graves. Them haints will get you.
Yes, they'll get you.
It says, Rick, the cemetery was abandoned in in 1909. Most of the cemetery land on the zoo property is unmarked, except for a small fenced area that remains undisturbed.
I've seen it, by the way. I've
with the
seen it.
majority of this, nobody knows
Saw it from the
who
train.
is where, but
Oh,
we still
no.
want to treat the people with respect.
I've seen this little grave. I've seen it from the train.
Have
I've
you
seen
really?
that little fenced-in area.
Yes.
I've seen it from the train.
They're going to bring in an archaeologist from the University of Alabama
that's
to
all we
excavate
need.
the site.
Bring in Indiana Jones. Let him release all this.
Yeah, great.
Have you seen our exhibit?
Well,
So,
immediately,
it's over
Rick,
here.
now if anything goes on strange,
Come with me.
anything tragic goes on, for
Cougar
animal or
attacks.
humans,
The
it's
cougar
gonna be-
attacks.
it's going to be blamed on this.
Greg, what we're going to have, unfortunately, is the first headline will read, Cougar escapes new exhibit, Mall's guest. Right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
We were hoping it was the other kind of cougar.
That was, by the way, when you call to complain, just dial Rick directly.
Yeah, I'll take those calls. I'm very in with the zoo. I'm very knowledgeable about the zoo. Bring it on.
All right, so
You're in
you know,
with the zoo?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
Rick's-
very much in with the zoo.
You're in with the zoo.
Oh yeah, season passes.
I didn't know.
Season passes.
Kids have worked there.
Hey, kids have worked there.
Yeah.
Been asked to be on a couple of boards.
We love-
politely turned that down.
Hung the lights up at the Zoo Light Safari.
He did.
We love with the Burgess
Rode one of the
family.
elephants in.
I did my career day there.
Cleaned a hippo once.
Which is not a pretty sight, by the way.
Watch
No.
so, watch the monkeys.
so
Let 'em
so
sit on you.
relocating these graves. You know, in 1900, they probably, you know, caskets weren't what they are today.
I know.
I don't think you're even dealing with that here.
Right, I agree.
Yeah.
I guess
So
that's
you
my
really ain't
point.
gonna have a lot.
That's my
Maybe a
point.
gold
You're going to have
tooth.
bones.
You're gonna have bones.
Yeah. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is relocating. I mean, it's gonna take a little bit of.
All right.
I mean, talking about some archaeology there.
Well, here's
I mean,
what you
it's
do.
gonna take some
a little sifting.
Locating and
Hey.
Here's what you do, Speedy. Speedy.
found something here and hey, here's something over here. You know what I mean?
Oh no, it's
You
not.
try to find. You
not
take.
gonna be
You
organized.
give a valiant effort to get rid of these. I mean, to contact the family, and if there's nobody available, and whatever time that passes, then they just bring in bulldozers and fill up a couple of dump trucks and refill. It
Put a couple
back in.
headstones up.
This was
There's
an
no-
indigent burial ground. So there's probably not going to be any. There's no marks. There's no family records or anything.
How about this? If you ask me
This is
to
all
go
political.
over, if you even asked me to go over to the 12 to 15 while at the zoo and open the little fenced area and walk across it, I wouldn't.
This is all
And then if you
political
came to me and
correctness.
said-
We just got to handle it the right way.
The next thing they're gonna ask me is go over and dig them up. They ain't no way.
No, hey,
A lot of teeth. They're gonna
Mummy
find a
to
lot
you.
of teeth.
And you know what? You know when they're moving the cougar or cougars in, this is one of those things that their real estate agent will leave out.
Oh yeah.
The cougars will be like, oh, we love our new home. And then also when things start going south, they're like, nobody told us y'all dug up a bunch of graves and put us in here.
Haunt City.
don't you move me.
Top of the hour.
Don't touch me.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is that beef commercial not
See this
made?
right here? See, these
is
are the
this-
hazmat suits about the disease everybody's getting.
Is this kind of a Men in Black kind of thing where it's a sci-fi
is this silly or
comedy,
is it-
but it's pretty good put together?
Is it comedy or not?
It didn't seem like a comedy at all, and that's what I and people are like, it's getting good reviews. I mean, it's
Good reviews.
I'm just telling you, people are not treating it.
Rick, he looks like he's seriously looking for Bigfoot.
I know. And
I'm looking at the
at
trailer.
one point, at
How
one-
did he
but
kill
what's the
Hitler? Is
Hitler?
what I want to know.
look, he gets his rifle out. You saw Bigfoot move through his scope for just a minute. I think I got to watch it.
So basically, well, they keep showing the Germans.
I'm
I'm
so
supposed to
glad
say
you're
the
doing
German
that.
What is
part
that
to
That's a
me
about?
was-
flashback.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a flashback.
Okay.
How did he kill Hitler, Rick? Do you know?
It looks like he shot him. Look, the man who killed Hitler and then Bigfoot.
There it is.
Can you
Starring
believe?
Sam Elliott.
Can y'all
Rick,
believe
it's got 74%. Like, I mean, on the.
I bet,
well,
it's
I'm gonna
no,
watch-
I bet it's no Roadhouse.
Well, guys, here's all.
No, I love Roadhouse.
Here's all we need to know about it. Available now in theaters or streaming.
Yeah.
You know,
Wait a minute, though.
if people will start streaming while you're still in theaters, people are not rushing out to see it.
This is the most bizarre title, Rick, since I watched Abraham Lincoln, A Vampire Slayer. You
Right.
remember that
It's
one?
in that mode. It's in that, and it looks kind of similar to the. So I don't know.
Which was a.
Yeah, and I don't know enough about it because the trailer's not going to tell you everything. But I think that's what I gathered from the trailer, is that
He killed Hitler,
and now
nobody knows it.
Right, and now they want him to go kill Bigfoot because Bigfoot's caused a disease
Well, I don't mean
that's
to be,
killing human beings.
So I get he killed Hitler. So you think, well, if he killed Hitler, surely he can kill Bigfoot. Is that their thinking? I guess. Let's hire him.
I guess he's an assassin, and really,
he's on a roll. He's on a roll. Let him go.
And Bigfoot's spreading some disease. Even
Correct.
though nobody sees Bigfoot, he's spreading disease.
well, they know he is. You saw him move through the scope one time.
But how?
Yeah. I think I have to watch it.
Well,
I
guys,
don't-
he's done some really good movies and
Yes.
things lately. You've got The Star is Born. He was in it.
Yeah.
And he's got this show on Netflix, The Ranch.
Not familiar with that.
Yeah.
I've watched a few episodes, and I got to tell you, now the language is horrible, but it's
Ashton's in
funny.
that?
Yes,
Yeah.
and but again, you proceed with caution there.
He'll pop up in a movie too.
But what I'm saying is, that being said, those two things have been very successful,
Right.
and so it makes me think this may be really good.
Guys, I got to tell you,
He did it for a
did y'all not
friend.
hear what I said the title was?
I know.
The man who killed
Yes.
Hitler and then Bigfoot.
Let's
Did
go
you-
back.
Can
Can
y'all
ask
not
you
hear
this?
what I'm saying?
Can I ask you this? What was the title they didn't go
Right.
with? What
Yeah.
finished second?
Now, let me ask you this: Sam Elliott, we know
I love Sam
he's
Elliott.
had a great career. I'm his agent.
Mhm.
Hey, Sam, I got a project. They've reached out to you. Yeah, what is it? Well, it's the man who killed Hitler and then Bigfoot. How does he even open the script up? You
Greg,
know what I mean?
to me, he must have had the same agent that convinced Ned Beatty to do Deliverance.
Well, that's a good point. Or it's his friend that made.
Because
the
I got to
movie.
tell you, once I read that script, if I'm Ned Beatty, I'm out.
Yeah, I go, look, I'm good up to this part.
Is there another role for me in this?
Me and my whitey tighty squealing.
No, out. Not going to do it.
Not doing it.
Spent a lot of time training as an actor, and it wasn't for this.
I think we're going to be surprised how good this movie is.
Well, I must
It's
tell
getting
you,
a lot of good ratings.
I'm willing to wait. I
know what that
almost,
means.
you know what I did last night, and I don't know why I did it. I just kind of went with. It's like I didn't want to take a chance that it would be so stupid that I went with Creed 2.
How was that?
I mean,
I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's not all. Well, no,
I didn't see Creed 1 yet.
I did, and I didn't think
did.
it was that great.
All right, can I tell you this? All right, every single Rocky movie is the same movie.
It is.
It goes just like this. I had some success. There's a villain that's after me that nobody wants me to fight.
Yeah.
I fight him. He hurts me, or he kills my dad. Okay.
Yeah.
Or he kills somebody, or hurts somebody real bad, or takes the title away from you. Then you're told, that you can. Please don't ever do that again. But then you have to. And you have to go back and fight him again, and your mama gets mad about it, and your wife
She
gets
don't want
mad
you to
about
do
it. Yeah, and people are telling you shouldn't do it, and then eventually you go back and you have to fight him again. It's the same Rocky movie, just different villains and different boxers.
Well, let me
this
say-
time we go all the way back and do Drago over again.
Now that makes me a little interested.
Now,
Is Drago's boy-
Creed's son's gonna fight Drago's son.
Right.
Is Drago in it?
Oh yeah, he's
Oh
in it.
yeah,
He
they're
trains
in it.
him,
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
he?
they're going at each other.
Okay, now that interests me. a little bit.
I went and saw this one at
But
the
it's the
movie
same
theater. My
storyline.
boys were all about
But that
it,
storyline works.
and it did
does.
work. Yeah,
I
and the
will
way
say
it ended too. You, I mean, of course, you got to have a Creed
Ruin it.
3.
I remember being a kid
Nobody's running it.
and going to see a movie called Rocky, and came out and thought, man, that may be the greatest movie of all times. I never imagined
Right.
that at 52
No.
we would still be dipping into that series.
I know.
But hey, my hat's off to Sylvester Stallone because brilliant move. And hey, he stretched Rambo from
after
it. I thought he could.
after 4, I kind of fell off the Rocky
But
wagon.
you-
After
I'm with you.
Drago 1, I'm gone.
But
Then
you
there's
know,
that strange one just called Rocky Balboa that came out
yeah,
that was odd.
when he started running that restaurant.
Other than that one, and the restaurant's still alive. by
Oh
the
yeah,
way.
Really want to eat there.
Adrian's. But anyway, that restaurant. But one time from Rocky 2 on, the first one was brilliant. Nobody's going the distance with him, and I know
Oh, that was a great
everybody thinks
movie.
I'm a joke, but I can do it. But from
Great movie.
Rocky 2 on, which I liked Rocky 2,
Oh,
and
it
I
was
even like
just a
Rocky 3.
continuation.
Rocky 2 was good. And I thought 3 was
It was
good.
good.
It was
Because I think everybody in life has gone through that,
But
to some degree.
But this is the thing, though. But from 2 on, don't fight this guy.
Oh yeah.
He beats you. For the love of God, don't fight him again. You know what I mean? And go, Johnny. 6 minutes past the hour from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. It is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being here. Working toward our 30th birthday, which will be in January. So we've been at it a while and still here. We got all kinds of different ways you can get the show now, either live or archived. And they're all available, and you can find them at rickandbubba.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, make up Team Rick and Bubba. Lord of the Jacket, our intern, taking your phone calls. And there's Bill Bubba Buss.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We appreciate it, and we like the fact you're here.
Bubba, countdown to the greatest sport ever created, American football. We are getting ever closer. Did we have the Hall of Fame game tonight?
It is tonight.
That's in the NFL.
Official NFL preseason kicks off tonight.
And will we see Aaron Rodgers, or do you think he'll just stand over there in his street clothing?
I doubt you're going to see him.
We won't see him tossing around for the Jets a little bit?
If you do, it will be almost a come out for the first series, make an appearance, and then that's it.
Speedy, you still on the Browns wagon?
Just be sure your shoulder pads fit.
Right. So you still on the Browns wagon? Who even plays for the Browns now? I don't even know.
Deshaun Watson, remember?
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
They gave him some ridiculous contract, and he had to sit like 6 games out. How did he do at the end of the year last year? Because he played like half the.
I never saw him play, and I thought we'll be affected by the fact that this contract they signed, he's not allowed to have a massage therapist. So I don't know.
Yeah, you may be sore.
I don't know how that's going to affect.
When I was pulling for the Browns, it was more about Baker Mayfield.
That's your daddy,
and I don't know why. I can't explain it.
Where is he now?
He's at Tampa Bay.
Okay.
With the Bucks. There's a lot of things that's going to look different, not only college but NFL this year. So that we're going to have to get used to.
Is that a no to the question?
Yes, I'm not really.
Okay.
You don't care anymore.
All right. Now over in the college football world, we've got some moving and shaking going on. We all find ourselves trying not to look past the season because there's some really cool changes coming in the 2024 season that, let's be honest, we're all more excited about.
Can you wrap your arms around the fact we're finally going to have a decent playoff? I mean, we had the BCS with 2, excited. Then we had the 4. Now we're going to have 12.
Yeah,
because I think that'll be a good representation.
Because as I have throughout my aging process and changing and desires changing. I'm now to the point that the only thing that I still really enjoy in the sports world is college football. But I still, inside college football, I can't make myself commit to a meaningless game. So I really get excited when stuff's on the line. And the stadium's packed, and there's electricity, and I mean, every play is huge. So for us to now have more of that in 2024, oh my goodness! I love that the SEC's expanded. I love that they're not in the East-West.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm having to struggle not to look past the season.
Here's a question: should the SEC be looking to expand more? Florida State President Richard McCullough told the Board of Trustees during a meeting Wednesday that the university would have to very seriously consider leaving the ACC unless there's radical change to the conference revenue distribution model. He addressed the board to give an update on where Florida State stands after a year spending exploring options about the future and what it holds in the wake of the conference realignment and the big money TV contracts given to the Big Ten and SEC. The moves are in line to put ACC schools $30 million behind per year from a TV distribution standpoint. So if you're sitting there at Florida State,
or any ACC team.
Yeah, well, and I'm going to say Florida State in this case just because of their proximity to the SEC schools, they're going to be $30 million behind the University of Florida.
Correct.
Just based on this revenue split. In 10 years, that'll be $300 million. That is wow.
Substantial.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
He says their goal is to continue to stay with the ACC, but staying in the ACC under the current situation is hard for us to figure out.
All right, did you say that they're flirting with the Big Ten?
It says the Big Ten is exploring possible expansion amid the Pac-12 instability. Now, we also had a story yesterday that the Pac-12 is looking at a streaming-only deal from Apple. So I don't know how that would play in money-wise.
Well, the streaming platforms, when it comes to big-time sports, they're already becoming a real player, and it's only going to continue.
Yeah.
But I this thing, because I saw somebody say, well, if Florida State wants out and Big Ten's exploring, what about Florida State to the Big Ten? But I got news for you about Southerners. And I know people come from all over the country to play there, but they're located in Tallahassee.
Right.
Do you see your typical Florida State team made up of usually mostly people from the South, with a few add-ins, going to play in Michigan, going to play in Minnesota, going to play in Chicago, going to play in Ohio, going to play in
California,
Pennsylvania?
They got to go to California too now.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, can you imagine them in those winter games?
Well, I can, just
fall?
because you could schedule it in a way that that would keep the Florida play the first few games there, and you still get a nice little season, and then come back to Florida for your last half, and it's a little warmer.
But look where
Big Ten doesn't make any sense to the California teams nor Florida State.
No, you're right.
But that's what's going on.
Yeah, them just seeing those typical sunshine teams out there with snow falling and playing in in Pennsylvania and in Happy Valley. It's just it's hard to. I mean, I'd love to see the matchups, but I'm just talking about the weather. There is something to be said. I know some people say we overplay it, but when you see those northern teams come into the southern heat, it affects them.
Yeah, it does.
Because they don't practice in it.
Yeah.
They don't practice in it.
If you look at the geography of it, Tallahassee being in extreme northern Florida, they're probably much closer to the Auburns, the Georgias, the Tuscaloosa, than they are anybody.
But
And
as you said in the break,
crazy.
pardon me, Helms, you said in the break, but they'll get a big no vote from Florida if they try to come in the SEC.
I think in the past they definitely would, but remember, somehow we sold Texas A&M on letting Texas in.
That's true.
Which I never thought would happen.
Yeah.
Well, I think, isn't it unanimous? Isn't it like NATO? Doesn't it have to be a unanimous vote?
Yeah. I guess my question would be, let's just pretend, if we're going to pretend, let's say it was the SEC. Well, now you've got an odd number of teams, and I don't know if that even matters with the way that we are doing it now. But if you needed two, who would be the other one?
Just bring Miami with you.
Well, that sounds good, but geographically it probably should be Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
Probably.
Or Clemson.
Well, Georgia Tech was in the SEC.
I know. That's another thing.
And got mad at Bear and left.
Clemson and Florida State joining would be
that'd be
phenomenal.
cool.
Now, that would be
That'd
cool.
be great. Yeah, that would be good.
I also saw yesterday where I guess the NCAA Division I Board of Directors sent out that they're announcing and crafting detailed rules for NIL compensation, which we've said that they needed to do. And in October, they're supposed to announce the proposal to regulate the way these athletes are being paid. And they also said for the first time that players, for the 2 years that they leave their sport, they'll have insurance that covers any injuries that they sustained while playing. And that'll be for the first 2 years after they stop playing.
Yeah.
So those two things were discussed, but by October they're supposed to have some type of rules, and they put 3 down here where it looks like more financial advisors and companies are going to have to register and be known what's going on, and a little bit more, because we've talked about it. There's no there's no boundaries right now.
Well, it's got to start with Congress. They've got to set the framework and then it work down, because any other way is going to be challenged, and it's never going to work. But they've brought that legislation forward.
Yeah, and
so
by October,
and Manchin co-sponsored that.
The Division I Council will have to deliver a proposal in October to regulate everything.
We'll come back. 866 We Be Big is the number. Phone calls are next. Lord of the Jacket is ready. Take your calls right now, so dial them up, and we'll find out what's on your mind. You can comment on what you've already heard, bring up new topics. Totally up to you when we chat with you, when the show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You're nearly blind in one eye, Rocky.
And then they call you back to fight again. And nobody wants you to fight him, and everybody's against you. And
Mickey refuses to train you.
Yeah,
but then he comes and he decides he's going to.
Greg and Creed too. Rocky refuses to train.
Okay.
So it's the same story.
Let me ask you this: is the Drago character now that is he still this machine, or is he more human?
Well, let me tell you something.
He's broken down and humiliated for losing to Rocky.
Right.
He lost his wife. He lost his country. And everybody.
He was probably sent to the gulag.
Probably was.
And by the way, his wife does show up in this as well, the same actress.
Yes.
I'm kind of interested.
Yeah.
Bridget
Well, I tell you what,
Nielsen,
though,
is that her name?
his
just
son
had a baby at 50-something.
His son's an
52,
animal.
wasn't it?
Yeah. Wow.
Boy,
So his son's pretty.
Hey,
Boy,
they went out and found a hoss to play Drago Jr.
So does Drago dad? Is he still good shape?
Not bad.
No, yeah.
He's just
Oh,
older.
he's just a big
I mean,
man.
for his age, absolutely.
He's a big man.
Yeah, but they don't
How
show.
old is he?
They don't show him shirtless like they do Junior.
Yeah.
Him and Rocky both. They got a little age on their faces.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. Some people have actually seen the Sam Elliott movie, by the way. All right, we'll talk to you next. We mentioned that I saw this bizarre title of a movie with Sam Elliott, The Man Who Killed Hitler, and then Bigfoot. Somebody has seen it.
Rick, are you talking about the American legend that no one has ever heard of?
Right. Wayne in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Wayne, so you've seen the movie. Can I get this real quick, though, first, Wayne? Down Main Street.
Yes, I have. Yeah. Actually, a few nights ago, I was watching a basketball game. My wife went up to upstairs and said, "Hey, I want to go watch a movie. I'll go find a movie to watch. I don't want to watch a stupid game." And so she comes down about 2 hours later, and she said, "I just watched the movie that is so good. I'm going to watch it again tomorrow night if you'll watch it with me."
Okay. Wait a minute. So, well, hang on now.
I'm telling you, yeah. And so we did. We watched it, guys. It's a really, really good movie. Never mind about the title. It's a really good movie.
So he really is after Bigfoot?
Well,
easy. Don't give me easy. I can't believe I'm saying this.
Right.
You can email me and tell me all about
Rick,
it.
you ask him.
Stop him.
Can you just simply say yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, it's in the action genre, so is that accurate?
Genre.
Genre. What did I say?
Genre. But
yeah, it's more drama than it is action, though, guys. It really is.
All right, so let me ask you this: what about the yuck
Where did
factor?
he shoot Bigfoot? I mean, where did he shoot Hitler at?
Right. What is it rated?
Oh goodness, I think it's just PG-13 because I don't remember anything.
Right. Well, you got to be. It's so funny. You have to be careful. I talked to somebody. You have to find out. And, Plugged In Online went out of business, by the way. But there's another one that's out there now. I can't think what it's called. But a lot of times you have to be careful in the politically correct world we're in. Sometimes you'll see a rating that's tied to something said in the movie totally for political correctness.
Right.
But you're saying, an action movie is probably going to have some language. There's certainly going to be some violence. But you're talking about, but nothing like,
No, not really, guys. No.
Okay. All right. Well,
it's definitely better than The Ranch because all it is cussing.
Is it really? Is it bad?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, and they didn't have to do that.
Thanks, Wayne.
For it to be funny. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was trying to watch. There was some other original programming. This goes back to when satellite TV first started. When satellite radio first started. People were like, "Oh, good, we can be as nasty as we want to be now. We won't have to worry about the FCC." But once you've been nasty as you can be, now there's another show. Now what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
And it lost its even intrigue that they said somebody shouldn't have said or whatever. So
walking the tightrope was kind of the edginess of it.
Yeah. And so now when you have streaming, all these different things, they can stream all the. Can I tell some of you original programming people? There's no need to do that. You're cutting down your audience.
Yeah.
By having language that's just, they make a sailor blush.
Yes.
Hey, there's no need for all that.
Yeah.
Some of you got some pretty good stories. You got some pretty good stuff. Can you take all that out, please? There's no need for that. And we don't have to be a prude, but you're going to the point where it's
the one-liners hold up on their own. They don't. You don't have to add the.
Right. You can paint the picture, but you don't have to give us every detail and just be crude and nasty about it. So anyway, but in this particular movie, he said there's not a lot of that. All right, I'm watching it.
Yeah.
Let's see, when will I watch it? This weekend, probably.
Yeah.
Probably watch it this weekend. All right, let's go to Nathan in Jackson, Alabama, 94.5. Nathan, go ahead.
Nathan. Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
The movie you're talking about where the guy kills Hitler, that never happened.
What say the people? Phone troll time on the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big, our number. Bring it in here. Make a comment, ask a question. We got it rolling. Meaningless shout-outs and shameless plugs not allowed. Baby predictions not allowed. They all get the buzzer. But if you have something to say or a question to ask, bring something to the table, you can certainly do that now. Lord of the Jacket, taking your phone calls, and we open all 10 lines to make it easier for you to get in. But we also use the troll to move those in front of you at a more brisk pace, getting you on the show quicker. And you don't have to stand in line as long. So 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you dial us up now, you should get in. Don't forget to go to rickandbubba.com. If you miss any part of the show at any time, you can always catch any of that on two of our options on archives. You can catch it on our YouTube archive every day or our podcast, audio-only archives every day. And that also will feature on the YouTube channel and the podcast channel 1 hour if all you got time is just to, if you got time, say, I'd just like to have a nutshell of that. You also can watch that hour on Blaze TV as well. Let's go to Big Chet out of Gadsden, listening to us on Z93. Chet, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
We're good. How are you?
Man, I'm doing just fine. I got a question for you guys. I got sucked in yesterday on YouTube, and you know how we do on YouTube. We get flipping around, finding things.
Yeah.
And there's a podcast called Sean Ryan Show. Have y'all guys ever heard of that?
Yes, I have. Somebody else mentioned him to me this
Man,
week.
Dude, 10 hours later yesterday.
Well, what does he talk about?
I want to say his podcast. He's I want to say maybe a former intelligence officer.
Okay.
And God, what were they were telling me? Maybe it had to do with all these UFO hearings and things, or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you this: if you are someone who follows podcasts,
Chad, I'm sorry I didn't get you a timeout. I got so involved listening to what you were saying, I forgot to call timeout.
Are you? You don't forget coming up this weekend, this Saturday, which is that the 5th? What's the 5th? The 5th
will be Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Check your local listings, but we'll be on the Jay Walker Show.
That's right.
Jay Walker interviewed us for his show, and I know it's on various local TV stations, and I'm sure wherever you get podcasts, I assume as well. So the Jay Walker Show this weekend, yours truly, Rick and Bubba, on that show.
Yes, and it'll be at 5 p.m. Central Time.
Everywhere?
Or just 5 p.m. Central Time, I believe, in the flagship market. But
Right.
to your point, it's heard all over the country. But here in Birmingham on our flagship, that market's at 5 p.m. I think the show starts at 4:30. We're the second half of the new season premiere.
Well, it's not going to be on ZZK, is it? You just said the flagship.
Our flagship market.
Oh, okay.
You know what I
So it's
mean.
on 3340, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So, but check your local listings because it may air at different times wherever you are. Let's go to Marshall in Alabama. Marshall, go right ahead.
Hey, y'all. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
This morning, I'll try to cut through this real quick. This morning, Speedy was kind of getting beat down talking about shows and how he watches like a few minutes at a time. And I, too, do that. And the reason why I do that, obviously, is where everybody's in a time crunch now. Ain't got time to watch a whole show. And also, they have these cliffhangers worked into these shows. And that is a way for me to get past the cliffhangers where I don't have to stop it just because they tell me to, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. So
I was talking about how it's tough to watch shows with my wife because she likes to sit down, and sometimes she's at a slower pace than I am. Where if, let's say, an episode is 48 to 49 minutes long, if I've got 30 minutes, sometimes I'll sit down, watch some of a show, and then just hit pause and then come back to it later. That's not my preference, but I can do that.
I see. Okay.
She doesn't like to do that. She likes to go, no, we got to have time for a full episode. Let's watch it from beginning to end.
Yeah.
Whereas I can just go, hey, I've got 30, 45 minutes, whatever. I'm going to watch what I can. I'll come back later.
Okay.
And Greg, of course, spun that into,
Of course.
I like to watch the half of everything and all that.
Well,
and so that's what he was referring to.
Okay.
We had a good time together.
I will say this, though. Unless you just are glutton for punishment, to say something like that with Greg in
Thank
the
you.
room.
Yeah.
I mean, you're safe now because I don't know he's had a stomach.
Well, Rick,
attack or
the
something.
reason I gave a timeout to that gentleman because I honestly thought Greg was sitting beside me. And then he would jump back in. But then I looked up when I said it, and I'm like, well, he's not even here. Where'd he go?
He's probably looking for my almonds. Let's go to...
of course, that spun into Speedy never watches anything
Exaggerating,
in its entirety.
I
and,
understood.
Would you watch half of a race and
Okay.
stuff?
I got
He
you.
listens to half of a song and turns it off.
Oh,
you
no,
know.
I got you. Okay.
Let's go to David in Tuscaloosa. David, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres fellas.
Thank you for the call, buddy.
That Sean Ryan show, he is a former Navy SEAL and former CIA operator, but it is a super interesting show. It's the second best podcast I know of. You know what I mean?
Thank you, sir.
But he'll have former Special Forces guys on there, and they'll do kind of a long form interview. And it's super interesting. But recently he had Jim Caviezel on.
So Caviezel was on talking about, I'm sure, that Sound of Freedom and that the horrible world of sex trafficking with children is unbelievable.
Somebody sent me a link to that show just last week talking about the UFOs, UAPs, and they were saying that it is actually 0 point energy. Bubba, do you know what that is? 0 point energy?
I'm not familiar with that term.
I'll check it out this weekend or something.
Scott in Greensboro, North Carolina. Scott, go ahead. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. I'm in the midst of ACC country, and Florida State will not become a member of the Big Ten. Why? Because they are not a member of the Association of American Universities. Every school that's in the Big Ten, except for one, and they were one at one time, which is Nebraska, are all AAU members. Every team that they were targeting for expansion, UCLA, USC, Oregon, Washington, are all members of the AAU. If they're not an AAU member, they're not getting in. Florida State might be more of a fit for the Big 12 with UCF in mind. But going to the Big Ten is going to be a stretch for that.
Now, what is that organization, and why is Florida State not in it?
Florida State, okay, well, the AAU is a conglomeration of 71 schools that make up primarily all of the highfalutin research universities in the nation. In fact, there are two schools in Canada, McGill University and I think it's Laval in Canada, that are part of this as well.
Are they joining the
But
Big
these
Ten?
are all- and maybe the CFL at one point. But no, I don't see Florida State getting into the Big Ten. I think they're more of a fit for the Big 12 because at least they would have a travel partner in UCF.
Yeah. Well, Bubba laid out that money scenario. If the ACC doesn't get a check out, they're going to lose them. I mean, they got more opportunities to make a lot more money.
Why are they so far behind, too? Are they under an old deal, and they're not
Yes,
eligible to renew it yet?
Well, they're the ACC, and one of the things about the ACC based out of Greensboro, now going to Charlotte, they restructured their grant of rights deal about 6 or 7 years ago, which created the ACC network and a bunch of other things.
Yeah.
And at the time, it was an amazing contract for what they got. But when Texas and Oklahoma and USC and UCLA dropped the bombs of what we know of realignment, it now set everything in the ACC back. And then when the Big 12 started making their push, everything started just going, and then everything started going against the ACC as opposed to what they were intending for.
Well, now go back to the first hour of the show. I am the ACC. I get this deal that I think is sweet, and then I realize the deal I'm in is nothing compared to the deals that were out
Well,
there.
the ACC's going to have to get with it and recruit some new members.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He actually killed himself when he saw that they were losing the war. Berlin had been flattened by the U.S. Air Force.
Buddy.
Wait, are you telling
Are
me
you talking about
now
real
you're gonna-
history, or are you talking about the movie?
Now you're going to tell me he didn't kill Bigfoot. I mean, now we know Sam Elliott did not kill Hitler.
Right.
Yeah. We knew that.
got that. We know
Got
it's
that,
not a
buddy.
true
But
story.
is he referring to the movie that it comes out that he really didn't kill Hitler? Or are you saying history?
He's talking about an actual.
We know that.
Yeah, this is just a movie with a character in it.
The movie.
Captain America's not real either. I want to let everybody know.
Hey, Bigfoot's not really spreading disease either, I don't think.
but what this guy I guess didn't understand.
Guys, y'all are wrong.
Movies always will
night.
say, "Here's something we're going to make up." It's supposed to say that we're supposed to believe Hitler killed himself.
Right.
But
This is the true story.
right.
But they're
it's-
not
it's a
wanting
movie.
you to really believe it.
It's for entertainment. So.
Right.
Thank you.
Are you
Thank you.
are you trying to tell me Michael J. Fox did not time travel? Is that
Wait a minute.
Hold the phone?
Yeah, that would be like calling up and explaining why someone can't time travel. But we got that. What? What?
Victor in Alabama. Victor, go ahead. He's finna give us the
Hey, Big Bell. Hey, I've watched you for 25 years. I was on your show when you first started out.
Well, how about that?
10 years old when I first went on your show.
So when
I
you
love y'all.
You were 10 years old when you first went on the show, or when you
Yes,
first?
me and a guy named Scott Grimes when they were doing the Big Brother program.
And y'all came to the show and watched the show?
Yeah, I was on your show. I was about 10 years old.
Well, how about that? That's
cool.
Hey, man, thank you very much.
Yeah, I love y'all. I listen to y'all still today.
Thank you, Victor.
Well, thank you for hanging in there, Victor.
Well,
Not
okay.
everybody's made it.
You know what you get? The 25-year badge. we should have something we give
I
people
know,
for
like a
25.
Cub Scout thing.
Whatever you saw.
You remember that, Speedy? You set it up.
Let's, Mike in Trussville, listen to 104.7 WZZK. Mike, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I just wanted to comment. You talking about the Rocky movies, and I don't know if you guys remember this, but I think it was Spaceballs, Mel Brooks, and you guys remember the scene? There's a poster of like Rocky 47.
You're right.
Very elderly man with boxing gloves on.
That's hilarious.
And I just feel like you guys talking about this is bringing me back to watching Spaceballs and.
You mean the helmet?
Predicting all these Rocky movies.
You know what? They may be on point.
By the way, I got a text from somebody says, so you're telling me Rocky did not really knock out Apollo Creed?
Wait a minute. No, Rick actually didn't.
Yeah, you're right. We may get there, y'all. It's still going. I mean, guys, the reason why we know that joke may work, Rocky's not over. He's not.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's not. And look, none of those guys were real boxers, okay? Do you remember when they were doing that, they tried to get Chuck Foreman in it? And he kept beating up the actor so bad, even
Chuck
when they
Foreman?
were. I'm sorry, he played for the Vikings.
Yes, he did.
I didn't know why they wanted to play a boxer.
Guys,
Number 44.
Hey, 44, get in the ring. Show us what you got.
But you know who I'm talking about. George Foreman.
Yeah.
And they couldn't stand up even to the taping and the make believe hitting. He was hitting them so hard.
Oh, guys.
But they did a great job. Carl Weathers, Apollo Creed. I mean, he looked like a boxer.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, he you could tell he trained and
right.
You know,
What was that other character he played?
Chubbs in Happy Gilmore.
No, another one. Give me where he was a action hero.
Oh yeah.
What was the name of that?
Yeah, Action Jackson? No, that was another
It was
guy.
something like that.
Was it Action Jackson?
Wasn't he in? Was he in Predator?
And one of Prince's singing girls was co-stars with him. Abalone or Vanity, one of them. I don't remember which one it was. What it was called The Last? No, that was I started to say Last Action Hero. That was
I don't know.
Schwarzenegger.
I don't know. I do remember the
I'm
movie.
staying with Action.
I remember the poster of it.
Yeah.
I'm staying with Action Jackson. I could be wrong.
There was
You
an
may be
Action
right.
Jackson.
You may be right.
Yeah, but I didn't know if it was Carl Weathers or not. I think it was. By the way, Drago gets really angry when all the tourists are doing this when he comes back to Philadelphia.
When they're doing what?
Running up to that Rocky statue and jumping up and down. He hates it.
Yeah, he does.
He looks,
doesn't like it at all.
He ain't happy about that, is he?
Tells his son about it, too.
He does,
Do you
too.
know Carl Weathers played professional football?
I did. For the Vikings, number 44.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Check ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com. This is a product that is, it really, for a lot of folks, has been life-changing. I love the product. It definitely helps. It's all natural when it comes to the aches and pains of life. The over-the-counter stuff, never designed to be taken every day. You can overuse these products, and we all know the bad side effects involved with that. The opioids on pain management, highly addictive, problematic. But, you know, what about a solution that's all natural, made up of 4 botanicals? There you go. Now you're at Relief Factor. We're getting great results. We're getting great emails from you. If you'd like to find out more and get a 3-week starter pack, you can. by going to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. There's also a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. You'll know in 3 weeks whether it's going to work for you like it has for the majority of – what are we talking about? For the majority of people that get Relief Factor, they all see results. So, it does not work for everybody, but the majority of people order more. And that means the odds are you will too. So go to ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button, and you can get yours and let us know how it's working for you. All right, so Bubba, you had a question that you were going to ask me coming out of the break.
It's rhetorical, so don't answer it because you already know the answer.
Right, yeah.
There is one artist in the music world that has had a certified #1 Billboard chart topper in each of the past 6 decades. Only one. Would you like to guess who it is? Think about it for a minute.
Yeah. Well, I know, but I'm going to see if anybody else knows because you already told me.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'd love to hear the others though talk about it.
Six
What do you
decades.
think?
So 6 decades.
Six
What do you
decades.
think?
Yeah.
Has had a #1 hit in the past 6 decades.
Yes. Only one. Only
Lionel
one
Richie.
artist.
That's a good guess.
Smokey Robinson.
No.
Not bad.
Speedy, you got one? I'm going to tell you who.
Oh, I don't. I'm just sitting here thinking of all the
Adler, do
who's
you
not
know?
dead.
Do you know, or is your guess going to be
Could have been
legitimate?
around 6, yeah.
Taylor Swift.
Is
Oh,
it
thank-
6 decades?
Thank you,
She
buddy.
ain't even been alive that long.
Elton John?
Yeah, that's it.
No.
Got to be.
No, it's a female artist.
Oh, I'm
It's
sorry,
not
I missed
Elton
that
John.
part.
Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
Pretty good there.
That's a good
That's
guess.
really good.
What's the one that's always Patti LaBelle?
No.
Reba McEntire.
How about Cher?
Doggone
we
Cher.
should-
That was easy.
Madonna would have been my next guess.
Which would have been a good one.
Cher has signed a deal to sell
I should've known
a
that.
range of her music assets. This will be with the iconic group, Irving Azoff's group. In a statement shared with Variety, Cher commented, "I've known Irving for over 50 years. I'm thrilled to still be friends and pleased to have Iconic on board to represent my past work in entertainment from music, TV, and film."
And it'll be incredible
kind of
for
money?
me
What
for
kind
me
of
to
money we
play parts of my catalog that my new boyfriend didn't even know existed.
Exactly.
You know,
He had no idea for the past 6 decades that I'd had.
it does not say how much in this. I'm
Irving
sure that
Azoff.
will come out soon, but she has sold over 100 million records. That's
Really?
That's a lot. Some of those hits, and these are, I guess, only 4 of them. I Got You, Babe, Gypsy, Tramps, and Thieves, If
Yeah.
I Could Turn Back Time, and Believe. I don't know
Yeah.
what the other 2 are. They don't list them in here.
How about that?
How about that?
Well, there's
6
one. There's
decades.
one. Of course, they can't play. It's not politically correct anymore, and that's half breed.
That's probably why they left it out.
That probably
Half
was.
breed.
Because that was a hit.
That's all I ever heard.
Everybody loved
Rick,
that.
unfortunately,
Rick?
that relationship did not last.
I
Did
can't
it not?
believe it.
It's a surprise, but Cher and
Oh.
her child boyfriend broke up.
And how old was this cat?
I think there was what, a 40-year difference, something
Well,
like that. I forget what.
It's just a number.
It is. Al Pacino said,
big
"Who are
one.
we to judge?"
It's a big one.
Right.
It is
How
a
old is
number.
Cher now?
About 100.
Yeah.
But she looks like she's
Got to
40.
be 75.
I was going to say 73, 74.
She's in her 70s.
She's 76, I think, right now.
77.
And he was
77.
Now she does
Come
show
on.
you what plastic surgery. I mean,
She was born in 1946.
Wow.
He was 37. He's 37.
You know, a lot of people, like you said, Greg, plastic surgery goes really bad. Cher's one of these kind of people. I think plastic surgery was one of the things.
Yeah, she pulled it
she's
off.
one of the few cases that makes a case for plastic surgery.
Yeah. I mean, she looks not real,
Look-
but
looks
it's not horrifying.
There's a little bit of mannequin there.
Yeah.
But it's not as severe as other people.
Well, she didn't start looking like the puppet madam.
No.
Some of you
Yes,
ever start looking like
yes.
that. I don't know why.
Well, and they keep tightening that skin up, and the eyes get to pulling back. Yeah, that's the cover. Look at her. I mean,
but she's been on TV. When Sonny and Cher was on, she was just. She couldn't have been more than 19 or 20, right?
yeah.
I guess, yeah.
So
Her and
she's been
Sonny.
around a while.
So, do you care at all about a Cher song?
I can't think of one I really like. I
those
don't
that-
hate,
those
but
that-
I don't.
Those that we mentioned were pretty good.
Gypsies.
And what? she
Yeah, but
kinda-
I'm not. I mean, I'm not going to.
That you're all over it. You are all over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to ever say, "Hey, I need," unless we need it for the show to do a bit or whatever. Yeah, but as far as like,
That's Speedy's favorite.
I'm riding around in the Ram 1500 lift kit, and I got to play my jams. You're never going to hear me play a Cher song.
If you said
What
Greg,
about-
if you said Greg, you either got to listen to a Cher song or I'm killing you. I would go turn back time.
That's what I was going to say, Greg.
But it has to be
That's
death.
exactly why.
There has to be a death sentence.
Or maybe a fine.
Okay.
Let's make it.
How big a fine?
All right. I'm going to admit something today. If I'm riding in the car today and that song comes on, I'll leave it.
It's not horrible.
Yeah. Do you go to the volume at all?
Probably so.
We bring it up a little?
A little bit.
Okay.
It's not horrible.
I wouldn't make the effort to turn it off.
Time out. Just like Jesse James, I might go to that one.
I forgot all about that one.
I just saw.
I don't know that one as well.
Did Bon Jovi write that for something? No. Maybe
I
not.
got you, babe.
You're confusing that with him being in there.
Yeah, actually in that movie.
I got you, babe.
That's funny.
Brain
What if we
is
looked at it? Was
squishy.
right, that was true.
Wouldn't believe the first time somebody was using that kind of that digital effect with the.
Oh yeah, auto tune.
Yeah,
Yeah. The first time I heard that, I thought Helium Boy released a song.
But you know, she did that, and then everybody was doing it. You know,
Yes,
for a while.
there I am doing it.
And they were
Do it with me.
I'm so sad.
All that you got.
I love it. Helium Boy sings the hit.
Oh, no.
Classic.
That's great.
So anyway, so Cher, look, she cashed out a little late. I mean, you're 77, but this is a really cool thing. If you can be a mega artist, and of course they're all doing this now because the royalties coming in on music is going way down. So there's like, I'd take one lump sum.
Give me a lump sum.
Yeah, what they are, they're lottery people now. Give me the lump sum.
Sure.
But I mean, because what are they going to do with them? I mean, there's not much they can do with them now. Were you afraid they're going to put it on a commercial? Who cares?
Yeah. Again, now downloads I don't think pay huge money.
No.
Doesn't it
Well,
some
it
point-
can if I can pay $10 a month to get all the music I want.
But these publishing groups evidently are the numbers they throw out there. They think they're going to make money.
Sure.
So.
Well, but not off that. They're going to make money off giving them to commercials and stuff like that.
On every movie.
Yeah.
At
Movies,
some
soundtracks.
point, doesn't all that become public domain?
It's got to go a long time, I think.
Is it like 100 years or something like that?
We're never going to see Cher's public domain days.
Yeah.
She might, but we won't.
It's looks like it's
Dude,
70
gypsy
70
tramps and
years.
thieves.
70 years.
After the original artist of the song passes away.
That's right.
That's
Oh,
just
they
a
got to
typical-
die and then 70 years?
That's a
well,
typical.
my
Oh, we'll never see it.
That's amazing.
And for any song made after 1926, that's the rule.
Okay, buddy.
I'm just reading.
Rick, I like to hear Helium Boy do Gypsy Tramps and Thieves.
They didn't know the rest of the words.
That's all you need.
Wow.
I remember that song on the radio when I was a kid.
Helium Boy does half breed.
Your voice is going the rest of the
Bring back an oldie.
Oh my God.
Secondary vocal cords in play today. Looking and sounding good.
Yeah,
Good if I need them. Might not be able to do it tomorrow, but today it was there.
I need them, they're there.
All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big, the number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So as we make our way back, some phone calls are standing by at 866 We Be Big. We'll start with John out of the great state of Alabama. John, go ahead.
John.
Hey, fellas, just wanted to talk about Donald Trump's hair for a second.
Okay.
If you get on Google and look up his mother, you will understand where he gets his hair from.
Really?
Okay.
So
I got to do that.
All right, so we're all in on that.
Just imagine a much bigger onion loaf on a woman.
Okay. All right.
Well, there you go.
I'm kind of scared to see what Donald's mom looked like with that hair.
Right.
Okay.
Is it bad?
Hold on. I'm just seeing this is true.
To the phone.
Yeah,
I
think that's right because I remember seeing that somebody talk about that before.
Brad with a great point.
Fact checking it.
Out of Kentucky. Brad, go ahead.
Monkey grass, Green Acres.
Hey, thanks
how
for
about
the
it?
call. Thank you. 1, 2. Go ahead.
I just thought if they had El Chapo pay for the wall, then that would be indirectly Mexico paying for it.
How about that? True. If we get Chapo's money, then Mexico has indirectly paid for the wall.
Yep.
That's right.
I mean,
I'll hang up and let you talk.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
There we go.
Okay, I'm
a
looking.
family feature, Rick.
Yeah.
Is that really Donald Trump's
Yes.
mother?
That doesn't mean you have to hang on to it.
That's not true.
I'm coming out of this now. Stay with me. And let's see here.
Is that true?
Hold on. Let me go back.
Yeah.
We have a winner.
It says here that this is true.
Well, what is that?
I'm just saying. Fact. The Snopes.com.
Yep, there it is.
Says it's true.
Please show it again.
Well, that's it. I mean, there is our answer.
There's
right,
the answer.
right there. Do we think that? Never mind.
Well, imagine the hairspray it took to pull that off.
It's imagine the hairspray we're using now.
Yeah, but you got to keep that swoosh like that.
I know. That's very interesting, isn't it?
It's got a swoop there.
It's a 1997 interview with Mary Trump, aired on Australian television, with a documentary entitled "Who is Donald Trump?"
Does she talk about her years of being married to Frankenstein?
Yeah.
Did you ever seen Bride of Frankenstein? Say.
That's it.
It looks just like it. Leanne in Gulf Shores, listen to Sunny 105. Leanne, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
How are you?
We're great. We're good.
Good, good. I believe there is a pretty little red-headed girl sitting in your audience today celebrating her birthday, and that's my granddaughter, Haley.
Haley.
And I just wanted to tell her, Nana said happy birthday, Haley, and I love you.
Nana's calling. Nana's calling Haley. Happy birthday, Nana. Look, yeah, she is. We got big plans for Haley Day for her birthday.
Yeah.
Do
She's
ya?
sitting on the front row.
I hate I'm gonna miss it, but I've got to go to work.
I know.
Come on.
Yeah, she
got to make a living.
She a minute ago she looked at me and said, "Is my Nana going to make it today?" And I said, "I don't know." No, I'm just kidding. Thanks for the call, Nana. See you.
Y'all have a great day. Love you guys.
Hope you
Thank
do.
you for what you do.
Very, very
All
kind of you to say
right.
that.
Bye-bye.
All right, so we were also talking about, and I was telling Bubba this was sent to me by someone that, those of you that may remember, we had some tornadoes that hit on January the 19th, and one of those took out a lot of community called Wetumpka, Alabama, and there's actually the First Baptist Church of Wetumpka. I've actually been there before and was honored to come over and speak there before. It was damaged badly. Well, those of you who don't know, the way it works, even no matter what's going on in states, certain tribes of Indians are allowed by our government to declare land that they put casinos on. And so when it's their land, they can put the casino on it, regardless of what your state may have concerning
Well, technically,
gambling.
It's land outside the United States.
Correct,
yeah.
correct. Yeah. Well, and this has been something that people have talked about, usually with lotteries, but same type deal. So when it came time for rebuilding the church, and Bubba, you asked a good question that I don't know the answer to it. What is the insurance situation with this church? I know there's many churches, they have insurance, and then the church is rebuilt with the insurance money. But for some reason, a casino in this town called Wind Creek Casino gave the church $25,000 to help them rebuild their church. And the pastor said, he was extremely moved by the gesture and certainly appreciates the gesture. But he said, considering that his church has, they believe that casinos are something that they would not want to endorse or promote, and that they would feel like taking that money from people who had lost it gambling would be hypocritical, and they. It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thanks for being with us. All right, so as we come back, Tucker Carlson interviewed Devon Archer. So this is all concerning the Dirty Bidens, right?
Yeah, this is
Dirty Bidens.
This is Devon Archer in his own words.
Dirty Bidens. So Devon Archer is what, a business guy? Who is Devon
He was
Archer?
a business partner of Hunter.
Okay, all right, so of Hunter Biden.
Pal.
Yep.
And so talking to Tucker Carlson, looks like we've got four?
Yeah.
Four little clips.
Yep.
All right, so let's start with the first one. Here is Tucker Carlson interviewing Devon Archer.
What is that? A grown man calling his dad on a speakerphone during a business meeting?
Right, and to be clear, sometimes it was the call was coming in and the speaker would go on. So it's just the president. You have to be, I mean, you understand DC, right? So the power to have that access in that conversation, and it's not in a scheduled conference call, and it's a part of your family. That's like the pinnacle of power.
So he's saying there's no doubt that's a good card to play.
It's all about the power in
All
D.C.
right, so now Devon Archer says that Joe Biden knew about all the foreign business partners that his son had. Here we go. Oh, I'm sorry.
Biden, then the sitting vice president, knew that there were Hunter's business associates in the room.
Yeah, I think I can definitively say at particular dinners or meetings, he knew there were business associates, and he, or if I was there, I was a business associate too.
Yeah.
So I think, or if, any of the other colleagues from the DC office or the New York office were there. So yeah, at times there were. From the, to be, completely clear on the calls, I don't know if it was an orchestrated call or not. It certainly was powerful though, because, if you're sitting with a foreign business person and you hear the vice president's voice, that's prize enough. I mean, that's pretty impactful stuff.
So he is absolutely saying, of course, Biden knew what was going on.
Yeah.
Even if the call was not prompted or scheduled by Hunter, if it came in, he used it, and how he used it, there sat the business person with him in the room, and Joe Biden absolutely knew who these people were and what they were talking about. And of course, now keep in mind, the president's telling us he did not know, so the president's lying.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So here's
and how much did it happen?
Yeah. Here we go. More about the speakerphone and Biden being used in the continuing conversation with Tucker Carlson from Twitter. Here we go.
So how many,
Or X or whatever
it's been
called.
reported, and you have said that there were occasions when Joe Biden would call in with clients present on a speakerphone.
Right.
How many times do you think that happened?
I mean, over a 10-year partnership, I would, the number I'm going with is 20. That's probably the amount that I
So a lot.
kind of reckon. Yeah, a lot.
So again, we've been told that's not the case. Devon Archer said I was there. It absolutely is the case. Now, I know, please don't think that I'm naive enough to think that Joe Biden and the Biden family is going to be held accountable for any of this. I'm not.
Right.
I don't think that in the least, but I just kind of think it's good to get the information from somebody who was there. So speaking of that, so when I say Tucker Carlson, what I say from his show that's on X,
I guess,
or his
so.
show that's on Twitter.
He's actually got it labeled as on Twitter.
Yeah, Tucker on Twitter's the name of the show. And they're
Okay.
like, great, now we got to redo the graphic.
Okay.
Now you don't want.
It's going to be
you don't
called
wanna say-
Xavier on X.
You don't want to say Tucker on X. You don't want to say No, that. you don't.
You don't.
No.
You don't.
No.
Oh, wow.
All right. So now we're going to get a letter from Joe Biden that is going to be revealed in this interview. Correct? All right. Here we go.
What's he thanking you for?
Well, first of all, it's a lovely letter, and it was.
It's quite enthusiastic. It's a little weird, though, right?
Yeah, well, it was kind of the beginning of our partnership, and he was thanking me and thanking Hunter, I think, at the end of the day, for bringing this idea of this government regulatory strategic advisory business into the private equity world. And I think he was excited about the prospects for Hunter, and he was just thanking me. I think it was a nice gesture.
So he actually shows Tucker a photo of the letter.
Yes.
So and that is that now out to the public?
Yeah, it's been put out on social media a lot yesterday.
There it is. There's the actual letter. So from Joe Biden.
Just what you've heard right there. Turn this around.
Mm-hmm.
This was one of the Trump boys, and he was doing this. What would be the dialogue today in the national media?
Right.
It would be an avalanche.
Right. Now, is this
dirty? They'd already have the impeachment hearing going.
Now look at the little handwritten part at the bottom of the typed letter. Happy you guys are together. So he's clearly saying, I hate I couldn't get away yesterday. I was talking to President Hugh, but I sure am excited about what you and Hunter are putting together. Now he's told us he didn't know anything about any of this.
Right.
I never discussed.
Now, why is this guy releasing all this?
Well,
Is he in trouble for something? He's swapping it?
He had to testify before Congress, and
I think he got a subpoena.
All this has come out.
Yeah. Now, don't worry. CNN's Dana Bash is ready to cover for the damage
Of
that is
course.
out there right now. And she wants us to understand, even though the president's lied about it, and even though Hunter's dirty, this is pretty normal stuff. Okay, so
I mean, that's the question that Anderson asked about the fact that doesn't it appear shady? Does that mean that the president was involved in Hunter Biden's business dealings? No, but we all understand Washington, and we all understand that a lot of these relationships operate in the gray areas intentionally, especially when you have somebody who is either related to a famous person or a powerful person or used to work for a powerful person. You want your clients to know that you can get them on the phone.
Yeah. Oh, it's a gray area.
Yeah, that's not a gray area. That's what we're all accusing the president of doing.
This is Dana Bash, who has in front of her overwhelming evidence that Biden has lied, that they're doing things that are shady and dirty, and she is trying to look at this evidence directly and say something without saying, I think they are dirty and doing something bad. Yeah. And you hear it's kind of a sort of a it's a gray area.
I hate to say it, she's kind of going to that childlike thing where everybody does it. Well, yeah, but they shouldn't.
How would they say it about the past administration?
If we have either one of Donald Trump's sons doing exactly what Hunter Biden is doing, it would be end of time, goodbye democracy, corrupt, selling out to the wealthy, using the office to make profits, evil, wicked. Oh my goodness, what a dirty family. That would be wall-to-wall coverage.
Dirty birds.
Dirty family.
So there's no consistency because it's the Bidens. There's certain media outlets, unfortunately, who are most of them, that will treat them differently because this is their think their job is to protect them, not to protect America and from corrupt people.
There's so much evidence showing that Hunter Biden went around the world peddling the Biden name and picking up bags of cash for the Biden family, and Joe Biden helped him do that. There's just a mountain of evidence from Joe Biden's direct actions. We see that in Ukraine. We see that in China. It's insane.
It is. And it just lets you know that we really don't have any standards. We just have preferences.
Yeah, that's it.
You know, my dad's the vice president.
I mean, if we know what this is, I hate when we're treated like we don't know what's going on.
Right.
You know, it's one thing to say. I mean, how many times have you had somebody say, hey, you know what? I know that you might be able to place a call for me, see if you might help us. You know, you might put in a good word for us. And, you know, because you have some influence in whatever particular area.
Right.
If you're the president, it didn't get our vice president, it didn't get any bigger than that.
Well, look at two examples, and I'm going to use street terminology and speak in vague terms. Trump calls the Ukraine, ask if they got any dirt on Joe. That's an impeachable offense. Vice President Biden goes to the Ukraine carrying money that Congress had approved, tells them, get rid of this corrupt prosecutor or you don't get any money. I mean, think about the difference in that.
Yeah.
Asking versus withholding money that was sent there unless you get rid of this prosecutor who was investigating Burisma.
Well, you also...
And he said that with his own words. We have video of him saying that. Get rid of that guy, or you're not going to get the money. He was gone by sundown.
Yeah.
And bragging about it.
Yes, bragging.
And here's Devon Archer sitting there saying, I was there for all this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They have returned the check.
Yeah. And am I reading this right that even the congregation voted on it?
Yeah,
they voted to return it?
And it was unanimous.
Right.
And I certainly understand because what we're talking about here is credibility and consistency, kind of a lost art in our country. But they're basically saying, right, if we're saying to ourselves, we believe that gambling is detrimental to people and it destroys lives. We also think it violates principles of what God would have His people do when it comes to being being good stewards of your money and games of chance and things like that. And I know not all churches agree with this, but this denomination does. And if that's their conviction, it's almost like you said people went off and lost money just like we said they would, and they squandered money just like we said they would, and now we're going to take that money to rebuild the very church that tries to convince people they shouldn't be going over there. And so now
I thought they've handled it in a good way. They were very thankful for the act, but said, look, this goes against a core value, and we're just not going to accept it. It's not about the dollar amounts and all that. We're against that core belief that that's something you should be doing, and we can't take money from it because it would be hypocritical.
Yeah, and so now there have been pastors that have said they would take money from casinos or lottery winners because they said the devil's had that money long enough.
I witnessed one of them saying that to a young pastor one day in a comical way.
Yeah, but in this particular case, they see it. We're actually be taking money that people squandered doing something that we believe the Lord would not be pleased with. I mean, I don't want to compare the two, so some of you would be angry who don't see gambling as an issue, but I do want to just try to do an example that would clear it up. Right. It would really be like a strip club coming over saying, here's $25,000 to rebuild the church. And you'd be like, that's men's money that have gone and done things that we would say you shouldn't do morally. So I can certainly see that. Now, I'm like you. You asked about the insurance situation.
So it says in the story they're working with insurance to move the process.
But this was just a casino that was trying to come over, in my opinion, probably don't want to – I'm sure it might have been from the bottom of their heart, but to me, this also might have been a test that, in my opinion, the church passed.
Right.
True.
So, because the next thing might happen is they say, well, it came time for a donation.
Yeah, look at you then.
Well, the church burned down. That should have been the lead in to that.
So 15 minutes to the top of the hour. So I think they did the right thing. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Is our website. We'll take some more of your phone calls coming back. So if you're on hold, hang in there. We will return. Stacy, standing by to Huntsville, Alabama, listening to us at 100.3 The River. Correct.
But where do you draw the line about churches' actions like letting transgenders in, abortion, even like having, like Catholics, having a pope and, having something before, idols before Christ. So where do you draw the line on that, where that's what's acceptable and what's not acceptable?
Well, it's pretty clear. First of all, you have to figure out what are you endorsing something. See, the church has never been called to not allow sinners in.
No, that's what it's there for.
That's exactly what it's there for. That's what it's for. Now, I will say this: once you if you declare that you're a follower of Christ and you are now part of the church body, but yet you still live in open sin, then the Bible calls you to remove those people from the church because they're now living in conflict. Look, a person who is lost is acting lost. When I was lost, I acted like a lost person. Mm-hmm. But the real confusion and where church discipline comes in and when somebody declares they're not lost and God has evolved on their behavior and their behavior is no longer declared sin and they are redeemed just like anybody else, but what you're calling sin isn't sin, then yes, the church is not to endorse that. Taking this check, this pastor feared would be to endorse, and he's also being as wise as the serpent, like Jesus said. I know, Bubba, you wish you'd used a different analogy.
I do. I really wish that
and
was
as gentle as the dove,
a little bit different.
He's wise enough to know that he has been preaching against the casino, and if he takes the casino's money, they'll say, well, I noticed you thought we were okay when we were giving you money. He's not going to be lured into that trap. Now,
and really, you're talking about apples and oranges, because you're talking about people who need a Savior, need salvation,
correct,
as you were talking
about,
different things, versus how we conduct church business, which also should reflect the principles and of the gospel, and I think that's what he's doing.
Yeah, and he's doing that.
But there's a difference. You don't, and I've heard this before too. Well, you don't allow no. The church is there for people who need help.
Absolutely.
That's what it's about.
Absolutely. The greatest thing that ever happened to me was when a pastor told me that my behavior represented a lost person. Why was I declaring I was a Christian when my life did not substantiate that claim? And he was correct. But now if I had just come in and said I'm lost, he would have said, well, let me talk to you about redemption. and you're welcome to come in here and seek redemption. But now, when you get into Catholicism and rituals and sacraments, that's you're going to get 1,000 different opinions on that.
Yeah.
So if you believe that the things the Catholic Church, the things they do are borderline on idolatry, or you don't think that's the correct way of the Church of the New Testament, then you as an individual wouldn't attend a Catholic church. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, either live or archive, there's no reason for you to miss a moment of the Rick and Bubba Show. Catch it live on America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Got some stations coming on board here this fall that should create some excitement. Also, our YouTube channel and our TuneIn app, all live options for you. And then you have archive options, our podcast archives every day. You can get our YouTube archive every day. The TuneIn app plays archive shows in their entirety after the live show. And you get an hour best of every day on our YouTube channel and podcast channel and Blaze TV. So no reason to miss any. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Lord of the Jacket, our intern. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. I don't think that's too many, considering you got 24 to play with.
Got a problem in the big building here that I'd like for us to try to find a solution to, okay? So we've talked about our plight of public restrooms and all that. I'm not going to go down that road again today. We've hit just about every scenario there is there.
My wife's done with us talking about that.
I know.
Yeah, I get it.
It's
I
like,
get it.
But you know what our show's always been? If something's on our mind, we can't shut up about
I know.
it.
I know.
Unless somebody talks through the stall to you again,
Right.
I guess we're done.
Right, yeah. And so, wow, Sandal Guy, you're really on the schedule.
Hey,
How about Sandal Guy?
how about that?
Sandal Guy.
Yes,
I've
noticed that too.
He must be on some sort of fiber thing because he's regular.
Hey,
going through a cleansing.
Yeah.
Rick, when you're done, go back to sandals if you don't mind. I got a question for you.
Well, you can ask it now. Why
No,
I'm
I
at
don't wanna
Sandals if
mess
you
you
want to.
up.
But anyway, and I don't know how many times y'all have experienced it. I'm going to guess some. I experience it quite often. And it is when I go to the lobby, it's almost without fail, it's always the same exact thing. I will see a confused person or I will see a confused group of people.
Yes.
And
last week,
10 out of 10
times.
10 out of 10 times, I will walk over. Now, keep in mind, if you walk through the front door of the building we're in, not our door, well, really, it'd be the same thing if you came in our door. When you enter the building, you're on the floor number one. You're on the first floor.
Right.
Okay? And I wonder where this confusion is that that's not the case. Because everybody I talk to in the lobby that looks lost, they're always looking for Suite 200.
Yes.
Every one of them.
Everyone. I had two.
Yeah, and I'm like, all right, this is the first floor. If you would just go up those steps or get on that elevator, you would go up to the second floor, which would house 200.
Are you frowning at him like you're doing me right now?
No.
You're right, though. It happens a lot.
I'm actually super helpful.
Are
and,
you?
He is. I saw it the other day.
And borderline gregarious.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not an overgreeter, but I approach with a ton of kindness because I like helping people.
I tell them they're at the wrong building and tell them to go to that other one.
Yeah, well, see, there's the opposite end of the spectrum. But what
is 200?
It's I don't know. Should we get into that? I'm not sure, but
if everybody's looking for it.
Yeah, it looks
show up there.
It may be a therapy place.
Yeah,
actually.
that's what it looks
Therapy.
like. It's something to do with
Physical therapy,
some
I
sort
believe.
of therapy, or
I think it's physical therapy.
or tutoring or something like that.
Yes.
But so anyway, but what I don't get is
should physical therapy be on the first floor? But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah,
great question. You would think so.
Yeah, I don't think it's physical.
Studio.
Okay, I don't think it's physical.
Gotcha.
I don't think I could be wrong.
There is a physical therapy
Correct.
place in the building,
But
and that's why I said that, because I figured people may be coming for that.
Possible.
To your point, yes.
It's still the same suite though every time.
Correct.
It is. It's 200.
Whatever it is, it's always 200. And
I'm going to look in the break. I'll let you know.
I just came back. I wish I'd have known. I would have looked.
But here's where I get my investigative hat on. If you enter those two doors, how does everybody think they're on the second floor?
Yeah.
Where does that come from?
So the 200 doesn't go in their head. Well, that means second floor.
I don't think they think they're on the second floor. I think they don't know that when a suite is a suite 200, that means it's on the second floor.
No, but
I think that's
is that
it.
not readily
No,
known?
I think
People don't
think
know
that's
that.
it. Unfortunately,
Rick,
Adler's correct.
If there hadn't been a
Okay.
TikTok put out about it, no, they don't know.
No, thank
that's
you.
good. Well said.
He's right about that.
Okay, so-
evidently these people don't stay in hotels.
Okay.
Because that's a clear measure of that as well.
So really, Rick, it's not the design of the building that's confusing people. What I'm discovering is this is not as well known as I thought.
Well,
how buildings
on
operate.
streets and avenues.
Okay.
You got to know how that works.
Okay.
I
Are
don't
you
wanna-
familiar with streets and avenues?
Yes, I know exactly how it
I don't want to
too.
question our intelligence in our society, but this is one of those things that we just hadn't been taught.
Well, know
do,
that.
do you know about the
Or we're
numbers
not
on
paying
interstates?
attention.
How they do too? You know, certain
The odds
ones
and
are on
evens.
there.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But I just get. But I would, and I'm glad you saw it, so everybody didn't think I'm exaggerating. I'm super helpful when I even enjoy helping them, but I've just noticed this same problem keeps occurring over and over again. They always stand there. They always go over and try to look at the list,
at the list, and they
and
can't
they
find
stand
it.
there and they're looking at their paperwork. And I'll go, "Can I help you?" And I know what's coming next. What are you looking for? Suite 200. I said, well, either up those steps or use the elevator. By the way, surprised at the number of people that go the elevator.
Yes.
No one chooses steps, and it's only 1 floor up.
That's always amazed me.
Right? Yeah, and
it's
so
pretty good
especially
pull
when I
if you
see
had an
them.
ailment.
Especially when I see them walk in the door and you're walking perfectly fine.
Yeah,
Right.
so-
Why are
yeah.
you going out in the elevator?
I'm yet to have a stair person.
Do you kind of throw it at him a little bit like
He handles it well.
Hey,
I've witnessed it.
Hey, what? Because I've done this once or twice. Hey, what suite are you looking for? 200. Oh, well then that would be on the second floor.
Here's
like
what I
almost
say.
like, hey, Gooden.
Yeah,
No,
you're
I don't-
kind of a
I
smart.
went-
I've
I
seen
went-
you do it.
I
He's
actually
not
went-
no.
I went, duh, second floor, pal.
There are people. I'm so nice about it. People murmur going to the elevator, turning away from the steps. They murmur that could have been an angel.
Do you find yourself a
That's
Walmart
good,
greeter when after you retire, Rick?
I think I'd be good at it.
Do you think that you're calling them stupid when you go, if it's on the if it's two?
I don't-
He's
I
not.
don't
I've-
say
I'm
that.
telling you, I've
That's
witnessed
for the
Rick,
show.
and there is
Right.
a lot of grace given, and
I
it's
called
very
one
nice.
a DA.
Can I tell
Speedy
you?
is questionable on.
I
It's
don't think-
almost like I'm calling you a DA.
No, I just throw that at him, but I'm very nice to him.
Talking down to people. Wow.
A little bit.
I'm looking for
Oh,
300, and that's a third floor. Gooden.
You would
He takes a tone that's pretty.
you would have
funny.
taken. You would have thought an overgreeter
I know.
would not have that kind of tone.
If he's
well.
by himself, he's going to be the nicest guy in the entire world. But if he's around us, he's
That's
getting
it.
the
Playing
laugh
it up.
for us.
Yes.
That's it.
I'll play
Yes.
stupid. I'll be like, okay, suite 200. I think I'll
You
I'll
do
be
all
like,
that?
I think it might be on
Let's
the
go.
second floor because it's suite 200.
Oh, so you
I gotta
do get
ask
in
a
a little
question.
dig.
You get in a dig.
You
You're
get in the
stupid.
dig.
No, I pretend to be stupid as they are.
I got to ask a
that's a
question.
dig.
Wait a minute.
Are you just looking up now because that's what you're doing, or are you imitating? Like do you look up at them when you?
Wait a minute. Well, there may be an issue with the numbering system because I'm being told,
Oh no.
even though I know ours is a 1 because we're on the first floor, that in the directory of the building they're all 200s, and that may be why there's confusion.
Well, evidently,
I-
Suite
that's-
200
that's
is
what
not
I'm
on the
being told.
directory.
I don't know. I'm
find it on the directory.
Can I?
Why don't we send Speedy out on
So the
location
directory is the
right
problem.
now?
I can't FaceTime you, can I?
Do it.
Yeah. So the directory's the problem
I think you can.
It may be
because
It
they're
may be.
always confused in front of the directory.
Right.
They're always standing
Yeah,
right
every
there.
time.
Hold on. Do we
Yeah.
want to go to break and come
Some
back
have
and do
masks
this?
on, some
'Cause
don't.
I think this has got some goal potential, and I don't want to rush it.
Yeah,
I want you to go to Suite 200 and see what it is.
I even helped someone who had a mask on and didn't say anything about the mask.
I wanted to. I started saying, no wonder you don't know what floor it's on.
Can I tell you this though? It's just I don't know if y'all have the same way. I have a certain amount of elation of having the answer somebody's looking for. I enjoy that. I enjoy knowing that I can find Suite 200 for them.
Well, it's a mystery solved. We
Right,
talked
yeah,
about that
yeah,
earlier.
you're right,
I'm
yeah.
all for mysteries
Mystery
being solved.
solved.
All right, are you going out there?
What was that?
So we come back.
Yeah.
So we're going to come back, and Speedy's going to walk out to the directory because we may solve this problem for people going forward and get whoever's in charge of putting the numbers in the directory. You can't put first floor places under 200 names. Now they think they can find 200 down here.
Because we know ours is not 200.
Yeah, and ours isn't because I had a DoorDash person. They found me no problem with that.
But I think it's listed, according to this, as a 200.
Well, he saw it on the door.
Ooh.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's why you see a difference in the Catholics and the Protestants' faith. They have a disagreement in interpretation of that.
And from what I could understand when it comes to gambling, the Catholic Church would have taken the donation. But that's not what this particular church believed was right or wrong. So when you get into denominations, that's a whole different animal now. Yeah.
Well, that's what basically the comment was on. Yes, it's really centered on principles. Because
Right.
One perspective.
But you were incorrect on
could see that-
you were incorrect saying that a church, that this is the same thing of a church letting someone who is in sin come into the church.
Yeah, it's two different things.
Now, if they declare they're a member of the church, you would be right. But if they're just a lost person who's seeking, of course the doors are open. That's what it's for.
Yeah.
That's what we're supposed to do.
I think we forgot about that.
Yeah. So, but and now the denominational stuff. I mean, we could go 10 hours on that garbage. But
And that's
uh,
basically
right.
people who group themselves together based on different interpretations of things, and most of it would be considered minor. I would say that. Now, some denominations would be offended by me saying it's minor, but I think it's minor.
Well, the
I really do.
the Bible's. Look, let's go back to this. Is not a new concept. When you go back to the creation of the church in the Book of Acts, the first thing they run into is the Gentiles versus the Jews.
Right.
What are we going to keep from the Jewish traditions, and what do the Gentiles need to drop from their traditions? And they called James in at the Jerusalem Council in the Book of Acts and say, James, help us out here. We're trying to form one church, and the Jews think the Gentiles don't need to do this, and they think they need to be circumcised, and the Gentiles want to know why the Jews are requiring this. And James got in there and says, here's what we're going to do. This is what the Jews are not going to do, require of the Gentiles, and this is what the Gentiles got to change. This is how the church is going to operate. So this thing about, Jesus is redemption essential to get that right, and then we get into non-essentials, and then we can have can have an argument on what's an essential and a non-essential, but that I don't think that's going to advance the gospel. And as Paul said, don't engage in those foolish arguments in front of the lost because it confuses them.
Yeah.
The bottom line is there's redemption and reconciliation found in Jesus. The rest of it we can talk about privately.
And you know what's funny too? Yeah. Some of it is addressed, some of it's not. It's kind of left up to how we want to handle it.
Which would be a non-essential.
Right.
Yeah. So 866 We Be Big. Ronnie in the great state of Alabama.
Ronnie.
Hey, Ronnie, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
We're great.
I'm a Christian. I'm talking about the church, and we talk for not wanting to take money from the casino to rebuild the church.
Right.
I understand that many Christians have a problem with gambling.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, if you participate in a 401k account, is that not gambling with your money?
No,
What's the
Ronnie,
difference?
and I'll tell you why. I could answer your question by saying this: do you feel like you're gambling if you start a business?
Sure.
You think that would qualify as gambling?
Sure, I do. Yeah.
Would getting on the highway and driving on I-65 qualify as gambling?
I guess you could say that. I mean,
well,
the way that
I would
look
say
at it
no, and I would say why, and the reason why is in the definition of it. We're talking about there's such things as taking a risk or taking an educated risk or a calculated risk, and then there's just games of chance. And when you go into games of chance,
let Bubba finish.
Ronnie,
Ronnie, let
no,
Bubba finish.
It's not a game of chance. There's actually people who are running companies and they're trading stocks, and you could look at it that way if you wanted to. But there is an assessment in that. There is people who are planning and you're looking at what companies have done, and you're looking at forecast, and some people like that, some people don't. That's why some are buying, some are selling. In other words, it's a process there, as opposed to I'm strictly pulling the handle on something and hoping that I get 3 cherries that come up. You see the difference?
I'm sorry. Respectfully, I kind of disagree. I just feel like that if I take a $2 lottery ticket and I win $1 million and I want to give the church 10% of that, what's the difference in me cashing out a 401k account because I've spent years gambling with the stock market and want to give the church a portion of that?
Well, again, I think it's Ronnie. I guess it's all in your definition of gamble. I don't think if I start a business, I'm taking. I expect to make a profit. I expect to make a go of it. I mean, I guess you could loosely throw around the term gamble, but in the strictest definition, we're talking about games of chance versus you actually doing a business and working and using skill and your brain power to try to advance that business. It really.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
right, 20 minutes past the hour. As you all know, anywhere that our show lives, we're constantly tinkering around at our surroundings and looking for material and adventures. So we've discovered that we keep going out into the lobby and finding various lost people looking for the mysterious Suite 200. So we're trying to get to the bottom of the mystery of Suite 200 and why people keep thinking it's on the first floor, and then also why so many people looking for it. I think that latter part we're going to get the answer. So Speedy has taken his phone, and he's in the lobby right now of the building that houses the No Name Studio. Speedy, are you there?
I am. How are you, sir?
We're good. So you're where the people are usually standing confused. Is that where you are?
I am. If you'll look behind me here.
There's the door.
Here's the entrance to the door. And let's get this guy around here.
Okay.
And then so here's kind of where everybody stands around and gets confused. And then here's the directory here.
All right. What does it say?
Right here, it looks like to me, without showing the names of the buildings, there's a ton of 200.
Good night.
I see why.
Wow.
Makes sense to me now, though.
Okay, well, here's the thing.
And there's a bunch of 200s, but there are some 100s as well. Now, in the break, we talked about there was a kind of a commons suite, so to speak, where a lot of businesses are inside that suite number. They just share space behind that door. And that's why a lot of people – actually, here's somebody here that looks confused. Maybe this is a good – hello, sir. How are you? Well, see, sir, Suite 200 would be on the
floor is this?
second floor.
You don't have to be a smart ass about it.
All right.
So I'm going to the second
All right, Speedy, stop for 1 minute, because I want to answer each question at a time. So question number one, the possibility that they're calling 100s 200s, that is not correct. On that board, it just says 200.
Right.
So telling people they need to go to the second floor because it's a 200 is still a legitimate statement.
Yeah.
Correct.
So
Okay.
here's some 100s here.
Okay.
Summit Media is on the 100s.
Right.
In the
Okay.
100s.
So you've answered that question. So really,
I'm thinking about setting up an office in this place, by the way.
So 200 is a suite where multiple offices are housed.
A private business.
Like you could rent it.
I could rent it for $85 a month, by the way. I have a look at their website. It's pretty cool.
Okay, I may do it.
Yeah.
All right.
So let's say if I was to go up to Suite 200, I'm going to take the steps. There's the bathroom, by the way, right there.
There's the one that there's where all these
Sandals
things happen.
was in there again just now.
Sandals is in there again?
Yes.
What? You think Sandals? You think Sandals is red shoe with his summer wear on?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
So now we're coming up here, and this is where you always go. Now I believe 200 is back here
to the right.
You got to try to find. Here we go.
Yeah. Now be careful. That's where I ran into the glass back there.
And that door's open, so get ready.
Hey,
She's sitting right
how
there.
you doing, ma'am?
So that's
I'm with
200.
the Rick and Bubba show. We're live right now.
Oh,
is
no,
that
this-
okay?
Why
Is
she
that
wearing a
okay
mask?
for me to be live? We're downstairs, but I'm live now. Okay.
Speedy, will you ask her why she has a mask on?
And so we're at Suite 200 now, and so then we're going to come back here and you and you're on speaker, man.
Oh, was I on speaker?
Yes, he's on speaker.
I'm sorry.
It's space time.
Can't run
It's
quick
space
enough.
time. He's on speaker.
Look, he's running. Speedy, you
Ran
didn't,
into
you
something.
didn't happen. You didn't wait for the answer. Okay.
She's going to hide. I
can't
guarantee
go in the
you, if you go
bathroom
in,
live,
if you go in there,
can't
sandals,
go in there.
That's illegal.
Hey, be
Yeah.
careful, Sandals.
Speedy.
Sandals is in there. Okay, cut him off. Okay, Sandals in there. And,
Speedy.
and look, Ed might be in there too.
Oh yeah, look, hey, I kind of wish you was. You get some footage then.
Oh, you would.
He's back in the lobby.
Okay, you can't go in there, Speedy.
This is kind of fun right here.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you doing, man?
But people are now seeing. If you're watching on YouTube, you're seeing all these things we talk about, all these places.
Look, he's
Yeah,
leaving.
yeah. And I'm gonna walk out. How are you doing? Hey, how are you? Yeah.
Ask her if she's going to Suite 200.
Okay.
I can't say this enough. Y'all are on speaker, so when you tell me to ask
I'm
somebody
sorry.
something,
Yeah,
they
I'm
can
sorry.
hear you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the old days he used to wear his earpiece. So.
You know what you
So
could
I
have.
can't say, who's
this
that
was
ugly
kinda
woman?
quick here.
You know what you could have done? You could have stood there and said, "I'm sorry. That's one of the guys asking you that. Do you want to answer that? That wasn't my question." I mean,
She looked so sweet. I couldn't tell if she was smiling, but I
Right.
wasn't
No.
sure.
Right, because the mask.
And if she may have given me a reason, I went, well, you're right. You should be wearing one. You know it?
Yeah. So if you come to the golden
up.
ticket seats, here's your door.
Yeah, here's how you come in if you're coming tomorrow to the show.
Oh yeah.
So right
Oh,
there,
yeah.
that's where you come in. And there comes Speedy.
Then you walk through here.
Yep.
I've gone up there one time.
I have never.
Come through here. See this right here.
Uh-huh. Okay, so
They need one of them for Sweet 200.
Speedy's coming
one
in
of
now.
them signs.
Based on what we now know, thank you, Speedy.
Hey,
Thank you,
buddy.
buddy. Hey, buddy.
Hey,
Good to
there
see you,
he
buddy.
is.
Hey, Speedy.
We see you.
We see you, buddy.
We see you and we see you.
Yeah. So based on what we know, we now realize that probably they get two blocked because there's so many 200s, and that's what's two blocking them.
Gotcha.
And as they're standing there and they say, "I'm looking for Sweet 200," they're a little taken back that there's multiple 200s.
Well, it would.
Yeah,
It would be confusing.
And so it is true that 200 should signal second floor.
It should.
But I think what's stymieing them is what's all these 200s.
Yeah.
And so
it looks like it's almost a misprint.
right,
There's too many of them.
So they may be confused by that.
Yeah.
That would confuse me.
It
What
would
about
be
a
too.
115?
Well, that's us.
That's right.
Yeah, and so then me saying if you'll go up one floor, you should find it. When they go up one floor, they do find it, and it should be right above where we're standing.
Right.
And it basically 200 represents a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well,
Speedy was going to ask.
I think we know now. You're okay, Speedy. You can stop now. You're in the room with us.
It's kind of cool though. Yeah.
Oh, is it kind of cool? Everybody can kind of see if you. Yeah, because
Why
I
don't
guess
you go sit down, Speedy, so everybody can see what your view looks like?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying because I watched the show.
Go show 'em Greg's
There's a lot of
office.
There's still parts of studios I never see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Go show him Greg's office and show him all the peanuts he's hoarding.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to go through all the
What's
offices?
your tomatoes in there?
Order.
Yeah.
No.
Don't go in Adler's office because it's not an
No,
office.
don't go in there.
Speedy and I are frustrated about that. If we'd have
I
known
am
that was
too.
going to be a storage
Me
area,
too.
I would have moved in
I-
there.
I
and
was-
Speedy and I may actually move that out at some point.
I've noticed everywhere Adler works is a storage area.
It is.
It is.
It is.
Got a lot going on here, buddy.
Yeah. There's just stuff everywhere.
Oh, there's that flag that guy made for us.
Yeah, I love that. That's good. I
forgot his name.
So this is my office here.
Oh, that Rick, you got a good office.
I like my office very much.
Got some new signage.
Yeah, I like my office. But that dry erasable board, it's like a drug. I love
the drawing.
that's it. Because Bubba's will be locked. No, he got it. Well,
Reckless.
reckless.
He forgot that's what he did.
Yeah. You ever gonna wear that shirt hanging up over there?
Yeah, those are the emergency shirts. You know,
Okay.
that happens
Right.
sometimes.
Get a little sweaty.
Do you have a TV in there? I forgot you have a TV in there, bro. That's great.
Whose office?
Don't go in
this
there.
is Adler's office.
Don't go in
There's
there.
Adler's
Wait a minute.
office.
It's entered your own
What
list.
in the
Don't
world
go
have
in there.
you done? You're a hoarder.
Suddenly mine doesn't look that bad.
Now here's Greg's, because he'll have peanuts and stuff everywhere, I'm sure.
Hey, Greg, don't decorate it too much.
Yeah,
My goodness.
Yeah, Greg, that's the way to make it home.
How you like that?
Hang up a picture or
Look,
something.
there's spam that
People
still
are
ain't been
like,
mailed.
That's recent. That's
It was a week ago, Greg. It was a week ago.
Greg, what are you doing with a picture of Speedy in there?
How you like that?
That's hilarious.
That is
This
great.
30 seconds. So, all right,
There's the JSU headquarters.
all right, yeah, there we go. There's Helmsley's office.
Look at that field of greens.
Field of
right
Greens in
there.
there. But I got a Field of Greens letter I'll read here in this next commercial break you won't believe. So and then
He's going to show us that.
he's going to show where all the other
Radio
radio
Row.
stations. That's
Where's
right.
Mike?
There's where all the radio stations.
Go see Mike.
There.
Hey, there's Dana, WZZK. We
yeah.
love you, Dana.
There it is.
Dana.
So
Start
many
running,
radio
Speedy.
stations.
Start
So many.
spreading.
Thanks for the almonds.
Do you like Radio Row? It's kind of
I do.
cool.
Yes,
It's
it's
cool.
cool.
I love that hallway.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
I wish I had a little more light in that hall, but other than
Yeah,
that,
other than that, yeah.
A lot of radio stations around here.
Yeah, there they are. So so that's the world. If you're watching, and you've never been here and never been around, that's
What if Mike come out and cut his feet out from under?
that's the new world of the No Name Studio.
Speedy, show them the TOC.
Oh, his signal's chopping up a little.
Oh, it's chopping up right when you said TLC too. There's how ironic.
He's running back to the bathroom and showing us. Okay, there we go.
All right.
He's covering
What,
some
is he just
ground.
running the whole building?
Look, here he goes.
No! He ran back to the bathroom.
It's going to go up, but if you look at historically,
And you might need to fire whoever's buying those stocks for you. You may not be very good at it.
Historically, it does go up.
So, we've got long-term
projections on that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes, and Bubba. Oh, well, it means you. Well, it means the wheel of meat keeps on turning. The wheel of meat will spin. Turn it loose, wheel of meat. Wheel of meat's got me yearning. Here we go. Whoa, come on, give it a try. The wonderful wheel of meat is ready for you to have an opportunity to win something off the wheel. Of course, no guarantee you'll win anything. But, Bubba, it does not cost you anything. You're investing nothing, so it's not gambling.
That's right. You got to have, what? Prize, chance, and consideration.
That's right. Bubba, we're lighting that baby up, but we're doing it safely.
Rick, we follow all the rules outlined in IEEE, ESFI, and, of course, NEC.
Yeah, can I tell some of y'all who want to start this gambling conversation again? And then we'll move on and be done with it. You certainly call on the phone, Trove, if you want to. The story isn't about what you think about gambling. The story was the church had been clear on how they felt about it, and they didn't want to be hypocrites.
Right.
That's the story.
That's it.
Okay, if you want to have a conversation about how you feel about it, then that has really nothing to do with it. You can say, well, they shouldn't have been preaching against it. Well, that's not what the story's about.
They were.
The story was, listen, let's celebrate consistency since we don't have much of that anymore.
Yeah.
These were people that said these are our convictions, and here's a bizarre concept. They're going to stick with them.
Yeah.
Okay, so because they knew that it would be a hypocritical move to make. They were not. This was not. And then of course, that's all that story was about. So I'm telling you, some of y'all are just gonna have a fit if you don't get to smoke dope and gamble. So anyway, just settle down. All right, so the wheel of meat is ready to go, and we have a birthday girl who's gonna get to spin. Everybody say hello for her 7th birthday, Haley Grace Sellers. Haley, come forward. We're gonna spin that wheel. Let's bring Daddy. Dad's gonna come with you here. Let's go.
Mom, make a picture or two.
Here we go, and we're gonna get over there and we're gonna spin that wheel on your birthday today. And so now, Haley, I want you to listen to Speedy and to me. People are going to have to say to you, wow, what a wheel. So don't spin it unless they say, wow, what a wheel. Have you got that? You got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right, that's
Love
it. All right, we'll get to hear somebody say yes, sir, again. All right, let's go to let's get started. I don't have any names here, but
I'll just roll it, Rick.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
James from Montgomery.
James, what do you say to birthday girl Haley Grace Sellers?
Happy birthday and wow, what a wheel.
Spin it, let's go, girl. And yeah!
Good spin.
Good spin. Good spin.
Birthday girl has got it rolling.
The lights are flashing.
Look at those
That's
lights.
a 7-year-old spin if I've ever seen one.
It's a good one.
like it.
Look at here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah! Me. HarryandDavid.com. They deliver fine meats with a standard of excellence. And you got a $50 gift card from HarryandDavid.com, James. The birthday girl spun a winner right out of the gate.
How about that?
Congratulations, buddy. I'll put you on hold. And thanks for listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Awesome, thanks.
There you go. All right, so we continue. Let's go.
She's ready.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is David. I'm calling from West Point, Mississippi.
And what do you say to our birthday girl, Haley Grace?
Happy birthday, Haley, and wow, what a wheel.
Spin it. There we go.
There we go.
See what she got a nice touch on it.
She does.
She does. Nice touch.
She's serious about
She's
it.
smooth.
Red hair just blazing.
That's right.
Here, come on. Here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Meat. David, congratulations. A $50 gift card for you. From HarryandDavid.com. The Wheel of Meat, true to its name. Cranking out meat.
Thank you so
All right, we'll
much.
put you on hold, buddy. Thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba. There we go. All right. 2 spins, two certificates for meat.
Yeah.
All right, we continue. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show.
Winners.
What's your name? Where are you calling from? The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. So hopefully those of you that can view the show, you enjoyed the tour of basically the building in which we work and all the stories you've heard. If you didn't catch it on the archive today. It'll be available for you on the YouTube channel. All right, listen to this email. This is an actual email, and I got it at 9:40 a.m. Yesterday. Okay, Field of Greens. I have to admit, it really works. I am 61 years old. I've been taking Field of Greens for 2 months. I feel better than I have in years, and I had a physical, and my blood work came back better than it ever has before.
Let's go.
My doctor looked at me and he said, "You have the numbers of a 30-year-old." He said, "I am hooked, and I am joining you guys in spreading the word about Field of Greens." That's from Tom. I'm telling you, I need to say anything else? I mean, if you've got those kind of testimonies out there, and I know how much it has impacted my health as well, and it's pretty straightforward. Now, I do have an update for some of you, because even though I even had mine yesterday with just water, and it really tastes fine. This is not like those old ones where you feel like you're drinking ground up.
I like just
salad.
the powder.
Yeah, and the other one is they did come up. They've got another Field of Greens. I believe it. I forget what color it is, and it's like a strawberry lemonade flavor, kind of that is the same exact things, but it gives you a little more of a sweet flavor if that's what you need. So and then they've got one that's got some added stuff for brain health as well. I think I'm going to give that one a shot, considering my family history. But anyway, we love the benefits, and it's really no more complicated than all of these. Researchers have come up with the selected fruits and vegetables that help our vital organs operate the way they're supposed to. This is what they need, and it's always been what they need. But it's difficult to do that in your own diet. So Field of Greens has done it all for us, and the results are in. So why don't you join us? Go to fieldofgreens.com today. Use the promo code Bubba and get 15% off. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, this one you and I have been waiting on discussing. And the guys discussed it in the kickoff hour, and I was laughing just hearing them discuss it. And I think we've let enough time pass now. We, too, can join them.
Rick,
tell me what's going on.
I should bring up one thing from the last segment.
What's that?
What did you say about Speedy's microphone, Adler, when we were in the break just then? About how you potted him down or something?
Yeah, when Speedy came in the room, we were getting an echo, and I turned him down. And then I forgot to turn it back up, but the bit was great. Worked good.
Okay, so I'm getting some text about Speedy's microphone was still on during something later on.
There was a quick moment at the very end of the segment when Speedy ran to the bathroom.
Oh, yeah.
You could hear him go, but that was it.
Okay.
Yeah, I was literally sprinting through.
You were
through every ran into my old neighbor. By the way, what's up, Alex?
You said you had a question about something, and we never came back to it. You remember that?
Speedy? Were you going somewhere though?
Yes, I'm about to go to Somalian Sprinter.
Okay, and that's fine. I wanted to know if y'all were.
Forgot.
No, I'm trying to figure out how to put it. Are y'all when y'all are in the restroom and it's not a quickie. You're just in there. You having to do the number 2.
Throw a curveball.
Good Lord.
Are y'all pants to the ankles or are y'all pants to the knees? Because I've noticed something
knees?
I've noticed or
I go on down there.
I get somebody's got you tied up.
Oh no, or mid shin. No, I mean
you can if the floor's wet.
Because I've noticed that some people are. I mean they push them down where you. I mean they're covering their shoes and they're just all over.
Some unhook one leg.
And I'm thinking to myself that's all over where everybody stands too.
I know.
Is that not
There's
gross?
nothing good about it.
Do you remember?
I've noticed I'm not that way.
I take them off and hang them up in the stall.
By the way, Costanza, you remember that from Seinfeld?
No.
Something happened and he had to come run out of the bathroom because there was some kind of emergency, and they all realized that when he goes in there, he takes everything off. And they're like, "Do you take everything off?" He goes, "Well, I don't want my clothes to get wrinkled." and he thought everybody did. You know what I mean?
That's good.
Thanks for that question, Speedy.
Well, it's been bothering me because I see Sandals. He's there and he's to the ground.
Yes, he is. Barely see his hands on the ground.
Barely
Barely see his hands. All right, so
sorry about that.
Let me see if I have this right. Greg Burgess has always said on this program that nepotism is not a bad word.
It's not, Rick. I don't know where people get it.
Right, but from what I'm gathering from what y'all were saying and this written story that goes with it, that everybody's angry because nepotism sometimes can be just to the point that it's unacceptable. And the Somali runner for the 100, by the way, in the World University Games, people are outraged because it's so obvious that her connection to the people that picked the team, they've put somebody on the team solely because they're a family member.
Okay,
just look at them physically.
Okay, this is the World University Games going on in China, and they're referring to her as an untrained sprinter.
Yes.
She is the niece of the chairwoman for the Somali Athletics Foundation. People are wanting this lady suspended immediately.
And do I have this right? This runner who got on there because of the family connection recorded the slowest time ever.
Yes. By 10 seconds. She's 10 seconds behind the winner in 100 meters.
Yeah, but also recorded the slowest time ever in the World Games.
You're going to see why.
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's look. Just when they walk up to the starting blocks.
See if you can pick her out.
See if you can see who it is.
So we have all the
This is courtesy of CCTV.
Okay.
They're showing the lanes. She's the one that looks like she's not about to run a sprint.
Okay, that's a sprinter right there.
Yeah,
there's your sprinter.
Yes.
Looks serious about it, too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look
my
at there.
goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Guys.
She looks like me.
Now, she can't even get down.
Oh, my goodness.
Watch how quickly she gets out of the picture.
Okay, so she's going to run with these people?
Yes, Rick. Look at these.
I'm starting to think this is a joke.
I
now.
do, too. It's a good one,
Is
too.
it some kind of bid? Is this for somebody?
Is this an influencer?
This is real.
Yeah. Okay, so there she is.
Now, she's got a lot more clothes on because she's got.
Please watch.
Look.
But Bill Bussey?
Look.
Bill Bussey?
And they left her.
And out of the picture.
Guys, they have to pan back. She's out of the camera shot. They have to go back to see if she's still running.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, they just finished, and she's still running.
Yeah.
Okay.
People are pointing up like, yes, I did it. I won. And
Bubba.
she finishes
Bubba.
now.
That is
It
unbelievable.
skips at the end like she did.
Unbelievable.
When she got down in the blocks to get ready, you could see her look left and right like, let me see how I do this.
How do I get into this?
Yes.
Now, I'll give it to her. I think she ran as hard as she could.
Well, that's what's so bad about it.
I mean, anybody can do that. But
now she is covered in more clothing. It looks like she's in the Islamic get up, with a headdress and everything. But then she's also kind of thick.
Yeah.
Well,
she doesn't look
just
like a
slow.
sprinter.
And just slow.
Slow.
As a matter of fact,
unathletic.
and
She looks unathletic.
Well, she's had no training because she literally looks tired after running she doesn't even come across full
She can't
speed.
get in the blocks.
Looking to check.
She really does look to see what they were doing around her.
Yeah.
Ma'am, is this your first time?
Yeah, right. So
How does that happen?
So
how does this happen?
So Somalia does not have a 100-yard, 100
Female,
meters.
I guess not.
I hope they didn't cut somebody to put her in their place.
I thought people from that area can run real good.
Yeah, I thought you had to go through trials to
Please
get to
look.
this point.
I want y'all to look. It's like she's running with concrete shoes on.
Yeah,
Struggling.
Honestly, I think
they may have not had anybody else to run that.
Well, they
I guess
don't
they
see
got
somebody,
smoked by
yeah.
everybody else. She's still not embarrassed.
Bubba,
'cause
do
we
you
got-
realize, though, how little effort it would take just to find someone just faster than her? It wouldn't even be that hard to
somebody
say.
that was maybe 5 seconds.
I'm not so sure that I couldn't run it faster.
The fact that
think I
people
could. I
are
really
stepping
think I could.
down and losing their jobs says that this was all political and nepotism, and they are going to get.
What
to
are
the
they
bottom
basing
of it.
that on?
Mm-hmm. Hey y'all, I didn't notice the skip at the line.
I know. It
Like
bothers me too.
woohoo, I'm done.
Yeah.
Does she really think she's a sprinter, or was this all?
I
just...
don't think so. I don't think you possibly could. Now, everybody's delusional now to a level that we've never seen before, so possibly.
Maybe, she just identified as a sprinter.
Bubba, you may be on
She
something.
sees herself as fast.
Yeah, in her mind, she is fast.
She's flying.
Well, you could time her with a
Identify.
calendar, though. That's the problem.
I've always been told too that food's hard to come by in Somalia, but I guess not.
How dare we criticize her? This is how she identifies.
Well,
That's
apparently
true.
She identifies as
Rick,
a world-class sprinter.
If it's hard to find food in Somalia, she's not running to get it. I'll
No,
tell
she
you that.
is
She would not.
She ain't got to chase nothing down.
Hey, when the World Vision truck shows up, she ain't gonna get him. It's
I ain't sure she's not pregnant.
Greg.
Why wouldn't she?
I know you're.
She
it's
runs
possible.
like a
It's
pregnant
possible.
lady.
Adler would say she was.
Yeah, Adler would definitely have said we should have done a paper prediction.
Yeah.
Yes.
You don't realize how. I mean, these women are running this in what 20 seconds, 20.
Ten
no,
seconds.
10
10
seconds.
seconds.
10
She
seconds.
ran it in 21.
When she's 10 seconds behind them,
Right.
which it's when you watch it on here, it looks like it's an eternity.
Yeah. Oh,
You're just going, please finish.
It's unbelievable.
Well, what
Yeah, her
Somalia
time was 21.81 seconds.
what Somalia needs to do, if you don't have a biological female that can run any faster than that, get one of your guys to identify as a woman.
You can't tell me there's not a female from that country that runs better than
Think about this, Rick. Those sprinters could have run to the finish line, turned around and ran back, and still beat her.
Correct.
Yes.
That's true.
Wow.
Phone calls and any stories we missed. 866 We Be Big. Lord of the Jacket is ready.
Lord of the Jacket.
More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, it's Melanie from Albertville. Happy birthday, Haley Grace. Wow, what a wheel.
Melanie well versed in the process.
There you go. Come on around.
From Artville.
Spatchler, flip it. Melanie, you've won a Rick and Bubba spatchler.
Good, I don't have one.
Well, that's the only thing you don't have, Melanie.
That's where names on the board would help me. All right, Mel, we'll put you on hold, and we'll get all your information. And
Okay, Greg has my address.
Yeah.
When I hit the UPS, it just comes up.
That's right, and you can show us you flipping some burgers this spring.
That's right.
All right, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Of course, you live in Alabama, so I mean, it may be warm enough to flip them in 2 days.
Yeah,
that's right.
Or tomorrow. All right, we'll put you on hold. All right, there we go. All right, we continue. Hey, Rick and Bubba show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Kyle from Columbus, Mississippi.
Columbus, Mississippi. What do you say to Haley Grace?
Happy birthday, and wow, what a wheel.
Speedy girl. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, Haley Grace. Let's see what we
Get good and loose now.
Oh, she really is. Oh, here it comes. And how about this? She has spun Henry the horse on the birthday.
Uh-oh, look out.
Hey, Henry! Here he comes, Haley Grace. What a horse,
What's up, guys?
Hey, Henry, we've missed you.
Missed y'all too. And in fact, I was listening to the show today, and I was so glad to hear that I do not have a gambling problem. I've been contributing $1,000 a month to my Roth IRA, so I was worried for a second there. But anyways, on this next spin, I'm going to put 500 on red. Okay.
500 on red. Everybody say, come on. Ba-da, ba-da, Henry the horse.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And staff that would help. He said, because if you freak out, it only adds to the chaos. He said, so I just let them do their thing. And
is he burned?
Paul Stanley would be proud.
He said his hair got, it got burned in the back.
But is he burned?
He doesn't say anything about him being burned.
Remember Michael Jackson? Happened to him, remember?
Yeah.
But he got burned.
Yeah.
Of course, he acted like. Well,
oh gosh! So there is the.
There's the video.
There's the video that's on YouTube.
Oh boy!
And Bubba, I apologize that we didn't intervene.
Well, I'd say could be said now, I guess.
Right, but there's Mark Phillips. But it goes deep into the. And it's when we keep doing cutaways of us rehearsing or talking.
Nice hat, Greg.
Greg Rocket.
How about that?
Jason Aldean.
There's the drumming gorilla.
The rhythm gorilla.
The rhythm
Big Steve.
gorilla. He's got it right there. So that's us at practice, Greg, and you're really young there. Greg, you've aged.
Good night. That's Taylor.
You look kind of like Tom Brady there.
2001. That's been a while.
Go Skype, Rick.
Yeah,
that has been a while.
Skype?
Yeah, the Skype channel.
Yeah, we can ignore that.
It's not engaged, so I don't have it. So the meaning, it hasn't been selected, but but you can see it yourself. I mean, by easily going to YouTube and looking for it.
Is that really a good idea, Rick? Tell me that.
No, well, I'm just talking about this one thing. I mean, there's nothing on this video that's bad.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Now you've got me worried. There's nothing on there.
No,
okay.
no.
Well, why did you say that?
Because we just look goofy.
Well, we do look goofy, Greg, but that's what, don't you, the fans, it's 25
I hate to break it to you, Greg. We look goofy now.
Yeah,
Greg, it's 25 years.
different goofy.
Greg, why would you want people
This
not to
is
go?
older
Is
goofy.
this where y'all get in a fight in the studio?
I know. I wish that was on there. Rick,
Yeah, that's so funny.
I wish that was. They would have had to blank that one out.
Start at 3. Okay. But on the chorus,
He wouldn't have the hair
I tell you,
peel.
it was actually at the Nashville show. He said that.
Yeah, well, it's on here though.
Yeah, I mean, it's further in.
Yeah, that's
There's little man.
songs and singing different songs. Does everybody know how the song goes?
There's Hayseed Dixie, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
Right.
Guess who else been pop up here? James Gregory with a good one.
Yeah, James Gregory. Yeah, well, that's right. I forgot about the James Gregory.
All that
line.
was in the same same dressing room, I think. And all.
There's
Now we're on the way to Nashville.
oh my God, we can't do Greg's coffee. We can't do Greg's coffee line anymore. Yeah. We can't do. You can't do that line anymore.
I know. I can't do it anymore.
It's 9 minutes to the top. Join us at 866 We Be Big. We'll take phone calls wrapping up the hour. So coming up after we finish this live show today, Bubba and I will take a brief break and we'll record this week's Rick and Bubba University. Bubba, we're going to, with them talking about, and I know it's all being downplayed now, which it should have been all along, there's been a rise in cases with COVID again. And, of course, we're reassured now since the Biden administration is in there, it's nothing to really be concerned about because of the way they've handled it. But anyway, we're still looking back at the ongoing controversy of what happened during the pandemic, what did and didn't take place, what should or should not have taken place, what did we learn that we don't need to make the mistake again. We'll be talking to Dr. Joel, here we go, Walskog, yeah. Walskog. And he, of course, is a medical doctor who had bad side effects from the vaccine. Mm-hmm. And he's going to talk to us about the issues and the covering up of some of that and how the whole pandemic was handled. Basically, as you said, Bubba, and I agree, Doc, what have we learned? And tell us what was fact or fiction and how do we move forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a valid question. I mean, we still face these kind of things. I mean, we just had a story this week about the Chinese operating an illegal lab in California.
Yeah.
Right? So I think we're naive to think that we are out of the pandemic world for another 100 years. That would be sweet if it was. But we've got to be prepared, and we were not last time. So you got to break this down, kind of do a post-mortem on it, no pun intended, to be sure we don't repeat the mistakes we made.
Yeah.
To the phones we go. There's lines available, so catch that this weekend wherever you get podcasts. Let's go to the phones. We'll start with Oliver out of Athens, Alabama. Oliver, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, Bubba gets the best one-liner of the morning. He said that she could be timed with a calendar. I'm going to use that with my stepson when I ask him to do chores. Good Lord, boy, you could be timed with a calendar. I loved it. Best one-liner of the morning.
And there we go. Bubba gets best one-liner of the show.
Attaboy, Bubba!
Attaboy, Bubba!
You can also insert sundial in some groups.
Right.
Yeah.
I really kind of dug she may identify as a sprinter. To me, you had two good ones right there together. And you know what? Listen to everybody laughing.
Yeah.
But think about when the other thing happens, oh no, you can't laugh about that. That's perfectly normal. No, it's really not any more absurd. It really isn't. Nope. To the phones we go. Let's go to Brian, Muscle Shoals, WLAY. Brian, go ahead.
Morning, man.
Hey, buddy.
All right. So, hey, I won a T-shirt on the Will and Meat last Friday.
Congratulations.
Got it in the mail. Happier than Ralphie opened up a Red Ryder BB gun. Get that bad boy.
That's good.
And wrong shirt, wrong color.
Okay.
On the back, wrong shirt, wrong size. On the back, it says, can't have nothing.
How perfect is that?
Sounds like you got the right shirt.
How perfect? How perfect is that?
So I throw it over to my daughter, and I said, hey, this is your size. You can wear it. She looks at me and says, "Wow, what a wheel!"
Well, I don't know what happened there. Sorry that we messed that up. But the fact that it was a can't have nothing shirt, maybe that could be the way we promote the shirt. You order it, we send you the wrong size, and then you read the back of it.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, so sorry
There
about
you
that.
go.
Yeah, well, let us
No,
know.
no worry. It was worth it to make the memory.
Yeah, well, let us know. We'll correct it. I'll be sure you get the size you're supposed to get. So just
No worries.
Let us
So
know.
email Speedy and let us know.
That's right. Please do. 24/7. Thank you. How funny is that?
Very.
866 We Be Big. Let's go to Josh in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Josh, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
With all the indictments against Trump and everything, I was thumbing through a social media platform last night, and I seen somebody said that this could be the best thing that's happened because now he can aggressively open everything up and dig into the numbers and everything. I was just wondering what y'all's thoughts were on that.
I can't really even follow that narrative. I don't. I mean, I'm not that you don't have it right. I just don't really know what to say to that.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I can tell you what Clay and Buck said.
I'm not exactly following the logic there. I guess you're saying if you get to court, you get to make your argument. But here's the problem. They didn't have prosecutable evidence last time. They've
Right.
been to court.
Right.
So I don't know what they're going to roll in this time that they couldn't before.
Yeah.
And clearly, I mean, the strategy here, let's just be clear, is they're just doing an avalanche approach. They're trying to throw so much at him to literally bankrupt him with legal fees. And so, you know, a couple of these have a penalty of you cannot serve in public office again. And I think some of these charges actually came out and were designed for Jefferson Davis, who was considering running again, by the way, after the Civil War.
Funny.
So I don't know. I think
Probably would have won.
I think they're just trying to bury him in an avalanche of stuff. But it's only backfiring. It's making his supporters even more dug in. So I don't know.
Speedy, what did Clay and Buck
Buck
say?
They were talking about the timeline of some of the indictments, and it's pretty funny if you look at it. March 17th, Hunter admits to laptop it being his. The next day, Trump's indicted. June 8th, FBI document claimed Biden bribe was worth $5 million. The next day, Mar-a-Lago indictment. On July 31st, Devon Archer testified. The next day, Trump indictment. It's funny. It's like after every Biden drama, the next day there's an indictment. They focused a lot on that.
You're correct, Buck.
Thank you, sir. They did also say that they thought these indictments would be a little bit stronger. All of the
What about to
all
this
the
guy's
lawyers.
comment? I mean, is he just saying all they're doing is giving him a stage to make his cases?
I don't know about
and
that.
rat on other
But
people.
I think they
mean,
wanted to
it's
keep him in court for all 2024, so he can't.
Line 7
bear
working.
him.
And like Bubba said, bankrupt.
That's good.
Some people were saying that this will give him a platform to give his evidence for why the election was stolen.
Okay.
But
Is
to
that
my
what he's
point,
yeah.
if you had that evidence, you had a chance to present it.
Yeah.
Right.
And they didn't have anything that would stand up in court. And again, I'm not saying it was or wasn't, but there was not prosecutable evidence, thus that it wasn't tried.
By the way, you had the a favorite one-liner or two today, and we have people who had best phone of the week.
Yeah.
This is going to be best call screening message under caller's name.
Okay.
I can't understand what he's saying.
That's as honest as it gets.
That's about as honest as you get.
I kind of want you to take it.
I'm really curious.
Burge, if you want this one, I got no idea what's waiting on you. Good luck.
good.
Yeah, good luck. All right, but we're out of time anyway. So, all right, well, thanks for being with us. Don't forget, if you are leaving us and you might have missed part of the show today, go back and grab either the YouTube archive or the podcast archives. They're available for you soon after the live show ends, and then you can catch it on your own time. And also, make plans to be with us again tomorrow for a brand new show. Find out everything you need to know by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Thank you for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.